dark around the station, and then the voice came on. He'd expected to hear from Delia, but then he recognized Mr. Blunt's reedy voice, the way his T's ticked like clockwork. "Bit of trouble, my boy? I'm trying to reach our motorcyclist and getting no answer. Hopefully she'll be in touch with you. Tell her that our short-fingered boy's on the move and may be accelerating his plans. Half the people in the house just emptied in a U-Haul. I'm having our A1 driver follow the truck. I'm at 750 East, 400 South, watching the leftovers. Tell her I'll wait for her word as long as I can, and I would appreciate a few more hands on my side. But if they start to move, I'm going to have to knock on the half-wit's door." A car horn blared in the background of the message. "Must go. Oh, and give my love to your sister. I understand congratulations are in order." Stony pressed the key to erase the message and hung up the phone. Suddenly it seemed much too bright under the Sinclair sign. He hurried off into the dark, but he did not head for home. He sat down behind an oil tank and tried to figure out what he should do. The motorcyclist was Delia. Where was she that she couldn't get to a phone? Had the diggers picked her up? Had Zip, the half-wit, turned her in? The whole point of a big bite was that it had to be big, geographically distributed, with attacks on so many fronts that it would be impossible for the government to put down. If Zip was starting the bite now, then did that mean he'd already set up a nationwide network, or global network? Or else the acceleration Blunt mentioned meant that they'd forced Zip to act before he was ready. He hoped that was true. He waited another half hour and called the number again. "No new messages," the voice told him. He hurried back to his hiding place. If Delia wasn't captured, he might be the only link between her and Blunt. And if she was captured, he might be the only one left who knew what Blunt was doing. He called the number again 20 minutes later. This time, the voice didn't pick up. The phone on the other end rang and rang. 8 rings, 9, 10. The system never picked up. Had he misremembered the number? He tried it again and still got no answer. Then he tried Saturday's number, and Sunday's. Was the system overloaded? Was there some security scheme in place that stopped anyone from calling 3 times in a night? He dialed the Thursday number that he'd used first. The phone rang once, and then a woman said, "Hello?" It wasn't a recording or a machine voice. He started to hang up. He held the receiver for a long moment, then put it back to his ear. "Hello?" the woman said again. "Who is this?" Who is this? It wasn't Delia, or Rose, or anyone he recognized. "Are you in trouble?" she said. "Do you need help?" "I don't know what you're talking about." She hung up on him. He looked around at the dark, but no cars were approaching. He'd gotten a live person. Or a dead one. He dialed the number again. The woman answered on the first ring. "Yes?" "I need to find out what's going on," he said. "What parish are you?" After a pause, she said, "Ohio. And you? Are you in trouble?" He thought of the only delegate from the state that he knew. "What kind of radio do you like?" he asked. "AM or FM?" "Tell us where you are," the woman said, "and we'll send a car to pick you up." "Okay, Let me get back to you on that." He slammed down the phone and stepped back. The diggers had taken control of the communication system. He resisted the impulse to burst into Crystal's bedroom and shake her awake. He opened the door slowly and let the light fall across her face. Crystal lay on her side, Ruby tucked under her arm. He touched Crystal's shoulder, and she jerked awake. "The baby?" "She's right here." He sat down on the edge of the bed and gently rested a hand on Ruby's legs. "I've got to go, Crystal." She sat up and pushed the hair from her eyes. Even this tired, she was beautiful. "What? What happened?" "A lot of things. I think the diggers are rolling us up. The phone system's been tapped." "Does that mean... Can they trace you?" "I don't know. I tried to get off the phone as soon as I could." He didn't know how tracing worked. In the movies, they were always trying to get criminals to stay on the line. He said, "Mr. Blunt needs me. He's in Salt Lake, and I have to drive there." "Now?" "I can't wait till morning. The diggers may be rounding us up." Okay. She looked around at the darkened room. "I'll feed Ruby. You—" "No, you're not coming with me. You need to get as far away from here as possible. Zip is— he might be starting the big bite. You need to get on a bus that doesn't go through Salt Lake. I was thinking you should go to Denver and fly out from there. Go see Alice." He lifted the Commander Calhoun backpack onto the bed. Inside was a ludicrous amount of cash. "When you get to Chicago, you can buy yourself a new car. Something safe like a Volvo." "You're taking my car?" "I can't take a bus. Besides, it's a crappy car." "You can't drive by yourself," Crystal said. "It's the middle of the night. Nobody's going to see me." Crystal climbed out of bed. "Makeup. I'll do your face." At the bedroom door she stopped, turned. "You're going to need a hell of a lot of bass." Ruby emitted a squeak, but her eyes stayed closed. Stony carefully slid one hand behind her neck, the other under her bottom, and lifted. Her arms jerked in a startled reflex, but he brought her close to his chest, and she immediately settled. It was a mistake to come here. Yet again he'd put his family in danger. This time it had only taken him a week to force Ruby and Crystal out of their home and put them on the run. A new record. That could never happen again. Whether or not the world ended tomorrow, he couldn't come back to them. He couldn't see anyone in his family again. He knew he was wrong about Zip, too. Only a few days ago he thought he could not kill the man, even if it meant saving the world. But now Ruby was in the world. He leaned down and kissed her forehead. "Take care of your mom, kiddo." Chapter 12. 1988. Salt Lake City, Utah. The Mormons were the most disciplined of urban planners. Like all their cities, Salt Lake was laid out in a grid. Each street numbered from its distance from the temple at the center of the city. The address Blunt had given him, 750 East, 400 South, put him 7 blocks east of the temple and on the 4th block south of it. He didn't need to read any of the building numbers to guess which one was Zip's safe house, or rather, which one used to be his. 4 squad cars, 3 ambulances, and 2 fire trucks had formed a semicircle of strobing lights around a smoking shell of a house. The fire seemed to be out, but firefighters were still spraying down portions of the structure. He was too late then. Stony made a 3-point turn, easy to do in the wide street, and parked a block away. When he shut off the engine, he realized that over the hours he'd become deaf to the whine of the differential. It was 7 in the morning and still dark. He'd made it to Salt Lake in a little over 4.5 hours, driving fast through Green River and Price, slowing down only when he joined the interstate at Spanish Fork, where Crystal told him the cops like to set radar traps. It was the farthest he'd ever driven a vehicle in his life, and it quadrupled the amount of time he'd spent behind the wheel. When he'd asked to borrow his sister's car, he wasn't even sure whether he'd be able to drive all that way without causing an accident or getting pulled over. That he'd been able to do it felt like an achievement. That he'd enjoyed the speed and the freedom felt like a betrayal of Junie. He pulled on the toboggan hat Crystal had loaned him and checked himself in the mirror. Commander Calhoun had said he was handsome, which was LD code for almost normal. Crystal had tried to make him the rest of the way to passing by coating his face in Clinique Honey Milk City Base, turning him into an extremely tanned dead man. He told her he looked like George Hamilton in Love at First Bite. She told him he looked fine. It would have to do. He stepped out of the car and walked uphill toward the burned house, his hands jammed into the pockets of a denim jacket that used to belong to Crystal's ex. It was a tree-lined residential neighborhood, a mix of wooden houses and brick apartment buildings. The only people on the street were down by the fire, a dozen bystanders standing outside the yellow tape line. He walked across the street to a spot perhaps 50 yards from the house, where he could look out over the hoods of the parked cars to watch the crews work. He leaned against a tree to project casualness. What had happened here? Did Zip set fire to the house to cover his escape? Had Blunt tried to burn them out? Where was everyone now? After 10 minutes, he had a partial answer. Some people had never left the house. 2 firefighters carried out a body bag to a gurney, and that was loaded into one of the ambulances. There was no way to tell whether the body was Blunt's or Zip's, or belonged to an LD at all. Over the next half hour, 4 more bodies were brought out, loaded into the ambulances, and driven away. The sky lightened, and in the distance the Wasatch Mountains coalesced out of the dark. Only 1 ambulance remained. Zip and his people weren't the Jonestown type. Their entire goal was to go down biting as many breathers as they could. So, it had been a fight. Sometime after Blunt had called the answering system and left his message for Stony, he'd gone into the house after them. Was Blunt really some kind of hitman for the LDA? He and Stony were friends. At least, Stony thought they were friends. But he'd only seen the man every few weeks when he brought the mail. It wouldn't have been hard for Blunt to keep him in the dark. And if Blunt wasn't an assassin, someone like him would be necessary. It was the only explanation for why the big bite hadn't happened yet. The diggers were good, and they could swarm a safe house once they'd been tipped off, but they didn't have much of a chance to prevent a bite. That required inside information. The LDA had to police itself. Jesus. Delia had to be part of it too. She said that they didn't kill their own people, but of course she'd lie to him if she thought that was best for the army. The less he knew, the less any of the LDs knew, the less they could tell the government if they were caught. He watched as they loaded a body bag into the last ambulance. A voice behind him said, "What's going on?" He started to turn and stopped himself. "Just a fire," he said. The woman's dog, a white poodle-esque creature, sniffed his shoe, then ran away from him, straining at the leash. "Proxy, no!" "I heard gunshots," the woman said, "early this morning." He didn't look into her face, sure she'd see through his disguise. She said, "Do you think they're drug dealers?" He shrugged, kept his eyes on the house. Finally the woman let the dog pull her away, and he watched her go. 10 yards down, she forced the dog to come away from some bits of garbage on the sidewalk. After she passed, the passenger window of the parked car at that spot rolled down, and cigarette smoke drifted out. A hand tossed out a lit butt. The smoke, when it reached him a few seconds later, smelled of menthol. Stony looked at the house, then back at the car, a boxy green Chevy Caprice. He walked toward it, trying to see through the rear window while making it seem like his attention was on the burned house. 2 men sat in the front seat. When he drew closer, he caught a glimpse in the car's side-view mirror of a pale face under a dark hat, but in another step the angle was wrong. He stopped, looked at the stretch of sidewalk outside the passenger window. 20, 30 cigarette butts lay on the cement. Hours of cigarette butts. Hours of watching the house burn. The ambulance rolled past, lights flashing, but with no siren. The taillights of the Caprice lit up, and then the engine started. Stony froze. The car backed up a few feet, turning to angle out of the parking spot, and suddenly the passenger window was beside him. The passenger's face was gray, but his hair was coal-black and cut in a bowl, like Mo Howard. It was Zip's man from the Congress who'd crawled under the RV to look for a bomb. The man suddenly realized someone was standing outside his window and threw up a pale hand to shield his face. The car pulled away. Had he recognized Stony? It was impossible to tell. 20 feet away, the Caprice stopped abruptly, then began to back up at an angle. Stony spun in the other direction and began to walk quickly away. Then he calmed himself. The car had to turn around because the way was blocked by the fire crews. It didn't mean they'd recognized him. The Caprice slowly came up alongside him, this time with the driver's window facing him. Stony ducked his head and kept walking. A moment later the car accelerated. He looked up to see it stop at the next intersection behind the ambulance. The ambulance turned right, and the Caprice went straight, toward downtown. Stony ran for his car. He was thankful the car was already pointing in the right direction. The streets were starting to fill with morning traffic, but the slope of the hill let him see the Caprice 2 blocks ahead and below him. At the stoplight at State Street, he was able to slide up behind the car with only an El Camino between them. And after that, he was able to follow the Caprice north to where it pulled into a parking garage. He slowed as he approached the dark entrance. What the hell were they doing? Going to the mall? The sign said ZCMI, which seemed to be some kind of department store or shopping center. He sat on the ramp, unwilling to follow too closely, until a car pulled up behind them. He took his ticket and began to follow the arrows first down, below street level, then around and up. The garage was mostly empty. On the 3rd story he caught a glimpse of the green Caprice heading up a ramp to the next level, and he followed, keeping his speed low. This level was a bit more crowded, and there was a double-door entrance to the store here. He rolled slowly past the rows of cars, craning his neck to see whether the Caprice was climbing the next ramp, and suddenly passed the car. It had just backed into a parking spot next to a white panel truck, which had also backed in. With a start, he realized that on the side door of the truck was a Commander Calhoun logo. Keep calm, he told himself. He drove past the car without looking at it, turned the corner, and went up the ramp to the next level, which turned out to be the last. He parked next to a stairwell. He felt like Jack Gore or one of the Hardy Boys. True, they'd only traveled 4 blocks. It was the shortest tail job he'd ever read about outside of an Encyclopedia Brown story. That kid only had a bicycle. He stared out the windshield, trying to decide what to do. If Zip had been burned out of the safe house, then he should have hit the road to a new safe house or rejoined his people who'd already left. Blunt had said in his message that his breather driver, one of the men they'd used at the Congress, was following a group who'd slipped out yesterday. There was only one reason for Zip to come here, a shopping center full of security cameras. In less than an hour, it would be full of people. Stony turned off the engine. He tucked the car keys under the seat and shut the door without locking it. He didn't know whether Crystal kept the spare set. He patted the roof and thought, "Thanks, little Honda." Then he hurried down the stairwell to the street. It took him 10 long minutes to find a working payphone. "Collect call to Crystal Mayhall from John," he told the operator. When his sister picked up the phone, he had to interrupt her before she asked too many questions. He told her where to find her car if she refused to take his advice and buy a new one. Then he said, "I need you to do me one last favor." Stony emerged from the stairwell a few minutes later, then found a spot behind a cement pillar where he could lean out and see the Caprice and the panel truck. The 2 vehicles were parked in the first row, about 15 spots down from the store entrance. The car was empty, but there was a figure in the cab of the truck, masked by a fog of cigarette smoke. The parking garage was filling up, and people that Stony took to be staff members were being led into the store by a security guard. 2 older women in bulky coats stood outside the doors, waiting for ZCMI to open, and more shoppers were probably waiting at the other entrances. It would be a busy shopping day. Christmas was only a week away. Mormons celebrated Christmas, didn't they? He leaned back against the pillar and checked his watch. It was 8:35, 25 minutes before opening. Were the men from the Caprice in the truck? Was Zip in there with them? And what about Blunt? The big question, if Blunt was in there, was Stony willing to sacrifice him to stop Zip? He leaned out again and saw the man in the truck cab looking at him. Stony jerked his head back behind the pillar and felt something hard press against his temple. "Holy shit! Zach was right. You're the kid from Iowa." Stony turned his head slightly, trying to ignore the pressure of the metal. It was the man with the Mo Howard haircut. The pistol looked smaller in his hand than it felt against Stoney's temple. Mo leaned past Stony to look at the store entrance. "Here's what we're going to do," he said. "We're going to walk to the back of the truck. If you say a word or try to signal that security guard, I will shoot you in the back of the head." Stony stopped himself from putting up his hands. "Is that where Zip is?" he asked. "In the truck?" "Shut the fuck up." Move." Mo lowered the gun, then shoved Stony between the shoulder blades. Stony had been afraid before, but never like this. He'd grown up feeling invulnerable, unstoppable. But now that he was a twitch of a finger from having his head blown off, he realized that he was not brave at all. He wanted to live. He wanted it desperately. So he was going to do whatever this LD man said. They walked slowly to the truck, the man a few feet behind him. He looked toward the entrance without moving his head, but now the security guard had disappeared and the number of waiting customers had swelled to almost 20. None of them glanced in his direction. Stony reached the back bumper of the truck, and Mo rapped on the panel door 3 quick knocks. The door slid up, and a ripe butcher shop smell rolled out. Inside were 5 LD men in various states of decay. All carried bulky assault weapons. In front was Tevye, the green-skinned LD who'd thrown Stony around at the Congress. After a moment's hesitation, Tevye grabbed Stony by the front of his shirt and yanked him into the bed of the truck. Then the big man threw him to the floor and sat on top of him. Another man touched a rifle barrel to Stony's forehead. "Are you wearing makeup?" Tevye asked. The floor was wet beneath Stony's back. The plywood wall to his right was splattered with blood. Had they already started? "You can't do this," Stony said. "Oh, we're doing it all right," Tevye said. He turned to one of the other men. "Call Zip. Tell him we've got one of Blunt's people here." They had radios like Delia's. Of course they did. Until recently, they'd all been part of the same army. Tevye said, "Did Delia send you?" The men loomed over him. Stony said, "Nobody sent me. I haven't been able to reach anybody. I was afraid you'd killed them. Is Mr. Blunt still alive?" One of the men made a series of indistinct sounds, which Stony took a moment to parse into the sentence, "Blunt came after us." The man's jaw was unhinged on one side, making every expression a leer. "He torched the house. Came with a pistol and a—" Stony couldn't make out the word. "A what?" "A machete," Tevye said. "It came out of his arm." "He cut off their heads," the leering man said. "He's a psychopath." "He took out 4 of our people before we shot him down," Tevye said. "But he's dead now. Right, Jason?" He glanced at the one with the Mo Howard haircut. 5 bodies, 5 body bags, Jason said. Someone rapped 3 times on the rear door. Tevye rolled off Stony and nodded to have them open it. Stony lifted his head. Zip and another man climbed in. They seemed to be unarmed, but as Zip stood up, his coat swung open to reveal a white T-shirt soaked with blood. He laughed. "Stony fucking Mayhall!" Someone pulled the sliding door back down. "Are we still on?" one of the men asked. "Shit, yes, we're still on," Zip said. "Bobby's team is ready to hit the loading dock. We all go in." He glanced at a wristwatch. 15 minutes. "You can't do this," Stony said. "You can't start the big bite." "Not the way I wanted to," Zip said. "Your friends made sure of that when they betrayed us. I'll tell you this, though. We're sure as hell starting something, right, boys?" "You turned her in," Stony said. "You told the diggers about her houses. You told them about the answering system." He was guessing, but Zip nodded. "Stony, I reported every house I knew about. The diggers will be so busy today they'll never notice what's happening here." "You betrayed everyone," Stony said. "I'm saving us, kid. Our people will realize that soon enough." Zip looked up. "How are our 2 converts?" The men moved aside, and Stony twisted his head to see. At the back of the truck, 2 dead women lay on their sides. The oldest had short gray hair. The other, young enough to be a granddaughter, was a curly blonde. Stony could not tell where they'd been bitten, but their clothes were drenched in blood. They'd been dead only an hour, maybe 2. Each bite had an incubation period. Stony had been collecting data on the process from everyone he'd met at the house, and he'd watched Thomas's conversion in person. The longest part of the process was waiting to die. After death, there was a short period of disorientation during which the patient could barely function, and then the fever would set in. These women were already dead. They could be up and feeding within the hour. "This will never work," Stony said, trying to sound firm. "Once you start biting, the police will see what you're doing on the security cameras. They'll swarm you before the epidemic gets rolling. You may infect some people, but for what? Once the news gets out, they'll just quarantine every victim before they bite anyone else." Zip squatted down and shook his head. "You're missing the point, kid. We want the cameras to see us. Hell, once we get started, we'll call the television stations ourselves if we have to." One of the men said, "We'll inspire people." "Inspire them to do what?" Stony said. "Kill you?" "No, our people," Zip said. He looked at his watch again. "Once they see us on the news, biting like the old days, they'll start biting too. The diggers are cracking down everywhere today. Every LD in the country will realize that now's the time. We've been fighting a war of attrition, getting picked off one by one. That ends today. Besides, those people out there—" He looked up to address his men and pointed toward the front of the store. "Those breathers want it as bad as us. They're yearning for the end of the world. Why do you think they make so many movies about us? It's their fucking fantasy. Every one of them wants civilization to burn, for all the rules to go up in smoke. They want the monsters to attack. You know why? Because then they'll have the excuse to do what they've always wanted to do. Shoot people in the head. No laws, no morality. They'll have to do it. It'll be fucking noble. Every one of them is picturing themselves as the last man standing, a blood-stained samurai with an AK-47. "You'll get them all killed," Stony said. "You won't even be able to get out of here alive. There are what, 12 of you to pull this off?" 16, the leering man said. It sounded like 16. "That's enough." Zip looked at Stony curiously. "Are you pumping us for information?" He nodded toward Stony's chest. "Lift your shirt." "What?" "Lift your fucking shirt." Stony opened the denim jacket, then pulled up the blue Cubs t-shirt, another item borrowed from Crystal. Zip frowned. "Drop your pants." "Now, come on, you think I'm wearing a wire? Drop 'em." Stony unsnapped his jeans, the same pants he'd been wearing since the Congress, and pushed them down to his thighs. At Zip's look, he dropped his underwear, too. "See?" "All right, fine," Zip said. "It'd be just like Blunt to send you in here with a mic." "But you killed Mr. Blunt, didn't you?" "Shut the fuck up. Our people are hard to kill, but Blunt is something else entirely. Now, before I shoot you, I gotta ask. What the fuck were you thinking? You walk in here, you don't have a wire on you or even a gun?" "I don't believe in shooting people." "So what the fuck was your plan, genius?" "I was going to try to talk you out of it," Stony lied, "using the force of reason." Zip laughed. "The force of what?" "I'm an idealist," Stony said. "Well, we have something in common." He looked at his watch and stood up. "Time to go shopping, boys." "Shoot him?" one of them asked. Zip tilted his head. "Have you ever bitten anyone, Stony?" "No." "But you've wanted to, haven't you? That guy you ran down at the Congress, I bet you wanted to bite the hell out of him." "No." Zip grinned. "Liar. I gotta tell you, it's pretty damned amazing. It's what we're built for." He nodded to Mel, the leering man. "Bring him along, he can die with us." Mel slung his rifle and yanked Stony to his feet. Tevi lifted the sliding door. There was a loud crack from the parking lot. Tevi fell backward into the truck. Another crack, and a second man fell. Stony saw gray meat splatter Mel's face. Zip looked at Stony. "What did you do? What did you do?" "I made a call," Stony said. He'd told Crystal to call in a zombie sighting. He didn't know if the diggers would get here in time or if only the local police would be close enough. He'd only gone back into the garage to make sure Zip didn't launch the attack before someone arrived. Mel smiled his lopsided smile and lifted his weapon to point at Stony's chest. "Motherfucker!" he said. Stony lifted a hand. The blast knocked him backward into one of the dead women behind him. Pain flared through his arms and chest. He could not ignore it. He could not master it. And before he could marshal his concentration, things got much worse. The official story, as announced by government agents later that day, was that a small group of anti-Mormon extremists had captured a single zombie which they planned to set loose on the people in the ZCMI store. The 10 living men in the parking garage were all killed, and another 7 parked across the street from the loading dock were shot before they could leave their vehicle. The identities of the extremists were kept from the public under the Emergency Powers Act of 1968, which had never lapsed since the first outbreak. As you might imagine, conspiracy theorists had a field day with this, and, as usual, what began as a terrifying secret on the fringes of culture eventually found its way into the plot of a TV movie. In 1992, ABC broadcast Deliver Them from Evil, starring Harry Hamlin as an ex-Army colonel and Terry Garr as his wife, which proposed that experimentation on soldiers using a variant of the Walking Dead disease had driven the men mad. In 2011, a final, unpublished Jack Gore novel was found. Christmas for the Dead is a thinly disguised version of the ZCMI attack. In it, escapees from Deadtown hole up in a Walmart in Nevada. In desperation, they begin killing and infecting customers in an attempt to start a new outbreak. This is the first use in fiction of the term Big Bite. In the novel, Jack Gore sneaks into the store and tries to talk the DLs, as they started to call themselves in this book, out of attacking the breathers outside. Uncharacteristically, Gore fails, and he is killed along with the others when government troops storm the building. It's a bit of a downer, and perhaps proof that the book was not written by C.V. Ferris. One serious reader argued that it was also better written than the usual Ferris novel. On this point, reasonable people may disagree. But where were we? Oh, yes, Stony dying. Mel's shot seemed to uncork the guns of the diggers. A barrage of gunfire turned the interior of the truck into a hammer of sound. Stony could only stare up at the patch of air in front of his eyes. A dust storm of flesh and hair and clothing shot through with the lightning of sparking bullets. A body, or perhaps 2 bodies, fell over him. Stony was struck a dozen times, his body jerking with each impact. But perhaps because he was already prone, his feet pointing toward the open door, none of the shots entered his brain and ended his existence. Because he'd gone deaf, he was unsure of the exact moment the firing ended. He only knew the attack was over when armored men leaned into the dome of his vision. Men in bulky vests and gleaming helmets like beetles. Still, over so quickly? It lacked the drama he'd been expecting. The slow-motion Bonnie and Clyde deaths of Billy Zip and his terrorists. Where was the music? The diggers quickly determined that Stony was still functioning and stepped over him to look at the 2 women. "Fresh ones," one of the soldiers said. The women twisted and lurched. One of them, the young blonde, clawed feebly at the air. The soldier turned to another helmeted man and said, "What would you like to do?" The second man took off his helmet and said, "What a mess." He was perhaps 50 years old, with a round, kindly face and dark hair flecked with gray. He wore rimless glasses with silver stems. The first soldier said, "Doctor, you shouldn't." "It's fine, Sergeant," the doctor said. He took off his glasses and rubbed the bridge of his nose. "The news people will be here soon," he said, almost to himself. "Put them down, then?" the soldier asked. "No!" Stony shouted. The doctor seemed to look at him for the first time. "Don't shoot them," Stony said. "Please." "You're Stony Mayhall, aren't you?" Stony tried to sit up, but his body failed to obey him. "There's another team, by the loading dock." "What?" How many? Where exactly? I don't know. There was much shouting into radios. A few of the soldiers scrambled out of the truck, but the man with the glasses stayed. Don't kill the women, Stony said. In a few hours they'll be fine. The fever passes. You don't have to kill them. They'll hardly be fine, the doctor said. He squatted to study Stony's face. You are him. Your mother's told me so much about you. You know my mother? You've been hurt, the man said. Don't worry, we'll clean that up. You have no idea how long I've been looking for you. I think I do, Stony thought. The doctor said, Sergeant, this one's coming with us. Yes, Dr. Weiss. And the other gunman? The doctor regarded the bodies piled up around him. Looks like you've already taken care of them. Just make sure of it. And the women? He took off his glasses and stared at the lenses as if deciding whether to clean them. No room, he said finally. Put them down, and may God have mercy on their souls. Part 3. Chapter 13. 1998. Deadtown. Well, perhaps not 1998. It could be a year earlier or later. In Stoney's memory, the chronology of events during this period is a little shifty. In prison, at least the type of maximum security prison he found himself in, there was very little to anchor him to the living calendar. The seasons passed unseen beyond the windowless cement walls. His body, in refusing to age or decompose, was no use as a clock. One thing happened, and another thing happened. Sometimes these events were years apart. Some moments, however, remained vivid in his memory, even if he could not place them on a calendar. Shame could paint an entire day. For example, the day he woke his first sleeper, the day he stopped his best friend from escaping. He'd been in Deadtown for 10 years, more or less. Some time after the last chimp had died, after he'd been fitted for his first prosthetic hand, but before he'd gotten his second. A guard unlocked the steel door of his cell and said, "We've got another sleeper." Stony looked up from the book he was holding. For a moment he wondered if they were talking about him, because although he looked as if he were reading, in truth he'd been staring at the same page for a long time. Possibly hours. He could say that he'd been lost in thought if he could recall any thoughts. In his recent memory there was nothing but a brilliant white void, a hole in a strip of film where the lamp had blasted through. This had been happening more and more often to him, but for how long, he couldn't say. 2 guards stood in the doorway. The speaker's name was Harry Vincent, a handsome young man with watery blue eyes, a strong Roman nose, and full lips that reminded him of Ruby. There were guards who were decent men, who treated the LDs, if not kindly, then at least as if they might still be part of the human family. Harry was not one of those guards. Stony put down the book. "Who is it?" "One of the old-timers. The doc's away, but he said you should examine her." Because of Stoney's relationship with Dr. Weiss and his standing with the other prisoners, he had become over the years an unofficial trustee. He helped the newly captured adjust to life in Deadtown. He talked down the most violent prisoners before the guards felt forced to kill them. He helped the prison run smoothly. He would have done these things, he told himself, even if the doctor did not reward him with certain privileges, such as access to the doctor's library. Harry tossed him a mask. It was metal mesh and leather, a cross between a fencer's mask and a catcher's. Stony fitted over his face, then turned his back. Harry stepped forward to buckle it tight. Then they handcuffed his arms behind his back and led him out to the elevated walkway, Harry in front, the other guard trailing. As they passed the cells, prisoners stepped to the rectangular slots to whisper hellos to Stony, or simply to catch his eye. Stony nodded, saying nothing. The cells were set on columns inside a larger cement box, surrounded by air on all sides. No one would be tunneling out of this dead town. There had been 4 facilities that inherited the name. The first had been in Indianapolis, an army barracks that had been quickly converted to an emergency holding area during the 1968 outbreak. The next dead town was a prison farm in upstate New York, then an asylum in Florida, and finally this place. 100 acres in the Nevada desert that had once been, and was still publicly known as, a federal toxic waste disposal facility. Wherever the dead were held, there was Dead Town. The guards took Stony down the central stairs to the main floor, where 2 other guards worked the gate that allowed access to the next cell block. There were acres of cement buildings that stored several thousand tons of toxins and biological agents awaiting disposal. And among them were 3 oblong buildings that held the prisoners. There was no exercise yard, no cafeteria, no weight room. Most of the prisoners never left their block for the entirety of their stay. The length of their sentence largely depended on how long they could remain sane. Prisoners who acted out were destroyed. Those who tried to escape were destroyed. But those who tried to destroy themselves or tried to escape by more subtle means were prevented at all costs from doing so. Stony's entourage entered the B block. As in the other building, the prisoners here were quiet because the guards liked them quiet. But as Stony was led past the cells, LDs again came to the doors and tried to get his attention. These prisoners saw Stony less often, and they were more insistent. "Stony, hey! Ask them about our radios. They took away the radios." And, "You have any books with you, Stony?" And, "Hi, Stony, it's me, Thomas." This last voice caused Stony to slow. If he stopped completely, the guards would become angry, so as he passed, he made a minimalist wave with one bound hand, and Thomas nodded in return. The postman had almost no memories of his life before being bitten, and he'd had little time to make new ones. He'd been captured by the diggers only a few weeks after his conversion, the day before Zip had tried to launch his big bite. Delia had never made it to the safe house, and she'd evidently eluded the authorities. At least Dr. Weiss had never caught her, but every LD at her safe house had been shot or captured. They'd also arrested Elizabeth, the living owner of the house. The farther the guards took Stony down the walkway, the more his dread grew. Soon they reached the next-to-last cell, and the guards stopped to open the door. It was Valerie's cell. The interior was identical to his own, an iron-frame cot, a toilet with a waterless bowl, and a small desk and chair. On the desk was a paper tablet and a pencil. Months ago, Stony had suggested to the doctor that the prisoners keep journals, and these documents could be analyzed for psychological insights peculiar to the undead. The doctor had ignored the suggestion until enough time had passed that he could think it was his own idea. Now the tablets were collected every Sunday like homework and replaced with fresh blank paper. No one knew what they were supposed to write about, only that they had to write something. Express yourself, the doctor told them. The prisoner lay on the bunk, eyes closed, arms at her sides. "Valerie?" Stony said. The figure inside the blue prison jumpsuit was almost a skeleton, completely bald, with parched white skin stretched over her bones. A thin blanket covered her legs and feet. He asked the guards, "How long has she been like this?" 2 days. About. "You should have moved her to the infirmary," he said, trying to hide his anger. "That's where the doctor wants them." "The doctor wasn't here." "All right. Could you at least take off the handcuffs then? I need to examine her." "Work around it," Harry said. Stony said, "I thought the doctor didn't want to lose another one." Harry swore, then grabbed Stony by the back of the neck and pressed its masked face to the wall. The other guard worked the key of the handcuffs. "Thank you," Stony said when they released him. "Leave the mask on," Harry said. Then the 2 guards stepped out of the cell and pulled the bars closed. Stony went to the bunk and squatted down beside her. He took her hand in his. Of course it was cold, but the fingers were lifeless. She had not started to decompose, at least no further than she'd been the day she climbed from the grave. She did not smell like a corpse. "Hey, sweetheart." He touched her face. Time to wake up." The first sleeper had been discovered about a year ago. He was an LD from Maryland named Lawrence, who'd been in Deadtown for over 25 years. One night he lay down on his bunk and never got up. The guards eventually realized he'd stopped moving. They pulled him from the bed, yelled at him, beat him. They tried sharp tools and electricity. He never made a sound, and his eyes never flickered. The doctor examined Lawrence's body and allowed Stony to see him as well. It was a riddle. The working definition for walking dead was a dead person that walked. If the corpse stopped moving, was it only a corpse, or an LD playing possum? They watched Lawrence for weeks. He never moved. Eventually the doctor ordered Lawrence to be destroyed. Stony argued furiously with the doctor. How could he kill a man because we don't know he's gone yet? But the doctor was fed up. The destruction was carried out in the usual way. 138 round through his forehead, then off to the prison incinerator. But Lawrence had started some kind of trend. Over the next year, 7 more prisoners entered the sleep. "I know you don't want to be here," Stony said to Valerie. Here being not just this cell, or Deadtown, but the world. "You've served your time. You've earned the right to leave if that's what you want to do. But you know I can't let you go without a fight." This last he said lightly. It was a joke between them that he could argue for days about the smallest thing. She didn't respond. Outside the bars, Harry and the other guard were already bored. Stony tried to think of what he could say to her that hadn't been said in all the hours they'd spent together. The doctor allowed him to visit the prisoners, and he'd used that privilege sometimes selfishly. He went to Valerie's cell at least once a month where they continued their conversation, argument, debate, competing monologues, wherever they'd left off. Sometimes they talked about trivial things. When the guards weren't watching, he would sit beside her, their hands and arms entwined. Of course, they didn't have sex. That was impossible for them. But these moments seemed to be the kind of intimacy that, he imagined after reading countless novels and watching so many films, breathers drifted into after sex, the languorous morning in bed between lovers, or settled into long after the last act of intercourse, the deep comfort taken by couples in their 80s. Sometime since arriving in Deadtown, Valerie had stopped being his substitute mother, his older sister, and had become something else that he'd never heard an LD describe. And now she was trying to leave him. She'd never lost her belief that the LDs were in limbo, cut off from God. He couldn't blame her for finally wanting to cross over. If he were a good person, an unselfish person, he'd kiss her goodnight and wish her a safe voyage. But he wanted her to stay. "You're setting a bad example here, Valerie. If you decide this second life isn't worth living, how many others are going to take your exit as an example?" He thought, how long until I decide to follow her? He glanced behind him and saw that the guards had disappeared. The cell block had gone silent. LD ears would be straining. Whatever he said now that wasn't whispered would be heard and passed along the block. If Valerie died tonight, this would be the only eulogy his people would hear. Well, he had no interest in delivering a eulogy, but he did want them to hear one thing. He removed his mask and in a normal voice said, "Some people say we're cursed, Valerie, that we're the work of Satan, but I don't believe that. I know that we're special because of people like you. You're kind. You cared for me when I first came to the house. You took care of every new arrival. Why would the devil create someone like you? There's a purpose for us, Valerie, and I don't think it's done with you yet. There's work to do here. You may not know it, but people here depend on you. I depend on you. There's a revolution coming, Valerie, and when these walls tumble down, we're going to need the most humane of us to guide us." There. He felt ridiculous, but he'd said what he needed to for the peanut gallery. And Valerie hadn't moved. He lifted her slightly and lay down beside her, his arm around her so that she rested her head on his chest. He stroked her arm with his prosthetic hand. After a long while he turned his head and whispered into her ear, "I know you're awake in there." She didn't answer. He said in a low voice, "There's something I never told you. I don't know why. Maybe because I thought you'd be grossed out or think I was becoming a mad doctor or something. It's about my pinky." He laughed at his nervousness. "You know, when I was captured, my hand was pretty much destroyed when one of Zip's men shot it. I dragged that hunk of flesh around with me for 6 months before I asked the doctor to amputate it completely. But I'd already done my own experiment. I cut off, well, I guess I twisted off is more accurate, my pinky toe on my right foot. I hid it in a hole in my mattress. I know that's a little weird, even for us. Anyway, the toe didn't rot. I checked it every day, and it was the same as always, a little gray nubbin with a black nail, just like the ones that were still attached. This is one of those impossible things that drive the doctor crazy. Why don't LDs rot? Why is the state of our decomposition frozen at the moment we die? Yes, we wear down, some of us lose our hair and our teeth, we get injured, but why don't our cells break down and slough away? Why don't microbes eat our flesh? Not even bacteria like our taste." He stared at the ceiling for a minute, and then he whispered, "The point is, here was a body part that also refused to rot. I kept checking on it every day for months. Eventually I looked at it once a week, and then I forgot to check on it at all. Now the interesting part. One day I was hiding something else. I'll tell you about that later after you wake up. And I found the toe. It had fallen into the corner behind the leg of the bunk, and it was shriveled and black, and it smelled awful. It had started decomposing. Why, though? What had changed?" He looked down at her. "Give up?" "It was me. I'd forgotten about it. I'd stopped thinking of the toe as part of me, and without me to believe in it, it started to rot." He tapped her arm with his plastic hand. "And that's how I know you're still in there, Valerie. That's how I knew Lawrence, our first sleeper, wasn't really dead. You haven't given up on your body yet." He lay beside her for several hours talking to her. Harry and the other guard didn't return for him. It wasn't until he heard the next shift enter the cell block that Stony moved to get up. Valerie's hand tightened on his own. "I was almost there," she said. "Valerie, sweetheart!" She sat up slowly. He offered a hand to help her up, but she shook her head. She pulled the blanket from her legs and stared at her feet. She wore no shoes. The skin had been turned the color of charcoal. Stony looked at her face, then back to her feet. "What did they—" The soles of her feet had been scoured away, exposing black bone. "I remember that now," she said. He put a hand to his mouth to stop himself from screaming. They'd burned her. The fuckers had burned her. He stood up, went to the closed door of the cell, and peeked out. The guards were nowhere in sight. He turned again. Eventually he went to Valerie and kneeled beside her. "I'm so sorry," he said. "I'm so sorry." "Almost there," she said again. When Dr. Weiss returned, he was pleased to hear of Stony's success and sent for him immediately. Guards escorted him to the administration building and home to Dr. Weiss's office, the lab, and the infirmary, a suite of private cells housing a few of the prisoners the doctor was particularly interested in. Stony worked in the lab 3 or 4 times a week. In order to do his work, he needed to have his hands free, and once the handcuffs were removed, it seemed pointless to leave the mask on. Yes, it was against all protocols, but Stony was a special case. See, Dr. Weiss and Stony were pals. Colleagues, mentor and mentee. "Pleasant trip?" Stony asked politely. Another near miss, Dr. Weiss said sourly. They'd been in the house not a day before. He unlocked his briefcase and began removing thick file folders. He'd been traveling with one of the capture teams, tracking down rumors of walking dead in San Diego. More and more often they were missing the LDs. The dead, who used to hunker down to hide, had turned skittish. It was nothing like the late 80s, when Zip had tipped off the diggers to the LDA phone network. In those years, the teams had rolled up 24 safe houses, and hundreds of LDs had been captured. Captured, but not kept. Deadtown's population was capped at 120, and fewer than a dozen had been brought into the prison. The rest had been destroyed. In the past few years, the teams had found only a few stray LDs and no occupied safe houses. The doctor was growing impatient. He constantly worried that they'd cut his funding and end the program. Stony said, "I don't suppose you spoke to anyone on the civilian side?" The breathers who were suspected of aiding the undead were kept in civilian prisons and fell under the jurisdiction of the Justice Department. Deadtown was controlled, for historical reasons going back to the emergency powers granted during the '68 outbreak, by the Army. Still, the two sides talked. Favors could be traded. "It wasn't that kind of trip, Stony," the doctor said. He stooped to spin the dial on his private safe, carefully blocking Stony's view of the numbers. Stony said, "I only ask because you'd mentioned you'd be seeing someone from Calvet." "I'm sorry, Stony, no." He deposited a few of the files in the safe, then slammed the door. "I'm sure your mother is fine." "But she hasn't written back." It was against all rules, but the doctor had taken Stony's letters to his mother at the Calvet Medical Prison and had promised to deliver any letters she wrote to him. "Stony, we've talked about this. I can't force your mother to write to you. Now tell me, how did you do it? How did you get Valerie to snap out of it?" Stony tried to keep his voice level. "I just talked to her," he said. Then he picked up a stack of remaining folders and said, "Do you want me to refile these?" "I need details, Stony. What did you say to her?" "She wasn't as far gone as the others," Stony said. "It was that simple." "Huh. So early intervention—" "You have a problem with Harry Vincent," Stony said. "What kind of problem?" Stony told him about what he'd done to Valerie. "He's abusive. He could have killed her. You're going to have to fire him." "I think we both know that's not possible. You're overstepping your bounds, Stony." Bounds. And what were those exactly? Stony had made it his job to move those boundaries a little bit every day. While Dr. Weiss studied the LDs, Stony studied the doctor. Stony tried a different tack. "He deliberately disobeyed your orders. He could have ruined one of your most important subjects. Valerie is one of the graveborn, one of the few we have in population." "I know that." "I'm just saying, you might want to make sure to have guards who understand what's at stake here. Professionals who don't undermine you with the other staff." Dr. Weiss removed his glasses. "Undermine me? How?" "He's not on board with the research goals of the organization, Doctor. He thinks that you—" Stony frowned as if reluctant to pass on bad news. "What?" "He openly told the other guards that you should be replaced as director." Dr. Weiss started to ask a question, then changed his mind. "You should file those." Dr. Weiss coveted data. He hoarded files and folders and magnetic tapes and disks and threw nothing away. When he came into possession of a particularly sparkly factoid, some juicy secret, he showed it off to Stony like Kwong unwrapping a mint-condition Astonishing Tales, and then told him to file it away. Sometime after he'd been in Deadtown a few years, but before he'd gotten his first prosthetic hand, the doctor had called Stony into his office and handed him a thick manila envelope. "A contact of mine at DOJ forwarded on something you might find interesting." On the front of the envelope was scrawled, in thick black marker, Mayh 70381. The doctor said, "It's from a police detective in Des Moines, Iowa, somebody named Detective Kell." Kell. Stony remembered his mother talking about him. Weiss said, "He's retiring, trying to wrap up some cold cases. He sent a request for a final interview with your mother. DOJ said no, of course, but they demanded all his files. Those are the pertinent bits." Stony opened the envelope and took out a sheaf of papers. They were photocopies of manually typed reports, the text faint. Dr. Weiss said, "This detective's been looking into the death of a homeless girl in December 1968. He finally tracked down her name." Stony looked up. Dr. Weiss savored the anticipation. He was gleeful with it. "Bethany Cooper, from Evans City, Pennsylvania." Stony thought, my mother, my biological mother, had a name. "The town was practically the epicenter of the outbreak," the doctor said. "She was 17 the year it happened, living at home. On the big night, October 1st, she disappeared. Her parents thought she died in the attacks. Most of the town was wiped out. Somehow, 2 months later, she turned up in Iowa by the side of the road." "Where was she going?" Stony asked. "Who knows? Maybe she was running away from home, heading west. Maybe she was in shock. But at some point between leaving home and arriving in Easterly, she delivered you. Perhaps on the night of the outbreak." "The father?" Stony couldn't say, "my father." "Both parents are still in Evans City. They moved away briefly during the evacuation, but then came back and never moved. Property values probably never recovered." "No. Who was the father of the baby?" "Ah, I don't believe that's in the file. Another missing person. Detective Kell, however, wanted to know what happened to the child." "He doesn't know about me?" "He must suspect something. So what do you think? Should we tell this retired cop the rest of the story? Solve the biggest mystery of his career?" "I don't know. But if you—" "I'm kidding, Stony. You're classified." Stony nodded, though he was still numbed by the news. He turned over another page in the stack and saw a wallet-sized photograph. It looked like a school picture of a white girl with straight bangs and long brown hair. And now, he thought, she had a face. "She's so young," he said aloud. "Can I keep this?" "Stony." The doctor's tone was condescending. It was against the rules for the prisoners to keep any personal items. Besides, it was data, and all data belonged to Dr. Weiss. "Right," Stony said, and slid the photo back into place beneath a paperclip. "You want me to file these?" "I'll take them." Ah, destined for the private safe. Dr. Weiss had gotten more careful over the years. He no longer opened the vault in Stony's presence, afraid that Stony would peek at the combination. The doctor said, "I just wanted to see if the face jogged a memory. You see, the girl died of severe internal injuries, as if she'd tried to give birth to a clawed animal. Detective Kell didn't know what to make of it." Stony put the file on the desk. "You fucker," he thought. "Evidently," the doctor said, sliding the file toward himself, "you weren't the easiest child to bring into the world." Sometime after Valerie's awakening, 2 weeks or perhaps a month, Harry Vincent and 4 other guards charged Stony's cell. They wore the usual riot gear, hockey pads, thick gloves, and the plexiglass helmets of the diggers. To the guards, the undead presented a problem. The prisoners did not experience pain as the living did, and could not be subdued or intimidated as easily as normal prisoners. They were a challenge. And there was something about their resistance to pain that galled, that provoked. It was a fuck you to every state employee with a truncheon. And so, the constant struggle, easily lost, to treat them as anything but carcasses, as dumb meat on hooks fit to be punched Rocky Balboa style, then to be shoved around, carved up, and eventually, inevitably, thrown into the incinerator. The living dead are born out of the ground, but they rise in smoke. Harry Vincent did not appreciate being reported to his supervisor. His supervisor did not appreciate the doctor inserting himself into the running of the prison. So Stony Mayhall would be suspected of hiding contraband, and he would resist the guards, and he would be firmly subdued. They broke both of his arms and ripped the prosthetic hand from his stump and cracked his shoulder blade. They jumped on his ribs, denting his torso like a wicker basket. They shattered his right cheek and flattened his face. They seemed to find it difficult to stop hitting him. Maybe if he had made some noise or cried out in mock pain, they would have stopped sooner. Or maybe that would have only egged them on. Impossible to know. Stony did not try to bite them, though he did have an opportunity to do so. One of the men slammed his arm down across Stony's face, and his forearm pad slipped up towards his elbow. For a moment, there was a rectangular patch of exposed flesh at the man's wrist, only inches from Stony's teeth. He let the moment pass. After Cornelius, he'd promised himself he wouldn't bite anyone again. Eventually the guards exhausted themselves. Harry Vincent squatted next to him, breathing hard. "I promise you, Stony, one day I'm going to be the one to throw you in the incinerator. I'm going to light a cigarette off your flaming head and watch you burn." Stony decided a reply wasn't necessary. Later, on the floor of his cell, he attempted the first repairs on himself, imagining Alice talking him through the procedure. The tibia's connected to the patella's connected to the femur. Now hear the word of the Lord. He was able to snap a knee into place, but the rest of his attempts at reconstruction were not very effective. He had only one hand to work with, a tool that was itself in need of repair. He could do nothing for his arm above the stump, which appeared to be broken in 3 places. Finally, he rested his damaged cheek against the cement floor and watched the fluorescent light through the slot in his cell door. Chapter 14. The turn of the century, more or less. Dead Town. "I've been thinking about the ship of Theseus," Stony told the doctor. He struggled to enunciate clearly. Over weeks of surgeries, the doctor and his team had stitched up the tears and punctures in Stony's skin, wired his rib cage together, pinned the bones of his legs and arms, and reset his jaw. Still, damage remained. He'd not yet adjusted to the limitations of his new body. Dr. Weiss sat beside the bed, arms on his knees, his face dour, as if he were in mourning. It was one of his daily visits, which had grown longer over the weeks, as if he were lonely or seeking counseling. Most afternoons there was alcohol on his breath. Stony said, "It was in a philosophy book I read once. A wooden ship is damaged in battle, so they take off one of the planks and replace it with, say, aluminum or plastic. Each time the ship is damaged, they remove a wooden plank and replace it with a plastic one until years later the ship is entirely plastic. So, is it the same ship as before?" The doctor frowned. He looked tired, his skin gray. Maybe it was the drink or the stress of the job, or maybe, after so long among the undead, he'd started to resemble them. "I'm sorry," he said. "I'm not following." "I'd like to continue with the experiment," Stony said. He lifted his broken arm, and the damaged shoulder joint vibrated like a serrated knife sawing a pork chop bone. The arm was being held together by a contraption of rods and braces and ended in a new prosthetic hand. The new hand was lighter and more cheaply made than his previous model, but he'd adjusted to it quickly and learned to move the fingers and thumb in the space of a few days. The new model was lighter and more cheaply made than his previous model, but he'd adjusted to it quickly and learned to move the fingers and thumb in the space of a few days. "I think we can go further." "No," Dr. Weiss said, seeming to wake up. "Absolutely not." "The whole arm," Stony said, "right up to the shoulder, all new equipment." "I don't understand why you keep volunteering to do this to yourself." Then, with the token expression of concern dispensed with, he said, "What purpose would it serve?" "To find out where it ends. I can already do this. The index finger flexed like a finger puppet. A small thing, but impossible to explain with conventional science. There were no wires connecting his finger to his arm muscles, no tiny motors to move the digit, no remote control. The finger moved because Stony made it move. He felt like a novice magician demonstrating the opening moves of a master's illusion. "Thank you, Mr. Blunt." "He ought to write a paper for Oswald." Stony said, "Don't you wonder how far it can go? What if I can do an entire arm?" "I'm worried for you, Stony," Dr. Weiss said. "This could redefine the living dead. Think about it. When they ask you, 'Dr. Weiss, how much of one of these creatures do we have to destroy before we know it's truly dead?' And you can say, 'All of it. Take no chances.'" Stony lowered his arm. "That's not very scientific." "Better safe than scientific." "If you truly believe that," Stony said, "Deadtown wouldn't exist. We're here exactly because knowledge of us is important, even if it comes with a little risk." Stony lay back against his pillow. "All I'm saying is, think about it." The doctor had already been thinking of extending the experiment, and Stony knew it. Some day soon, Dr. Weiss would call in one of the prisoners, tie him or her down, and cut off a finger, a toe, a hand, an arm. It wasn't that the doctor was capital E evil. He was haunted, not only by the victims of 1968, but by the ghosts of the future dead, the millions who would die next time. Despite the diggers' successes, despite the record lows in reports of the undead, Dr. Weiss knew, as Stony did, that a second outbreak was inevitable. It was the diggers' failure at finding new hordes of ravenous biters that would allow them to reappear. The government was growing complacent, losing the rabid edge that would let it strike quickly when the next surge of undead erupted. Or, and this is what kept the doctor up at night, the next outbreak would begin in some third world country, where the government was insufficiently prepared to put down an epidemic. Dr. Weiss would stare at his bedroom wall, thinking of a tide of undead rolling through the rural provinces of China, the plains of Africa. He'd begun his career desperately searching for a vaccine or treatment. But after 30 years, the impossibility of the living dead, their immunity from rational understanding, had crippled that dream. Science was failing him. His only hope now was to apply the scientific method to the irrational. He would amputate the limbs of the prisoners, not because he wished to hurt them, but because he wanted to save them, the living and the dead alike. The limits of animation seemed central to the puzzle. The doctor had heard rumors of Mr. Blunt, and Stony had confirmed that the LD was more marionette than man, a thing of polished wood. Then the doctor had seen Stony learn to manipulate artificial limbs as if they were his own bones. How much further could he go? It was the flip side of the question of how much destruction an LD could take. How much of the artificial could be assimilated and still retain that person's identity? The doctor stared at him for a long moment, then slowly shook his head. "You're not like the rest of them, Stony. Maybe it was the way you were born, but you're different. You're more human." What does he expect me to say? Stony thought. Thank you? From day one, the doctor assumed that because Stony had betrayed Billy Zip, he was somehow on the side of the diggers. Stony had done nothing but encourage that misunderstanding. The doctor stood up to leave, and Stony said, "You'd have to save all the parts we remove, so we can try the Hobbs thing." "Oh, of course," Dr. Weiss said, but Stony could tell he didn't get the reference. Thomas Hobbs had taken the Ship of Theseus story one step further. What if, Hobbs asked, some man had saved each of the wooden planks as they were taken off, and then later built a ship out of them, putting each piece back in its original location? Wouldn't the reassembled ship be the same one we started with? Then what about the plastic ship next to it? "We can build another Stony," Stony said. "I've always wanted a brother." Sometimes, when he lay on the bed, he put his plastic hand to the metal frame and said to himself, I am the bed. Feel those sturdy legs, the hard feet against the cold cement. If the self could embrace a plastic prosthetic, he reasoned, why not furniture? Why couldn't the self be larger than this man-shaped lump of dead material he found himself in? He was as curious as the doctor, perhaps more so. He concentrated and made a chant of it. I am the bed is me. I belong to you, and you belong to me. I am the bed. It was a struggle to stay focused. Even before Valerie's torture, Stony had been losing time, and his thoughts darted and circled like a paper sack caught by the wind. The attack by Harry and the other guards had only accelerated the disarray. Often he thought about sleep, the little sleep that he used to envy in his sisters, and the big sleep that he envied in Valerie, that he took away from her. Sometimes an image entered his mind that he could not shake for days. Junie sobbing into his shoulder, Kwong crushed under the dashboard of the car, Alice reaching down to pull him out of his cardboard fort at the edge of the fields, Bethany Cooper bleeding to death in the snow. He tried to think of positive things, to summon a brighter future. He imagined traveling to Pennsylvania and meeting his grandparents. He imagined his grandmother reaching out an arm to him and saying, "It's you, isn't it? Bethany's boy." But even that fantasy felt like a betrayal. His mother sat alone in a cell like his, in the Calvet medical prison. Dr. Weiss had promised to look into his mother's case, but he'd done nothing. He hadn't even managed to get his mother to read Stoney's letters, or if she had, to write back. Years ago, the doctor visited Wanda Mayhall regularly. Stony had found folders thick with their transcribed conversations. At first she'd refused to tell the man anything, but her daughters were still under threat of arrest, and the facts could not be hidden for long. The doctor learned all about how Stony was found, how he refused to grow, then how he refused to stop growing. He got everything from her eventually, and then, when he captured her son, he had no more interest in Wanda Mayhall. Most nights Stony heard the guards, really one guard, making his rounds. He knew it was Harry Vincent. The man walked through the offices, sat at Dr. Weiss's desk, rattled the file cabinets. Each night he stood for a long time in front of Stony's cell. He never spoke, though sometimes he stood there for minutes at a time. Of course, Stony fantasized about revenge. Against Vincent, against the doctor, against the other guards who'd beaten him. The daydreams were vivid and bloody. An acid bath had burned away everything but a copper-bright circuit of hate. It was almost addicting. He tried to break himself out of these toxic spirals by willing himself to think of Ruby. She was 10 now, or 11, or 12. He invented hobbies for her. He listened to her practice the cello, except when it was a saxophone or piano. He regarded her artwork as it hung on Crystal's refrigerator. He imagined her letters written on ruled paper. "Dear Uncle Stony, it sure has been a busy week." And all other times he planned his escape. It was his duty as a prisoner. The diggers' helicopters were just outside the administration building, their black SUVs gassed up and ready to go. He fabricated elaborate escape plans worthy of a Jack Gore book. No, stranger than a Jack Gore book. He pulled himself up and went to the door of his cell. He put his plastic fingers to the wall and thought, "I am the door. The door is me." Stony had spent years becoming one of the most reliable workers in the doctor's office. Now that he'd moved into an infirmary cell, he could be that diligent employee every day, the doctor's most important research assistant. The nurses who rotated through the facility never lasted long, and outside scientists were not encouraged to visit. Dr. Weiss did everything he could to block other researchers from direct access to the prisoners, and he only reluctantly released data to the government teams studying the undead. The doctor thought Stony posed no threat, however, either to his ego or his health. Stony was never forced to wear a mask and was never handcuffed. The doctor wanted nothing to slow down his typing speed. And Stony could type like a fiend. nearly 160 words a minute, and spent hundreds of hours at the computer, filling databases and writing little DOS and VB6 programs to help the doctor churn out statistics. He typed an uncountable number of reports, memos, official letters, and articles. The articles had not been published, and would never be as long as the existence of Deadtown remained a state secret. "I'm sitting on a gold mine," the doctor said at least once a week, "and I can't tell anyone." He feared for his legacy. Sometime before, Stony had expressed concern about the archives. This was in 1995 or 1996, a couple of years before Valerie first tried to sleep. In the old animal lab, there were almost a dozen file cabinets filled with documents going back to the first days of the prison. "They can take paper away from you," Stony told the doctor. "They can burn it." Soon the office had a scanner. Stony set about digitizing the most important of the years of paper documents and saving those first to zip disks, then later burning to CDs and DVDs. Stony made 2 copies of everything, just in case you need to take a few home. Internet access was forbidden at Deadtown, but Stony set up a VPN, a kind of private digital tunnel, between the office and the Weiss home, so the doctor could get at the files remotely. The work beat cleaning the animal cages. Those experiments were over now, thank God. Now his most interesting task was making the rounds of the special patients in the infirmary. Some of these were sleepers, inert men and women chained to their beds, who would lie there until the doctor decided to dispose of them. Stony tried to talk to them as he had to Valerie, but he never felt that they were listening to him or that he was breaking through. Maybe it was because he didn't know them as well as he did Valerie, or care for them as deeply. Maybe it was because he didn't want to rob them of their escape from Deadtown. Many of the patients were headbangers. Suicide was no easy task for an LD, but a determined prisoner could bash his skull against the floor or wall with enough force to destroy himself. If he, and most of the headbangers were male, failed to finish the job, or if the guards heard the distinctive thumping and interrupted him, he'd be brought to the administration building and strapped to a bed in the infirmary. Sometimes the prisoner recovered and went back to his cell, living for months more like a dented aluminum can on a grocery shelf. Sometimes he went back to his cell and finished the job. Stony's most unusual and favorite patient was Perpetual Joe. Most of the man's cell was taken up by a sturdy, squealing treadmill that was little more than a rubber mat wrapped around a set of steel rollers. Joe ran full out, chest up, arms pumping. A slight hitch in his step, caused perhaps by one leg being shorter than the other, gave him a jazzy, swinging gait. He always seemed happy to see Stony, though he never paused or slowed. Stony checked the battery and connections, recorded the output from the voltmeter, inspected the treadmill for wear and tear, all the while trading small talk with Joe. The man had risen from the grave during the original outbreak, been captured at dawn the next day, and had spent the last 30 years as a prisoner of successive Deadtowns. In 1982, Dr. Weiss had decided to test LD endurance. He started with 4 LDs on treadmills wired to generate a current. The other prisoners had damaged themselves or stopped in protest or pleaded fatigue. Joe kept going. Joe liked it. He spent all day, every day, running toward the cement wall 3 feet in front of him. "How much today, Stony?" he'd ask, and Stony would read him the latest figures. He'd recently passed the 25-million-mile mark and had generated enough power to electrocute every prisoner in Nevada. Part of Stony's job was to inspect Joe himself, especially his feet and legs and knees. Joe ran barefoot, and his feet should have been pulverized by the constant pounding, his knees and hips destroyed. But his body was unchanged from the day of Stony's first report. Maybe, Stony thought, for the 1,000th time, the 1,000,000th, we are wounded only by what we expect to wound us. Anything beneath our notice, like the wear and tear of constant running or obsessive digging or the daily microscopic impacts with air and ground, cannot harm us because we forget to allow it to harm us. Integrity is all, as the lumpists said. "Better check that 3rd roller," Joe would say, or point out some disturbing squeak or incipient tear in the rubber pad. He was as conscientious about his equipment as any professional athlete. When the backup treadmill was out for repairs, as it was now, he was constantly nervous. He'd been forced to stop only 3 times. Stony had seen only one of those stoppages. Joe, the most upbeat LD that Stony had ever met, flew into a rage and had to be restrained. "Keep up the good work," Stony would tell him. And Stony kept working too. Tasks kept him from losing time, kept the white void from blanking his mind. He had a job to do every day, and long-term goals, and people to care for. Most of the time he didn't think about going to sleep. Whole days went by in which he didn't imagine crushing his skull against the cement floor of his cell. On Sundays, Stony's job was to go through the collected journals, summarize them, and log them into a database, and set aside the most interesting entries for the doctor's consideration on Monday morning. In the first weeks of the project, the doctor read every tablet, but it soon became clear that most of the LDs had nothing of interest to say. They doodled, or copied down nursery rhymes, or wrote, "I prefer not to." A few of the prisoners became memoirists, describing their lives before they were bitten, or how they'd stayed hidden during the years. Stony scanned these for mentions of other LDs still at large, or for information that might help the diggers find a remaining safe house, and when he found these references, he cut those pages free using an X-Acto knife, then ate them. Later, sometimes days later, he would sneak into a bathroom and vomit the paste into the toilet. Delia was still out there, and Commander Calhoun had not been discovered. Rose and the lump, as far as he knew, were still free. Even Mr. Blunt might still be alive. So he swallowed the evidence, and every Sunday he unboxed a fresh stack of blank tablets to distribute to the prisoners. On some of the middle pages he wrote messages in faint pencil. Sometimes he passed on news from the outside world. Sometimes he gave them assignments called DGCs for Drive the Guards Crazy. DGC number 84. On Tuesday, everyone softly hum, Climb Every Mountain. And They are waiting for us outside. And Give a man a stick, and he will beat you for a day. But give him a uniform, and he will beat you every day, then complain about how tough it is on his rotator cuff. The journal entries that most interested Dr. Weiss were the ones in which LDs talked about their feelings. If they talked about their feelings about death, the doctor became almost giddy. "Listen to this," the doctor said one Monday morning. "We are proof that God exists. We may be the only proof that God exists. We are dead sticks moving in the wind, and the wind is God." That stick thing again. Why do they keep talking about sticks? Is that code? "It's something we all say," Stony said. "I'm not sure where it started." "It sounds like a verse. Take a note, Stony. We need to survey the population and see which of those were most religious before they died, and compare to how religious they are now. Maybe those who believe in a higher power are more resilient." "Like alcoholics," Stony said. The doctor gave him a blank look. "I suppose." The doctor had taken to drinking at work. Some afternoons he sat at his desk, refilling his travel mug from a bottle he kept out of sight, and talked to Stony. Stony called it unhappy hour. He complained about the Department of Justice's attempts to grab his funding, or other researchers trying to steal his data. But mostly he railed against his bosses at the Pentagon. They were undermining him, trying to shut down Deadtown. There were even rumors of a second LD project somewhere overseas, a black site. "They're keeping me in the dark," the doctor said one afternoon. "It's not just the CIA. Someone else is working domestically, another agency. First, every tip we get for a zombie foxhole turns up empty. And now," he lurched out of his chair and unlocked his briefcase. "Now this. Look at these photos." He tossed a manila folder into Stony's lap. Inside were several dozen 8x10 color photographs, shots of corpses. Decapitated corpses. "Those are undead," the doctor said. "Notice the lack of blood." Stony stared at the bodies, wondering whether he knew any of these people, but it was impossible to identify them. When did this happen?" 2 days ago, the doctor said. But this has happened before. Some other team is finding LDs and they're chopping their goddamn heads off. They take the heads but don't bother to dispose of the bodies. They leave those for us. Every couple of years we get a call from some cop or civil servant saying they found a room full of headless corpses. Maybe it's a vigilante, Stony said. What? A lone hunter. Perhaps his family was bitten in the outbreak, or he was attacked himself and now he's out for revenge. I never know when you're pulling my leg, Stony. He waved dismissively. We're talking about a room full of zombies. This requires organization. Someone at our level or higher. An FBI-level organization. You think the FBI is behind this? I can't get anyone to tell me, and I have a higher goddamn clearance than anyone. Stony said, I wouldn't worry about it, Doctor. They can't keep it a secret forever. He was already planning the news item he'd write into the fresh tablets of paper the guards would distribute this Sunday. The Civil War continues. More LDs destroyed by partisans. Mr. Blunt is alive. Dr. Weiss stared at the photos, exhausted. Stony, you have no idea how difficult my job is. Hey, Joe, did I ever tell you about the time I met the lump? Stony sat on the floor looking up at Perpetual Joe, who was running as hard as always. He was the true unstoppable, Stony thought. He did not get depressed. He did not worry. He ran away from his problems, but in the most zen-like way possible. Stony said, When I met him, he scared me, frankly. I'd never met anyone who was that far gone. I thought it was a trick, that he was some kind of puppet. Then he said something that floored me. He said that we were all impossible, flat out impossible. Joe laughed. Yet here we are. That's right. We're walking miracles. Well, running miracles. Joe liked that, too. Stony said, The doctor is confused, Joe. We're just lumps of dead meat, yet we move, we talk, we think, we love. We are alive, and we're alive in a way that's much more profound than normal life. The breathers are machines that take in food and oxygen and turn it into electricity. Their muscles twitch, their neurons fire. It's an amazing process, but it's knowable. It's reducible to facts and processes down to the microscopic level. Joe frowned. Are you calling me a machine? What? No. But of course he was, in a way. A perpetual motion machine that generated electricity out of nothing. Stony said, I'm just trying to say that the living dead aren't reducible at all. There are no sets of smaller facts to explain us. We're moving statues, tin men and scarecrows. I'm not a tin man, Joe said. I'm not saying that. We're like tin men because I'm a person. I'm not saying you're not. Stony got to his feet and tried to start over. Look, you know how everybody quotes the lump? The dead stick moves in the wind and believes it moves itself. For years I mulled that over. What I thought it meant was that I was a dead thing who only believed he was alive. But lately I've been thinking that I was paying attention to the wrong part of that sentence. The question is, what is the wind? What is it that's moving us? Valerie thinks maybe it's God, or the devil. That idea is spreading through Deadtown. Joe was shaking his head. He did it in rhythm with his arms to keep his momentum. I'm moving me, he said. I can stop any time I want to. Harry Vincent made his rounds only once per night. Once he'd made his presence in the infirmary heard, rattling the cabinet drawers and door handles like a poltergeist, no other guard came through before the morning shift. It was in those pre-dawn hours that Stony let himself out of his cell and set to work on the doctor's private safe. He had hours in which to work, and any number of nights to experiment. He told himself to be patient, but the night the safe opened for him, he was so surprised that he almost shut the door again by accident. On top was the file folder from Detective Kell. MAYH 70381, Stony took it out and looked again at the picture of Bethany Cooper. He wanted to slip it into his pocket, but he couldn't risk that it would be missed. He removed other files, being careful to stack them in the order that he removed them. Reports from capture teams, letters to a general in the Pentagon, and the file he'd been looking for, marked John Mayhall. Did the doctor think Stony would not notice that his own file was not kept with those of the other prisoners? The folder was filled almost to bursting. Stony opened it carefully to avoid spilling the contents on the floor. The first thing he saw were a dozen envelopes, addressed in his own handwriting. The envelopes were unsealed. If he were a living man, perhaps his hands would have been shaking in rage. Perhaps his heart would have been pounding. But Stony slowly removed the pages from the envelope to confirm what he suspected. It was a letter he'd written to his mother, dated only a month earlier. He put it aside and opened another one, and another. Dr. Weiss hadn't delivered a single letter. Stony knew he shouldn't have been surprised. Of course Dr. Weiss had been lying to him. But to stare at the bald evidence was a fresh blow. Still think you're clever, Stony? No matter how crafty he thought himself, how much he hardened himself for survival in Deadtown, he always found a way to fool himself. He'd wasted years writing these letters. He'd wasted years waiting for a response. Okay, he thought. Burn every damn thing in this safe. Sit here in the middle of the office until Dr. Weiss came in that morning with his fat face and smudged glasses, that be-all-you-can-be travel mug, that ridiculously self-important $800 briefcase. Shove the envelopes and files down his throat until he choked. Then wait for the guards to burst in and shoot him in the face. Suicide by cop. He began to put away the files, then noticed a fat cardboard binder with a string fastener. He unwound the string. The binder was stuffed with envelopes. Each had his name on them, written in a familiar hand. At the top of each was a date in black marker, in Dr. Weiss's typewriter-like print. He sorted through them and found the earliest, dated 11/4/92. My John, I've started this letter so many times in my head, and now Dr. Weiss is waiting, so I can't start over. I'm sorry if this doesn't read well. You and Alice were always such good writers, and I'm sure it didn't come from me. I'm out of practice, too. Dr. Weiss said he would bring this to you and bring back anything that you write, if you do write back to me. I know it must be so hard for you. I'm so sorry. I think of you every day, and what it must be like for you wondering if anyone is still thinking of you. I am, John. I keep you in my heart and in my prayers. Do you have friends? Someone to talk with? Dr. Weiss says you talk often, but I hope you have someone else to talk with. I mean someone like you. That's important. I could never give you that. They're knocking. I know I let you down. I let them... This was crossed out. I wouldn't blame you if you found it too hard to write back. Dr. Weiss says you're a bright young man and a credit to your race. Be careful. I love you. Mom. P.S. Please, I hope you don't have any grief about Junie. I know it was an accident. There were many more letters, as well as Christmas greetings, birthday notes, and in one case an inspirational poem that she'd copied out for him. He read them all, and then started again more slowly, only stopping when he felt the vibrations of doors opening at the far end of the administration building, the guards of the morning shift on their way to the infirmary. He put the last of the letters away into the binder and put everything away exactly as he'd found it. Even in his anger and disgust, he found that he could be careful, patient. He considered it a small victory that he did not scream, that he closed the safe door without lighting a match, that he returned to his cell without murdering a single person. I don't want to live in this kind of world, Dr. Weiss said. It was the unhappy hour, and the doctor had wandered into one of his regular existential crises. All I want is a reason. If we have a reason, that changes everything. Suddenly we're living in a rational world, a world of science, where one man, a Newton or a Leibniz, can examine the evidence, draw conclusions, and make a difference. Stony thought, Dr. Weiss, brother to Newton. I want to write that sentence, Stony. The cause of the plague is X. Here is the vector Y. Here's how it works. Here's how you kill it. I want it printed in Nature, damn it. Because if we never find a reason, then we're living in fantasy land, where wishes come true and unicorns eat your brains. But as things stand now... The doctor seemed to have lost his train of thought. He reached for his stainless steel mug, swirled it without drinking, proving to himself perhaps that he didn't have to take another drink. Stony said, As things stand now? It's untenable, Stony. He took a drink from the mug. I'm in hell. I'm trapped in a prison full of zombies. You know what they are? They're an insult to the scientific worldview. He made a vague gesture. Present company. No, I quite agree. We don't make a lick of sense. The doctor grunted and Stony said, And maybe we're never going to get an answer. Would that be so bad? This was a grenade lobbed to the heart of the doctor's soul, and had the desired effect. Not bad? The doctor's face, already flushed, closed on itself like a fist. Not bad? I'm just saying that maybe we shouldn't expect every little mystery. He was prevented, or rather rescued, from finishing this sentence by the entrance of one of the guards. Stony knew he was pushing it. If the doctor lost his temper, he could do anything to Stony he wanted to. And then Stony would have to decide what he would do with the doctor. He'd promised himself 10 years ago that he would never harm another breather, but he was no longer sure it was a promise he could keep. He was stronger than the doctor and could kill him easily. When they were interrupted, both Stony and the doctor were saved. The doctor yelled at the guard, What is it, for Christ's sake? We've got another sleeper. Who is it this time? Kind of a repeat, actually, the guard said. That woman that we almost lost. Valerie? Stony said. He thought he was masking his terror well. To the doctor he said in a steady voice, Take me with you. I can help. You ain't helping this time, the guard said, but the doctor instructed him to mask Stony and bring him with them. They marched through 2 cell blocks. No one tried to speak with Stony. The prisoners, his people, stood at the front of their cells and watched silently as they passed. Several guards, one of them Harry Vincent, loitered at the entrance to Valerie's cell. The doctor pushed them out of the way, and Stony followed in his wake without making eye contact with Vincent. On the bed was a gray, papery shell of something that resembled a woman. My God, the smell, Dr. Weiss said. It was the smell of rot, of death. Stony put out a hand. Her skin was as cold as before, as gray as before. But somehow she'd slipped from stasis, undead, unalive, to true death. She was meat again. Microbes were feasting on her, turning her flesh into energy for their little bodies. She'd been returned to nature. At last, Stony thought, Valerie's escaped. Chapter 15, 2001, Deadtown. Some dates are easier to remember than others. They want to make soldiers, Dr. Weiss told him. It was September 18th, a week after the towers fell. Undead soldiers. Stony had already read the memo. The doctor had been keeping it in his private safe, but he feigned surprise. That's a very bad idea, he said. They want to bite perfectly healthy soldiers, let them convert, then use them on the battlefield, send them into remote regions. He couldn't just say Afghanistan, as if Stony had anyone to tell this to. Stony said, That hasn't been approved, has it? I'm fighting it tooth and nail. It's a crackpot idea, worse than any of our existing biological weapons. I'm not saying we wouldn't get valuable data from living volunteers. Of course. The doctor had never been allowed to experiment on humans, and paid lip service to the idea that that would be immoral. But so many times over the years he'd started sentences with, "If we could monitor the transformation in a controlled setting." "But the blowback," the doctor said, "you wouldn't be able to control them. They could start an outbreak in a foreign country that we'd be powerless to stop." "I can run the infection scenarios again," Stony said. "Show them the spread rates." "Have them ready by Thursday," the doctor said. "That's when the accountants are coming." He said their name with a capital A. "You'll have to move back to a real cell before then." "Why? And who are these guys?" "They're doing a full security audit. Every prisoner locked down in masks." The doctor removed his glasses and pressed his palms to his eyes. "Just try to get all the file cabinets organized and locked by today, all right?" "But what does that mean? What's covered by an audit?" "When you're dealing with these people," the doctor said, "everything." No one spoke to him when he was escorted back to the cell block and to a new cell. After an hour, though, a voice from the cell next to him called his name, and Stony went to the door. "So," the voice said, "back from the Mass's house." Stony said, "Is that you, Carey?" Carey was a prisoner from Peoria who'd been brought in kicking and screaming a few years ago. Stony had helped talk him down and kept him from being killed. The doctor liked to keep him around because he was one of the only Chinese in Deadtown. The doctor liked diversity in his sample. "Looks like they patched you up some," Carey said. There were mirrors in the administration building bathrooms, but he'd avoided them. He didn't need to be reminded that he was no longer one of the pretty LDs. Dr. Weiss had tried to restore his face to something like his old one, but the doctor was no plastic surgeon. Stony walked with a limp now, and his torso automatically wanted to sit on a slight angle to his hips, as if his spine had been twisted. Maybe it had. Stony sat down on the floor in front of the cell door. "So tell me what's new," he said. "How are people on the cell block?" He took off his shirt. His plastic arm was secured to his torso by a web of leather straps. He loosened one of the straps, then another, and pulled down on his arm so that a gap opened between the rubberized base and his gray skin. He thought about clenching his fist, and the fingers curled appropriately. Carey said, "There's a lot of talk about sleeping, ever since Valerie passed." "Is anyone trying it?" Stony unbuckled several of the straps completely. Now there was a 6-inch gap between his artificial arm and the stump. "What are you doing in there?" Carey said. "Just getting comfortable." "Well, everyone's tried it. Nobody's gotten the hang of it. It's harder than it looks." Stony pulled the arm free and set it on the ground in front of him. It looked like an object now, a sculpture, and that was entirely the wrong frame of mind to be in. "Wave," Stony thought. The arm didn't move. The fingers didn't even twitch. "Wave," he said aloud. "Wait for what?" "Nothing," Stony said. Then, "We just have to wait them out. That's our talent." "That's your talent for bullshit," Carey said. "We're all going to die here. We're just trying to speed it up." "No," Stony said. "You have to remain positive. We can get out of here. There's always a way out." Carey laughed. "You really are as upbeat as you are in the Sunday deadline." "I'm sorry, what?" "The weekly news. Though I suppose that's over now, isn't it?" "For now," Stony said. He didn't know they'd called his messages anything. He liked the idea that it had been a kind of newspaper. He stared at the fake limb. "I am the arm. The arm is me. I belong to you, and you belong to me." Consciousness was the key, the self. Experiments from the animal lab had proved that to Stony. None of the bitten animals, and Stony had bitten some of them himself, had become undead. The closest they'd come was a chimpanzee that Stony had privately named Cornelius. It had been a horrible experience. After they'd secured the animal to a table, Stony bit him in the finger as gently as he could, though of course it had to be hard enough to break the skin. Dr. Weiss stopped the chimp's heart with 500 milligrams of sodium pentobarbital. Cornelius screamed in rage, and kept screaming. It seemed to go on forever, but later, when they reviewed the videotape, they saw that the tantrum had gone on for just over 3 minutes, before the chimp suddenly went rigid, his mouth stretched wide. During the entire episode, his heart had never beat. Had he briefly been undead, or was he simply one pissed-off chimp? Dr. Weiss was terribly excited, and over the next year he killed a score of chimpanzees, none of which did more than screech for a couple of seconds before dying. Dr. Weiss concluded that the disease was a human malady, specific to the species, but that was the wrong way to think of it. It was the idea of self that animated. Lose faith in yourself as an individual, lose integrity, and things fell apart. I am the arm. The arm is me. The fingers curled as if stroking the keys of a piano. There we go, he thought, and waved back at himself. He had 3-4 days tops before they came for him. He had to be absolutely ready. Tell me about the lump. It was the first time Harry Vincent had spoken to him during one of his night visits to the infirmary. It was after Valerie's escape, but before the towers fell, so perhaps winter of 2000 or spring of 2001. Stony still spent most nights with his plastic limb pressed to the bed, the wall, the steel of the cell door. Vincent dragged a chair into the open doorway. He sat hunched over, the truncheon across his knees. Finally he said, "They say you talked to him." Stony didn't answer. He lay on the bed as if he were capable of sleeping. "Come on," Vincent said. "Tell me, is he real?" "People like to make up stories," Stony said. "I'm not fucking interrogating you." Stony sat up. "What was this, then? A chat?" "I don't have my mask on," Stony said. "I could bite you." Vincent stared at him, then looked at the floor. His forehead shone with sweat, though the room was not warm. "They say he's just half a person. A chest, a head, one arm." "That's what they say." "How is that possible?" Stony shrugged. "It's not. I sure as hell wouldn't want to turn into that." "Shit." He pressed the billy club against his forehead. "How long do you think he's been alive?" "He's not. That's kind of the whole trick." "Right." Vincent stood up, pushed the chair back into the office. He looked around at the cell. "Right." He shut the door and locked it. The visits would go on. Eventually, Vincent would tell Stony that he'd been diagnosed with late-stage peritoneal mesothelioma, a rare cancer usually caused by exposure to asbestos, but also linked to other toxins. It was incurable. Surgery was not an option. Treatment with chemotherapy was available, though it was strictly palliative. He decided to keep his condition secret from his employers, yet for some reason he confided in Stony. This was in the future. That first night, Stony didn't know what Vincent wanted, what violence he might be planning. As the guard walked away, Stony thought, "There goes one damaged human being." 3 days after Stony's expulsion from the infirmary, Harry Vincent and 4 other guards burst into his cell and quickly masked him. "I always knew you were up to something in there," Vincent said, loud enough for the prisoners in the nearby cells to hear. "And now you're going to burn." He yanked Stony to his feet. Vincent had lost weight recently, but he was still strong. Stony's prosthetic arm lay on the floor. There was some debate among the guards as to how to shackle a one-armed man, and finally they chained his arm to his waist and padlocked it shut. One of the guards carried the prosthetic arm with him. Dr. Weiss was nervous and distraught. "I can't believe you'd betray me like this," he said. "I thought we had a relationship." Strangers were there, 4 white men in their middle 30s, hair longer and arms more muscled than what you'd expect from brainy desk jockeys. They wore jeans and sport shirts, and one of them even wore sandals. Casual Friday for the accountants. They'd found everything. The extra accounts, the stash of encrypted email, the secret VPN. Stony knew they would. There was no way to hide the evidence if you knew what you were looking for. The man who was clearly the leader of the accountants was as blandly handsome as a Land's End catalog model. He folded his arms and said, "You've been doing some tunneling." The challenge of a military network is that, with a few notable exceptions, it only talks to itself. Computers within the network, say the ones in Dr. Weiss's office and the file server that kept the HR files, can be compromised with a little work. But getting out to the public networks, the Internet, is another level of difficulty. The wires leaving the building are owned by the government, and most of the satellites carrying traffic are dedicated solely to it. A network of the military, by the military, and for the military. What is required to jump from private network to the public one is a machine connected to both, never allowed, and a program to ferry the packets of data through the firewall. These programs aren't difficult to write. The difficult part is finding an illegally connected computer, then tricking the owner of it to install such a program. Stony had simply handed Dr. Weiss a floppy disk and said, "Run this." Stony thought about claiming that he'd done it all under the doctor's orders. Prescription treason. But if anyone would be able to figure out the truth from the electronic evidence, it would be the accountants. Besides, the doctor was so hurt, Stony almost felt sorry for him. Relationship. What an overloaded word. Of course they had a relationship. It just wasn't the kind the doctor thought it was. When Stony first began to work for the man, he didn't know whether he had the stomach for duplicity. He didn't think of himself as wily. He was from Iowa, for Christ's sake. But it turned out that he had a talent for it, and lying could be improved with concentration and diligence. Craftiness was a craft, and it helped that much of the work he did to get into and stay in Dr. Weiss's good graces was work he wanted to do anyway. He kept his fellow prisoners alive. He studied the history of his people and how they worked, and the workings of the prison. And he was doing science. Though he had no formal training and no education beyond what Mrs. Cho could teach him, he was discovering things that... There, you see it? The ego. The knife edge to pry open the locked box. Over the years that he became Dr. Weiss's trusted assistant, his confidant, Stony began to fear that he and the doctor weren't so different. Stony wanted to learn about LDs, their limits and their possibilities, as much as the doctor did. He wanted to know what would happen after he bit a mouse, a spider monkey, a chimp. How long Perpetual Joe could run. How much of Stony's self he could lose without losing himself. And like Dr. Weiss, Stony was afraid that all that research, all that data on his people, would be locked away or burned. "Tell us where you sent the files," the head of the accountants said. He was deeply tanned and creased, a man who'd spent a lot of time outdoors. He was not in his 30s as Stony had first thought, or even his 40s. He might have been an extremely fit 60-year-old. "Who received them?" Stony had been moved to the animal lab, where there was enough room for the accountants and several of the dead town guards to gather around him. They chained him to a metal chair and padlocked the chain. Stony shook his head. "You're going to have to torture it out of me." "That's on the table," the handsome man said. Dr. Weiss barked an ugly laugh. "Don't even bother. He doesn't feel pain. He's been beaten to a pulp by guards. He's been shot. I've sawed off his arm, and he didn't feel it." The man frowned. "What's he afraid of?" Dr. Weiss thought for a moment. "Death?" "Life or death. That's awful binary," the handsome man said. "Still." He reached behind him and produced a small gray automatic. "How did you get that in here?" Dr. Weiss said. He put the pistol to Stony's forehead. "In my experience, this is pretty much the only thing that kills you folks." "Pretty much," Stony said. "Is that loaded?" "Wouldn't do much good empty," the man said. "Now, who have you been in contact with?" My team will know all that in a few hours, but you could save us a lot of time. You're really not an accountant, are you? It's more of a nickname. I'll count to 3. Let me think. Stony closed his eyes. I will shoot you, the man said. Legally, you're not even a person. Ethically, it's my duty to find out what you know. Morally, you're a threat to human life. Jesus, Stony thought, an accountant and a philosopher. Could you stop talking for just a second? He asked. I'm trying to decide whether I'm going to comply with you or not. Another lie, but one more couldn't hurt. He kept his eyes closed and tried to concentrate. He was just a dead stick, a stick that moves in the wind and believes that it moves itself. He'd told Perpetual Joe that the question was, what is the wind? Maybe it was God. That would have made Valerie happy. But the more he'd learned, and the more he'd experimented, the more he came to believe something different. It's because the dead stick believes that it moves itself that it moves. Joe was right. I'm moving me. His body was a dead thing tied to a chair, which was itself another dead thing. The chain was made of inert metal and secured by mechanical devices whose gears and pins could not turn by themselves. Where one dead thing ended and another began was largely a problem of perception and definition. I am the lock. The lock is me. I belong to you. He flexed his tiny metal fingers, and the locks clattered to the floor. He shrugged, and links snapped apart, and the chains clattered to the ground. Then he leaned forward, the first motion in his attempt to stand, which pressed the barrel of the pistol more forcefully into his skull. The handsome man fired. Later, LDs would turn this moment into folklore. Stony's release. Painters and graffiti artists made it a frequent subject, with Stony's expression variously determined, sad, angry, beatific. Was he ready to die the final death, or was he placing his faith in some future resurrection? Was he trying to escape, or trying to kill himself? The debate lent each painting a political weight. Curiously, none of the artists portrayed Stony as surprised when the locks opened. Pleasantly surprised, but surprised nonetheless, an expression that was undoubtedly still on his face when the trigger was pulled. Oh, but the damage to that face, that body. None of the paintings tried to capture what happened when you fired a .38 into a man's head at point-blank range. The bullet went through Stony's forehead and blew a large chunk from the back of his skull. Stony's body bent backward from the force, then fell back against the chair and tumbled to the floor. The head accountant, as well as every living man in the room, was stunned. After a long moment of silence, Dr. Weiss pointed at the handsome man and said, "What did you do? Do you have any idea how valuable he was?" "Shut up," the leader said. He put his gun back in the holster at the small of his back and said to the dead town guards, "Who secured the prisoner?" "I did," Vincent said, "and no one's ever gotten out of them before." "That's Superman shit." The leader turned to the doctor. "You didn't say he was that strong." "I didn't know." "This facility is mine now," the leader said. "And you are under arrest, Doctor. Put him in a cell." "By whose authority?" Weiss said. The man frowned as if he were surprised at such a stupid question. "Mine. And somebody dispose of this body." "My pleasure," Harry Vincent said. "Go with him," the handsome man told one of his men. Vincent wheeled out a gurney, and they heaved Stony's body onto it. "How about the arm?" Vincent asked, and nodded toward the prosthetic and its leather straps. "We'll donate it to another needy corpse," the leader said. Vincent and the assistant spook loaded Stony's body onto a gurney and wheeled him outside. There were 3 incinerators on the site, but now that the facility was no longer an active disposal site, only one was kept working. It was housed in the main physical plant, a building 100 yards from the administration building and attached to it by a covered walkway. The walkway had been added when the facility became Dead Town, perhaps because someone was nervous about satellite pictures. Vincent pushed the rattling gurney, and the spook trailed him. "So," Vincent said, "you guys are from what agency?" The man didn't answer. Vincent said, "What's the matter? Can't tell me or you'd have to?" "That's right. And then burn your body. Standard procedure." "You think I'm one of them?" "Can't be too careful." "Fine. Keep fucking with me. I'm just trying to make conversation. I mean, Jesus, we both work for top-secret organizations. You'd think—" "Never mind." He stopped to unlock the double doors leading into the physical plant. 3 cement rooms were set aside for garbage disposal, an outer room to hold the dumpster of non-hazardous garbage that was hauled away twice a week, another larger room to store hazardous materials and medical waste generated by Deadtown and the doctor's labs, and one to house the incinerator. The garbage room smelled ripe. Not nearly enough air conditioning. Vincent crossed the room and stopped before the door to the hazmat room. He unlocked it, leaving his keys in the lock. A thick suit hung on a hook beside a full mask. He started to pull on the suit. "I hate this shit," Vincent said. 2 guys I used to work with died of cancer. The exact same kind of cancer. You think that's an accident?" "I don't care." "They're trying to kill us, man. Half the time the suit doesn't even fucking seal." He pulled on the mask and zipped up. He pushed open the door. Inside were dozens of red barrels marked with yellow and red hazmat stickers. The spook leaned in. "Where's the incinerator?" "On the other side of this room. You coming?" Vincent had to raise his voice to be heard through the mask. "Didn't think so." He pushed the gurney inside and kicked the door shut behind him. He wheeled past the red barrels, then went through the next door into the incinerator room. He could have gotten to the furnace from the far side of the plant and skipped the hazmat room altogether, but then the spook would have wanted to come with him. He shut the incinerator room door and flipped on the lights, but only one of the fluorescents above sputtered to life. The furnace was a gray steel box with a thick door and a long, double-hinged handle. A metal rake leaned against the wall next to a steel table. The table could be tilted to slide the body into the mouth of the furnace, and the rake was there to finish the job. Vincent turned and began to unfasten his mask. Already he was sweating. In every horror movie, there's the scene in which the next victim, sure that he or she is alone in a room, suddenly knows that someone or something else is there in the dark. The camera glides in for a close-up, which cleverly heightens the tension because the shot narrows what the audience can see. The victim's eyes shift left. The mouth frowns in concentration. We seem to be inside the character's mind. Is that the sound of breathing? Did that shadow move? And why did the background music stop? The victim waits for a second, perhaps 2. And nothing happens. Then, and this is mandatory, the victim breathes in and begins to relax. That was the moment Stony tapped Vincent on his shoulder. The man jumped, spun around. "Jesus Christ!" he said. "Shh," Stony said, "and don't look so surprised." Vincent backed away from him. "I thought you were dead. Really dead." "I told you to trust me." "You didn't stick to the plan. You were going to escape. Then I was going to shoot you in the head." "I didn't know he had a gun," Stony said. "I had to improvise." "But point blank? Jesus!" "I had to force his hand." He touched a finger to the edge of the hole in his forehead. It felt ragged and slightly crispy. "I have to admit, I was a little nervous about that." "Shit, don't poke it," Vincent said. Stony hadn't been completely sure he could survive a direct shot. It was a measure of his desperation that he would have been all right with it going the other way. Yet here he was, moving and talking and thinking, no worse than Winnie the Pooh with a little stuffing knocked out of him. Vincent said, "What the fuck are you smiling about?" "Winnie the Pooh, a bear of very little brain." "What?" "Nothing." "Better get back to your friend out there. You didn't find out who they are, did you?" "I thought maybe you'd know," Vincent said. "Weiss called them the accountants." "There have been rumors of another group out there," Stony said, "running black sites overseas, hunting LDs in other countries. They want to make undead soldiers to fight terrorists, or something equally idiotic." He sat down on the metal table. "Doesn't matter. The rest of the plan is still intact. It's 3:30 now. Garbage pickup is 4 or 4:15, and they deposit at the dump by 6 at the latest. You come pick me up as soon as it gets dark, say 7, and then we'll—" "No," Vincent said. "Do it now." "What? You're at work." "You run off without me or get crushed by the compactor, I'm fucked." "Come on, we've already proven that I'm indestructible. One of my best friends spent months being crushed by garbage." "You could still ditch me." "I'm not going to do that," Stony said. "I gave you my word. Plus, I still need your help to get out of town." "Or they catch you. What do I do then?" "No. Do it now." "You said I'd have 6 hours." "More or less. It's not guaranteed to. Do it, or the whole thing's off." Stony stood up again and walked toward him. "You can't make it on your own, Harry. Even if you make it through the conversion without me, you'll need me to lead you to the underground. Without our help, the diggers will find you. Probably they'll shoot you immediately. If you're lucky and the doctor gets interested in your case, you might earn a cell. Maybe mine. But I wouldn't count on it. The doctor's not going to be keeping his job for long." "Here," Vincent said. He unzipped the top of the suit and unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his uniform. "In the shoulder. They won't see that." "You can't take this back," Stony said. "You have to be sure." But of course he was sure. Vincent was desperate, running for his life. His next life, anyway. This one was over. The cancer was eating through his abdomen, churning tissue into tumors. "Do it," Vincent said. He turned his head and pulled down his shirt. Stony had promised himself that he would never bite in anger. But this was the man who'd burned Valerie, who'd maimed Stony, who'd abused a dozen other prisoners. Stony could rip him apart now, and to hell with his resurrection among the living dead. But then Stony would never get out of Deadtown. They'd find him and burn him. Stony put one hand on Vincent's neck and another on his shoulder. He could be gentle as he'd been with Cornelius, just a nip to start the infection. "This is going to hurt," Stony said, and chomped down. Everything had been going so well. The dumpster had been picked up promptly at 4, he'd tumbled undetected into the truck, and managed to keep the metal rake perpendicular to his body as the big compactor blade moved back. The rake had bent under the pressure, and Stony had been pressed deep into the already compacted garbage, but his bones had not been crushed. The trip out to the dump was almost pleasant. Then the truck had tilted up and spilled him out. He was knocked about, but that was okay. He huddled in the bag to wait first for the garbage collectors to leave, and then for dark. Then he heard the beeping of a second truck backing up nearby. No, not nearby. On top of him. He winced as a shushing rumble of a load emptied on top of him. The weight flattened him in his bag. His one good arm was trapped beneath him. His legs were completely immobile. This was much worse than the truck. He felt like he'd been buried in concrete. He panicked then. He bucked and twisted, screaming. Somehow he managed to make a small space beneath his body, and he brought his hand up to his face. He tore through the black plastic in front of his eyes and saw no daylight. He faced a solid wall of compressed garbage. Sometime later, an hour, 2, in some low-rent Einsteinian process, time had been distorted by the mass above him. He began to talk himself down. Come on, Stony. You've been tunneling since you were 12. You can't suffocate. You can't even get tired. And didn't Mr. Blunt tell you that he'd spent months hiding in the dump, in mounds just like this? Move, he told himself. Make like a worm. He stopped his thrashing. He anchored his feet, bowed his back, and shoved his one good arm forward. The effort gained him a couple of inches. Then he pulled his leg up and shoved again. As he worked, he thought of the myriad other ways his plan had failed him. Yes, he'd made it out of Deadtown, but that was a ticket for one. There were 119 souls still behind bars in the prison. How could he ever explain to someone like Thomas, kind, dim Thomas, why he'd left him? And even if he escaped this heap, shut up, Stony, of course you'll escape, he wouldn't yet be safe. He was only 30 miles from Deadtown, and dependent on a sociopath to take him to safety. A sociopath who was infected. Vincent would be able to hide the symptoms for a few hours, but soon he'd be sweating and anxious, and then he'd start hallucinating. 6 hours after the bite, give or take an hour, he'd be dead, and then the transformation would begin. Stony planted his feet, bowed, and shoved again, and again. His arm punched through into air. He forced his head through the opening. He was midway up the slope in a hill of refuse. It was still dark, but the moon was low and dawn seemed close. He saw no one, heard nothing. A few more minutes of struggle, and he was able to pull the rest of his body from the mound. He was naked, coated in grime. His thin jumpsuit had been shredded by the effort. He was late. So late. But instead of going down, he climbed higher, up to the peak of his little knoll. In the faint light, the dump was almost pretty. He was in the outer precincts of a vast, hilly landscape, black mounds stippled with gleaming plastic, and slivers of metal that winked in the light. A dirt road wound through the valleys of the dump like a dark seam. In the distance, a cluster of lights marked the front gate. He'd made it then, out of an early grave, out of Deadtown. He'd been imagining this moment for 13 years. He thought he'd be happier. He followed the winding road toward the lights. He walked around a curve and then saw the entrance to the dump. 2 light poles, an expanse of blotchy cement, and a small shack with yellow vinyl siding. A light shone in the single window he could see. The gate, chain link on a metal frame, was slightly ajar, kept open by a dark lump. He stopped, looked at the shack, then back at the thing by the gate. He felt the last scraps of his plan, let's call it a fantasy, slip out of his hands and blow away. He walked forward. When he was perhaps 30 feet away, he realized that it was the body of a dog. It was darkly furred, perhaps a German shepherd. Then he heard a growl from inside the shack, but not a dog's growl. He went around to the front of the shack. The door was open. On the floor, Harry Vincent squatted over the remains of a man. Blood coated the linoleum floor and had spattered across the walls and furniture. A pine desk and the white computer monitor, a TV on a stand, a beige leather armchair with a duct-taped headrest. It was alarming how much was inside a living man when you started to turn him inside out. Vincent looked up, still chewing. His face was painted in blood. His eyes were vacant. He growled again, then turned back to his meal. The dead had nothing to offer the dead. "Oh, Harry," Stony said. He'd come to find Stony as planned. His pickup was probably just out of sight of the gate, and then the fever hit, and he'd come hunting. Stony did not try to pull him off the man. It was much too late for that now. Stony forced himself to go into the room. He stepped around Harry and his victim and went to the desk. The monitor was on, showing a Windows screen. The computer under the desk was connected to a phone jack in the wall. Stony found the AOL icon, and then he typed out an email with his location. "Bring restraints," he typed, "and 2 sets of clothes." He clicked send. The email address was hosted in Canada, but the person monitoring the inbox should be close by. Hopefully very close. The sky beyond the doorway had turned silvery. A new day. "Let's go, Stony. Keep moving." The use of the third person, he found, gave him much-needed perspective. It was almost like not being alone. He went back outside. He did not look at the floor. To pull the dog from the gate, to find Harry's pickup, to do whatever it was that Stony told himself to do. Part 4. Chapter 16. 2009, Calhoun Island. Do you remember doing the dead man's float? Every kid tries it. Face down in the water, arms drooping. After 30 seconds, a minute, your chest begins to burn, but you don't move. You hold out, staring at the blue cement of the pool floor, letting the waves rock your body like a rudderless raft. The shouting voices above mute to a low roar, and your ears tune to odd clicks and thumps, the whoosh of your pulse in your ear. Oh, how your mother will wail when they find your waterlogged body. Your father will fall to his knees wondering why he didn't appreciate you more. Imagine the funeral. And then, almost against your will, your feet come down and you pull your face out of the water. You gasp and ask your best friend, "How long was that?" Or so I've been told. I've never tried it. Neither had Stony. He'd never learned to swim, and he wasn't much good at floating. He kept listing to the side like a ship taking on water. But he was very good at being a dead man. He could drift for hours in the crystal-clear waters of the island as huge tropical fish, bright as cartoons, coasted beneath him. He'd learned some of the scientific names, but he preferred the ones he'd given them. Orange Killjoy, Blue Church Lady, Lil Frenzy. He drifted and thought of nothing. Or tried to. His mind, wherever it was located, kept yammering like the only guy on the bus with a cell phone. For example, in the past 10 minutes, his mind had repeatedly been asking, "Why can't they just leave me alone for a single hour?" Someone on the beach was calling his name. Stony had pretended deafness, but then the intruder started tossing pebbles at him. They plopped into the water near his head. Then finally something heavier slapped the water a few inches from his left ear. Stony stood up. The water was only 5 feet deep at this spot. He picked up the chunk of driftwood that had nearly hit him and tossed it farther out to sea. The figure on the beach seemed to find this amusing. He was fabulously overdressed in a dark suit and Homburg, holding a black rain umbrella over his head, as if he had anything to fear from sunburn. Stony began to slog through the surf. When he was a few feet from the beach, Mr. Blunt said, "My apologies for disturbing your swim, if that was what you were doing." "Zombie snorkeling," Stony said. "It's like snorkeling, but without the snorkel." The skin of Blunt's face had been blackened to a tarry, waxy substance. He'd been burned, perhaps several times, but not consumed. They regarded each other for a long moment. They'd talked many times via email, but they hadn't seen each other in person since the Congress, 21 years ago. Mr. Blunt looked him over. Of course Stony wasn't pretty to look at either. His skin was crisscrossed with thick stitches. The holes in his head, front and back, had been sealed with hard plastic and stitched closed by the commander's doctors. But he was conscious that the skin tone did not match, and that his forehead bore a slight indentation, like an intimation of a third eye. "You're leaking," Mr. Blunt said. Stony laughed, stretched out his arms, or rather one arm and one stump. Water seeped from seams in his skin. "I'd hug you." "Quite all right," Blunt said. "Perhaps you'd like to put on some clothes." Stony wore only a pair of torn khaki shorts. He shrugged, then nodded at a red-tiled roof several hundred yards down the beach, just visible behind the dunes. "My hut's over there." "Oh, I know," Mr. Blunt said. "I met Chip, your guard dog." "You didn't hurt him, did you?" "Of course not. He was very helpful." They walked along the white sand, skirting the incoming waves. Half a mile in the distance was the commander's estate, a white palace perched on a cliff that jutted into the ocean. The water was brilliant blue, the sky clear but for a few clouds that would carry the afternoon rain to them. "So, this is heaven," Mr. Blunt said. "The closest we'll get to an afterlife," Stony said. "The trip went okay, then. You're here 3 hours early." "The commander's people were very efficient," he said, "though I suppose that's largely your doing." Stony shrugged. "And Calhoun's money. Thank you for coming." "You know I prefer to stay in the field." "You have to come in from the cold sometime," Stony said. They climbed a set of wooden stairs to a long, unfinished beach house. The walls were unpainted, and one corner was a rectangle of bare studs covered by flapping plastic. Chip sat cross-legged on the patio, naked except for a web of hemp netting spread across his lap. "Cool, you found him," he said. "I did indeed," Mr. Blunt said. "Thank you for the directions." "No problem," Chip said. He was a very pretty dead man, blond with full lips, his body unscarred but for the half-moon of a deep bite on his shoulder. He'd been trying to finish the hammock for days now, but the knots kept confusing him. "Did anybody call?" Stony asked him. Chip thought hard. The conversion had hit Harry Vincent hard. After the fever passed, he didn't recognize his own name and had no idea where he was or what had happened to him. His new mind remained as sunny and empty as this beach. "Never mind," Stony said. "I'm sure voicemail picked it up." "Oh, yeah," Chip said. "Sure." He turned his attention back to the ropes on his lap. Stony let Mr. Blunt into the house and closed the door behind them. "How do you stand it?" Blunt asked, "keeping him around like that?" "Stop it," Stony said. "He's got nowhere else to go." "You're a better man than I." He looked around at the front room. "Though not much of a decorator." The inside of the house was more incomplete than the outside. Bare drywall, some walls open to the plumbing, wiring taped to the wood. Stony had been meaning to finish, but dozens of other projects had distracted him. Every flat surface was covered by books, magazines, blueprints, and printouts. A long drafting table stacked high with drawings and engineering manuals braced one wall. The glass top of the dining room table was crowded with equipment. 2 computers, a printer, a scanner, several flat-panel monitors. A tangle of blue and black cables connected them to the power and to a huge OSE 7055 blueprint printer squatting in front of one of the windows. Vertical tubes of rolled blueprints made an arsenal of one corner. "It's a look," Stony said. "You do it all from here?" Mr. Blunt asked. "The communication stuff? No. There's a real data center at the commander's place, with a bunch of smart people. This is just for my projects. I'm going to get dressed. Make yourself at home." Stony was nearly dry from the walk back, but he could still feel the water sloshing under his skin, and he'd be weeping salt water for the rest of the day. Coming apart at the seams, he thought. His body was wearing out, the damages adding up. When he was younger, he would have ignored injuries that he now worried over, and that worry kept the wounds from closing. Maybe that was the secret of youth, willful ignorance. But not all wounds were forgotten. He ran his fingers across the place where his heart should be, and found the stitches. There. The place where Kwong had shot him, where Alice and his mother had sewn him back together. He was still himself, still Wanda Mayhall's boy. He stripped off his damp shorts, then pulled on an identical pair from a pile on the floor. The bedroom was more of a disaster than the front rooms. Stony should probably do a little house cleaning, he thought, or at least allow the maid to come in. He picked up his prosthetic arm from its spot on top of the dresser, pressed it to his stump, and wiggled the fingers to make sure he had a grip on it. Then he pulled on a white bamboo shirt and returned to the dining room where Mr. Blunt had unfolded a map. "Is this Deadtown?" Blunt asked. "It's nothing." Stony took the map from him and began to fold it. "It looks like you're planning an attack," Mr. Blunt said. "You're not going back there, are you?" "It's a pipe dream," Stony said. "I know how to get in. I just can't figure out how to get them all out without everyone being shot." "I noticed the names," Blunt said. Taped to the wall were over 100 index cards, grouped into 3 sections that roughly represented the cell blocks. Each card bore the name of a prisoner still in Deadtown when Stony had escaped. No one knew whether they were still alive. "You can't save everyone, Stony." No, Stony thought, just me. Mr. Blunt gestured at the other stacks of paper. "The rest of this, I suppose these are the reports you make us all fill out." "Some of it's my own writing," he said. "A few papers for the Oswald Journal, that kind of thing. But the reports are important. If we don't keep track—" "Your own writing? You realize your newsletters are already turning into scripture." Stony picked up a printout of a spreadsheet with the latest figures. "It's not good. In '88 we had 1,700 in the census. We're down to less than 300 people who are still in contact, not counting Deadtown prisoners. Almost 50 of those live here." 300? Mr. Blunt seemed surprised. "I knew it was low, but—" He skimmed the sheet. "The Civil War has cost us perhaps 30 people tops, and thanks to you we haven't lost a house in years." "Not to the diggers, no." Mr. Blunt frowned, and Stony said, "Sleepers and suicides. One of our houses in Rochester went silent because all 5 people in the house decided to go to sleep together. The police found them before I could send someone to check on them." "You can't blame yourself for this," Mr. Blunt said. Stony didn't answer, and Mr. Blunt said, "Most of those people are alive only because of the work you did in Deadtown, and what you're doing now. They follow you, Stony, because they believe in you." He smiled. "And because you have magical powers." "Don't I know it? They send me prayers, Mr. Blunt. They ask me to do all sorts of impossible things. I got an email from a woman asking me to please stop their basement from flooding." "Can you blame them?" Blunt asked. "Ever since the release—" Blunt raised a wooden hand, put a pistol finger to his forehead, and let the thumb clack down like a hammer. "When that got around, my boy, the proles got very excited. The lump is our John the Baptist, and not just because he'd do fine just as a head on a plate. And you, my friend, are—" "Stop it." Stony didn't want to hear the word. Blunt shrugged. "Most of our people are anxious to do whatever you say." "But they're not listening. I ask them to hang on, but they're checking out, Mr. Blunt. We're on the edge of extinction." Blunt walked to the window, looked out at the sea. "There must be others living off the grid." "Sure," Stony said. "But we can't find them. The ones who do talk to us are growing desperate. Every day I get messages asking me when the bite will start." Mr. Blunt slowly looked back over his shoulder. "Messages from biters. Do you know where they are coming from?" "Yes, I do." "But you haven't sent them to me." "No." Mr. Blunt turned and smiled. "I wondered why you called me here. You've lost faith in the mission." "You've saved the world 12 times over," Stony said. "If it wasn't for you— No, if it wasn't for us, you, me, Delia. It's you who have ferreted out most of the big biters. My team and I are merely soldiers, the delivery men." "I know the blood's on my hands," Stony said. "I think about it every day. And now it's bothering you." "The killings have to stop, Mr. Blunt." "Done." Stony was surprised. "I wasn't sure you'd— You think I've enjoyed my work?" "No, of course not, but I thought—" "In 30 years, I've arranged the destruction of 41 LDs. I've personally assassinated 12 of them. No one should be asked to do such a thing." "I know you didn't ask for the job, But I thought you, well, believed? I did once. But lately, he shook his head. The irrationality of my position has become more difficult to reconcile. How many LDs must I kill to save them? He removed a thick 3-ring binder from one of the wicker chairs by the window and sat down, crossing his legs. Stony remembered the night he met Mr. Blunt, how surprised he'd been to see a man made of so much wood. 300, Mr. Blunt said. He sounded tired. Not counting the 119 in Deadtown. Blunt removed his Homburg and held it on his lap. Have you ever considered just letting us fade away? I think about it all the time, Stony said. Really? Mr. Blunt's charred face could barely express emotion, but his voice communicated his surprise. The world would be safer with us gone, Stony said. The living would be safer. The living are the world. They breed, they evolve. We just exist. Oh my, Mr. Blunt said, envying the breeders? You've become a self-hating zombie, Stony. Is this some kind of mid-death crisis? Stony smiled. Maybe. Which reminds me, how is your mother? Still in prison. Ever since the accountants busted Dr. Weiss, they've made her even more inaccessible. Calhoun's lawyers can't get to her, can't even get the government to acknowledge that they have her. She's still a terrorist. I'm so sorry. But your sisters, Crystal and Alice, and your friend Kwang, they used to write to you all the time. Still keep in touch? I promised myself I'd never see any of them again. It's too dangerous for them. Besides, I'm supposed to be incinerated. Mr. Blunt either didn't realize or chose to ignore the fact that Stony hadn't answered the question. He sent emails to Alice at least once a month, through various anonymizer services, always using a different account. It was the smartest way he knew to do such a stupid thing. I try to keep track of them from afar, Stony said. It's only natural, Blunt said. Crystal's daughter, what was her name? Ruby. Ruby! She must be what, 18 by now? 21. She's graduating from college next year. They grow up so fast. And you haven't even talked to her, not once? You're interrogating, Blunt. Don't worry, I'm not risking our security. You misunderstand me. I think it would be a mistake to not contact them. If I had family, I would want to see them. Now, before the diggers burn us all. I'm not going to let that happen, Stony said. We're not going to let that happen. Mr. Blunt regarded him. Against the bright window he was nearly a silhouette. So, he said finally, you're going to let it happen. The big bite is here at last. Even the lumpists will be relieved. No, Stony said firmly, not the bite. We're going with Calhoun's plan. Calhoun is insane. Maybe, but the idea isn't. At least, it's the least insane option we have right now. Have you talked to Delia about this? Delia is on board, Stony said. Actually, that wasn't quite true. Delia had serious doubts, but she said that she'd follow him. Blunt uncrossed his legs, straightened the crease at his knees, then crossed the other leg. I see. She wanted to be here for this conversation, but she's on her way to contact the leadership in person. I'll be joining her as soon as I can. You realize we could all be destroyed. Maybe. I don't see any other choice. Mr. Blunt stared into the middle distance. After a time, he said, Okay, then. He looked up. What day is the coming-out party? We have 11 months to lay the groundwork, Stony said. We go public on June 1st next year. He smiled. We're calling it D-Day. Of course you are. I also have a new job for you, one that doesn't involve killing. I'm listening. I've got to meet some people on the other side of the island, Stony said. Let's talk about it on the way. Want to see the spaceport? They walked out to a narrow paved road where a yellow golf cart was parked beneath a palm tree guarded by a trio of wild chickens. The place is overrun with them, Stony said. They shooed the chickens away and got into the cart. Usually I walk everywhere, but since you're a guest... The island was only 7 miles long and 2.5 miles wide at its widest point. It was often faster to walk over the ridge than follow the switchbacks in the road. The undergrowth could get dense, but at least the mosquitoes didn't bother with the dead. "Hang on," Stony said, and punched the start button. "What, no chauffeur?" Blunt said. "I gave him the day off." He drove north, up toward the green ridge that divided the island. The air turned warmer as they pulled away from the shore, but then cooled again as they climbed the ridge. The road was walled by thick foliage, so Mr. Blunt could see nothing until they came to a break in the greenery, usually at the elbow of a switchback, when suddenly the island fell away beneath them and sky and ocean rushed in to fill the eye. "How do you get anything done?" Mr. Blunt asked. Stony laughed and jerked the wheel into the next turn. "What do you mean?" "This is completely unmotivating. There's nothing left to do here. What are you supposed to do? Improve it? The only proper response is to lie on the beach like a clam." "The commander's not into lying on the beach. Just wait." A few minutes later they crested the ridge. Stony nosed the cart into a gravel overlook. "See?" Beneath them lay a vast plain of cement, shimmering under a lens of heated air, a white beach before the blue water, like the footprint of an evaporated city. Mr. Blunt looked at Stony. "Yeah," Stony said. "He kind of overdid it." At the far end of the spaceport was the gantry, 300 feet tall and still unfinished. Steel and cement buildings huddled around its base. There was no rocket ship in sight, but several of the buildings were large enough to hide one. "He's serious," Mr. Blunt said. "He's really trying to build it?" I know, Stony said. "It's kind of Howard Hughesy." "No, it's kind of L. Ron Hubbard. This is insane." "Come on," Stony said. "We're supposed to meet at the command center." The way down was quicker. Much. Stony zipped down with the engine off, nursing the brakes and leaning into the corners, and several times Mr. Blunt had to grip the aluminum frame to stay in his seat. "At least 3 wheels, please," Blunt said. Stony laughed. Between them, they'd survived multiple gunshots and knife wounds. Blunt had outlived burning. One golf cart crash couldn't hurt them. Stony rolled onto the surface of the spaceport. The tropical sun turned the treeless expanse into a frying pan, and Stony knew that the heat lingered long into the night. Fortunately, heat, like cold, was something only breathers had to worry about. It took almost 15 minutes to reach the base of the gantry and the buildings there. The huts they'd seen from the top of the ridge grew to be warehouses and offices the size of municipal buildings. The cement buildings looked like gun fortifications, or perhaps bomb test bunkers, with thick walls and long, narrow, glassless windows. Most of the buildings were empty, built in preparation for the commander's great project. They parked next to one of the finished buildings, a 4-story tower with blue glass windows. Mr. Blunt climbed out of the cart, straightened his tie, and looked around. "So, how far along is it?" he asked. "The spaceship?" Stony said. "He's a decade away. It had taken that long just to get the facilities in place. The gantry, the support buildings, the underground manufacturing facilities. As far as the public, and any government officials watching via satellite, was concerned, Calhoun, Inc. was investing in the commercial spaceflight industry. Zombie colonization of other planets was never going to get into a press release." Stony said, "They do have a ship prototype, but it's 1/3 scale." "You're going to need some tiny astronauts," Blunt said. "Nah, we're just going to send a lump." Stony laughed again. He hadn't laughed this much since he'd arrived at the island 8 years ago. Chip wasn't much to talk to, and Calhoun was always performing the role of the commander, and the staff at the data center thought of him as a boss. Everyone else he communicated with online. Blunt reminded him of life in the house in L.A., before Deadtown, before everything became so serious. He thought, not for the first time, how the fuck did I get here? Come on, he said. The commander's waiting. They entered a large granite-tiled lobby with empty display cases and large blank spots where the TVs would display commercials for the wonders of space travel. Etched into the polished cement walls were icons mixing the nautical with 1950s science fiction. Great finned rockets, elaborate compasses, ringed planets, tall ships. Probably the wrong message to send to investors looking for high tech, and despite Calhoun's cash, they would need outside funding to get past the prototype stage. But the commander was a slave to his own branding, as committed to his personal style as Tom Wolfe or Leon Redbone. They took the middle elevator, the only one in service, up to the top floor of the tower. The room looked like a half-sized version of NASA's Houston control room. The mandatory giant screen was in place, but the rows of desks were empty of computers and screens. By the western window was a small group of LDs. The commander stood with his arms crossed behind him, gazing out at the empty gantry, while he delivered his Promised Land spiel. 2 of them were on Calhoun's staff, but the other 6 listening to him were new arrivals, LDs who'd been evacuated from Pennsylvania when their safe house sponsor, a man in his early 80s, had been hospitalized. Stony had sent a team in before the sponsor died and his relatives tried to go into the house. One of the newly arrived LDs saw Stony enter the room and gasped. The others turned. Mr. Blunt looked at him. "I've been wanting to see this in person," he said. The group came for Stony, arms out. The first to reach him was a decrepit LD with a missing eye and a mouthful of brilliant dentures. "It's an honor to meet you," he said. "An honor. A real honor." Stony shook his hand, then greeted each of them in turn. Were they shocked by his appearance? He was always afraid of disappointing them. He'd been handsome once. The bandana covered the most grievous wound to his forehead, but the prison beatings had taken their toll on his face. But no, they didn't seem to be shocked. They didn't seem to be seeing him at all. They wore the same glassy, awed expression that all the newcomers wore. He could have shown up in a floral print dress wearing kabuki makeup and they would have looked at him in the same way, manufacturing their own vision of Stony Mayhall to match their desires, like conjuring the Virgin Mary out of a water stain. "I'm so happy you made it here safely," Stony said. "Thank God you rescued us," one of them said. "It was only a matter of time." Stony noticed Calhoun staring at them. He was too much of a performer to show jealousy, and his surgically maintained face could convey only a limited range of emotions. But Stony could sense his annoyance. "You should thank the commander," Stony said. "It's his vision and organization that makes all this possible." One of the women had her hand on Stony's arm. She wouldn't let go. "It's coming, isn't it?" she asked. She was bald, with a gray-blue face that looked like it had been flattened by an anvil, crushed nose, broken front teeth, cheekbones pressed into planes. "The big bite?" Stony drew away from her. "No, ma'am, no." "But you're here. It's time." "No, there will be no big bite. We're not going to attack all those people. They're just as human as us." The one-eyed man said, "But they're killing us." And the woman said, "We've been waiting for you." Stony held up his hands, one plastic, the other dead flesh. "We've got another plan, and soon we'll be able to tell you about it, but right now," he nodded at Commander Calhoun, "someone will show you to your new homes. You'll be safe here, right, Commander?" "Damn straight," the commander said. He strode forward and put a hand on the distraught woman's shoulder. "You don't have to worry about the diggers here. Now, Stony and I have got to go, but Anna and Raphael will show you to your new accommodations. Welcome to Calhoun Island." Stony and Mr. Blunt took the cue and followed the commander to the elevator. The commander held out his hand. "Damn good to see you, Blunt." The hand was gloved. Calhoun wore at all times a full integrity suit, from toes to fingertips, leaving only his face exposed. "Very good to see you too, Commander. Quite the place you have here. A veritable Nassau NASA." The commander squinted at him. "That's right. You like words." "Yes," Blunt said slowly, "I do." Several seconds of uncomfortable silence followed. Stony said, "I was telling Mr. Blunt that you were making progress on the ship." "3 years," Calhoun said. The door slid open, and he strode into the lobby toward the front doors. Stony and Mr. Blunt quickly followed. 3 years till first launch. I guarantee it." "Do you think we have 3 years?" Blunt asked. Calhoun stopped, turned. "What do you mean?" His plasticine face managed to create a frown. "The numbers don't look good," Blunt said. "God damn it," the commander said. "Our people have been trying to write us off for 20 years. We will make 3 years if we have to." Outside, an SUV was waiting. A living man in khakis and a white short-sleeved shirt stood holding the passenger side door. Franklin was one of the dozen breathers on staff on the island. He collected an astronomical salary, and his retirement benefits included immortality. "Mr. Blunt, it was a pleasure to see you. Stony said that he'd been needing to see his old friends, and I'm glad to oblige. We're doing great work here. Important work. You need anything, any goddamn thing, you let me know." "Will do, Commander." "And Stony, don't forget about the VIB flying in tomorrow. Franklin's got the room all set up." "I've been looking forward to it my whole life," Stony said. The SUV rolled away, and Stony and Mr. Blunt climbed back into the golf cart. Mr. Blunt asked, "Let me guess. Very important breather?" "You got it," Stony said. "Someone who can help us with D-Day. You'll meet them tomorrow." "You also haven't told me yet what my new job is." "Right, that." Stony started the cart, and they zipped away from the command center, back the way they had come. He raised his voice slightly. "So you know those immigrants back there?" Blunt nodded. Stony said, "Sometime in the next few weeks, 1 or 2 of them, usually the smart ones, will disappear." "You eat them?" "No, we taste horrible. Eaten by sharks, then. Again, same problem." "Blunt, please. Calhoun sends them away by ship and by helicopter. He says they're going to Florida for advanced training. Computers, logistics, blah, blah, blah." "From your tone, and I'm just guessing here, you don't believe him." Stony laughed again. "They don't come back, Mr. Blunt. I never talk to them again. I think Calhoun's building his own team loyal to him, without my influence." "Maybe he's training astronauts," Blunt said. "Please, I need you to help me. I've never figured out how you do what you do, how you get through borders, how you avoid the police, especially now when I look like this. Point taken." "Well, frankly, yeah. We're monsters, Mr. Blunt. None of us, except maybe Delia, can move around like you do." "And you want me to find out what Calhoun is doing with these people," Mr. Blunt said. "Where they're going, what they're doing. Your mission, should you choose to accept it." "Choose?" he said in pretend shock. "I get to choose?" "Not really." A day later, Stony and Commander Calhoun sat in a room of the commander's mansion watching a video monitor. The screen showed the interior of an empty room 2 doors down. The commander sat with his arms crossed, and his face had turned to stone. It was only when all the visitors and staff were gone that the commander stopped performing, stopped being the icon. It had taken years before he allowed Stony to see this off-stage version. "Do you think this will work?" Calhoun said. "I don't know," Stony said. "I think she'll go for it." "I meant all of it," Calhoun said. "The whole plan." Do you think this can possibly work?" Stony looked up. Calhoun was staring at him, hollow-eyed. His skin was glossy, his teeth perfectly white, but his eyes were ancient and terrified. Calhoun was more afraid of death than anyone he'd ever met. While so many LDs were becoming sleepers, throwing themselves into the abyss, Calhoun was doing everything in his power to pave over it, seal it up. He was going to the stars, damn it. He was going to be immortal. Stony understood this, but sometimes the depth of Calhoun's fear shook him afresh. "It'll work," Stony said. And now he was performing. Stony, the confident, firm leader, the visionary. "Have a little faith," he said. "In what?" There was a movement on the screen. Franklin, Calhoun's breather assistant, came into the frame first, followed by a white woman dressed in pastel yellow and green. "Please sit down, Mrs. Stolberg," Franklin said. He'd positioned himself so that there was only one available seat. "The commander will be with us in a minute. Can I get you something to drink?" Gloria Stolberg stood a couple of inches over 5 feet tall and carried perhaps 40 extra pounds on a stout frame. Her red hair, dyed, teased, sprayed, had lost that morning's battle with the island humidity. She was dressed for the tropics in a light cotton short-sleeved blouse and capri pants that looked like they'd been bought as a matched set at Target. She looked younger than her age. She was 63 years old, one of many facts Stony had memorized. Resident of Passaic, New Jersey, twice divorced and currently unmarried. 3 children and 7 grandchildren. Favorite book? Angels Fall by Nora Roberts. "I have to tell you," Gloria said, "I think there's been a mistake." The mistake, Stony thought, was wanting to meet your idol. On screen, Franklin said, "I assure you the commander's a huge fan." Gloria sat in the offered chair, which was well lit from the window, and faced the hidden camera. "Perhaps you'd like a pina colada?" Franklin asked her. "You might as well enjoy the Caribbean." "Oh, no, a Diet Coke would be fine." When Franklin left, she put her large handbag on the floor next to her, then picked it up again and took out a small black notebook and a pen. They'd taken her camera and cell phone before she landed on the island. The commander wants no photographs, they'd told her, which wasn't hard to explain. He was 96 years old. The commander had stopped making public appearances in 1985 and had not spoken to anyone at his corporation, even by phone, since it was sold to R.J. Reynolds in 1992. His family deflected all PR requests. But in one way, perhaps the most important way, in the eyes of the American public, the commander never left. His likeness remained stamped on every Calhoun family restaurant sign and every box of fish sticks. His hearty voice, "Now that's a good one," was still heard at the end of each ad. He'd become a cartoon, as immortal as his nemesis Colonel Sanders, or that creepy dead girl, Wendy. Most people thought he'd died years ago. Others assumed that he was hooked up on life support on his island, and the rest, mostly those under 20, had no idea he'd ever been a real person. No wonder he didn't want pictures. The real-life Commander Calhoun could only damage his image. Franklin returned with the soft drink, a plate of crackers and cheese, and a bowl of jumbo shrimp. "We have a few minutes before the commander gets here. I suppose you have a lot of questions." "Yes. Why me?" Franklin smiled. "I told you that he was a fan of your work." "He reads romances." "Pardon?" "I mostly write Regency romances. The Consort series? The Chatelaine?" "No, I'm sorry. I was referring to your other books." "The Westerns, then. Of course, men love the Westerns. Wagon Master, The Wagon Master's Son." "No." "True crime?" "I believe these books involve the living dead." "Oh, the zombie detective books." Franklin winced. "Yes, those. He's a very big fan of C.V. Ferris. Those stopped selling in the 80s. I liked writing them, though. They're mostly dialogue, and the pages just fly by." In the room down the hall, Stony put his face in his hands. Franklin said, The commander thought that because you'd expressed an interest in the living dead, and in Deadtown in particular, that you might be interested in writing more about them. Comprehension dawned on Gloria's face. Oh, I'm afraid I completely misunderstood. I thought he was interested in me writing his biography, but this makes much more sense. I've never written a privately commissioned novel before, but I'm sure we can work something out. She laughed. He's already spent thousands of dollars just flying me down here. Ms. Stolberg. Call me Gloria. Gloria. This would be a non-fiction book. About zombies? We prefer the term living dead, or differently living. We? Gloria asked. The commander was interested in hiring you because you already seem to know a great deal about Deadtown. Gloria blinked. I should hope so. I made it up. I mean the real Deadtown. She smiled, then shook her head in confusion. The prison, ma'am. The maximum security facility that holds living dead prisoners? That's an urban myth. This, Stony thought, is not happening. Please stay here, he told the commander. Let me talk to her. He marched down the hall. Why would she lie to them? Had the diggers gotten to her? The accountants? She obviously knew the truth. The details were too specific. She knew that the fever passed, that the LDs became conscious again. She'd obviously changed some of the facts. Deadtown was no prison the size of Elkhart, Indiana. But the psychological details were dead on. How the prisoners lived on the edge of despair, how they tried to commit suicide, how they both feared and envied the breathers. She must have had a contact in the community, or maybe with someone on the staff at Deadtown. It was time to drop the masks and misdirection, Stony thought, and tell the truth. He barged through the door, turned toward the window, and Gloria Stolberg screamed. Stony walked toward her, arms open. Please, please, nobody here's going to... Gloria jumped up from her chair, and the table tipped. Red cocktail sauce splattered across the white carpet. She backed up to the only other exit in the room, a small door. Get away from me! Miss Stolberg, Franklin said. Jesus Christ, Stony said. At that moment, Commander Calhoun stepped in and bellowed, Ahoy there! Gloria spun to face him. Up close, the commander looked like an unconvincing wax effigy of himself, a shiny mannequin in a naval uniform. She opened her mouth, her head tilted back, and then her knees folded, and she crashed onto the floor. Holy shit, Stony thought. We just killed C.V. Ferris. But no, not dead. She was breathing, and in a few minutes her eyes fluttered open, and she tried to sit up. Stony stepped back out of her line of sight. Are you all right, Ms. Stolberg? Franklin asked. Have a sip of water. God damn! I haven't seen anyone faint in years, the commander said. He was in performance mode again. She stared at the old man. You startled me, she said. I thought... Then she remembered Stony and looked around wildly for him. Stony lifted a hand tentatively. I'm so sorry, he said. Gloria did not faint again. Franklin helped her from the floor, and she managed to get back to her chair without turning her back on Stony or Calhoun. I think it's time for me to leave, she said. Now. Stony said, Please, Miss Stolberg, if you just let me explain. Of course you can leave, Calhoun said. Franklin, go bring the car around. No, she said. Franklin, stay. You really haven't met another LD? Stony asked. Both of you are, aren't you? You can tell? The commander sounded hurt. But you can talk, she said. Please, Miss Stolberg, Stony said. I know you've met some of us. You wrote the Jack Gore books. What does that have to do with anything? The commander said. It's the eyes, isn't it? They said the eyes give it away. Stony said, Because the books are so incredible." "Oh," she pursed her lips. "You've read them?" "I've memorized them," Stony said. "They got me through high school. If it wasn't for Jack Gore, I don't know what would have happened to me." "I should have worn sunglasses," the commander said. Gloria said, "Both of you." She pointed to Stony, then the commander. "Sit down over there. Franklin, you're human, aren't you?" "We're all human," Stony said. "Living human," she said. "Yes, ma'am," Franklin said. "Give me your word that you'll let me return home." The commander drew himself up. "Miss Stolberg, as captain of this island, I give you my word." "Cross my heart and hope to burn," Stony said. "It's what one of the Stitch brothers promised right before he shot Jack." "You are a fan," Gloria said. "Franklin, your word?" "I promise," Franklin said. "Good. Sit here next to me." Franklin looked at the deepening red stain on the carpet as if longing to put down some wet towels, and sat beside her. "All right, then," Gloria said. "Why don't you tell me why I'm really here, Commander? You're not writing a biography, and you're not commissioning a Deadtown detective novel, so what is it you want?" The commander took his seat. "I defer to Stony. This is his idea." Stony sat as well. "It's a non-fiction book," he said. "The true story of the living dead in America." "And it needs to be on store shelves in 9 months, the commander said. "That's impossible," Gloria said. "I know how to move product," the commander said. "Even if you could find a publisher and get it printed, I have 3 books to write before June." "I can make it worth your while," the commander said. "We need you for this," Stony said. "The book can't just be a dry history. It's got to engage people. It's got to show everyone what life has been like for us for the past 35 years. Gloria frowned. "Why 9 months? What happens then?" "We go public," Stony said. "It will be a multimedia PR campaign. TV, radio, internet." "And celebrities," the commander said. "Besides myself, of course. Living celebrities. We believe we can get Bono. It'll be the goddamn Super Bowl of publicity events." "Your book will be the centerpiece," Stony said. "No one else will have your access. I've already written hundreds of pages of background material. We'll tell you how we survived, what the government has done to suppress us, how they've kept us from talking, and what we can offer the world." "Freedom from disease," the commander said. "Increased lifespan, space travel." "A lot of things," Stony said, cutting the man off. "The important thing we want to get across is that our people don't want to harm anyone. In fact, we've worked very hard to keep the world safe." "Safe? From what?" she asked. "Well," Commander Calhoun said, "us." "I don't think that's going to earn you any points," she said. "It's like in your books," Stony said. "You've got your good LDs and your bad LDs." "And you're the good ones." "Of course," the commander said. "Franklin, bring Miss Stolberg another drink." "Another Diet Coke?" Franklin asked. "And put some rum in it," she said. "Now that sounds like C.V. Ferris," Stony said. "I don't think so," she said. "For this one, I'm going to need a whole new pen name." "Nonsense," the commander said. "No pen names, no masks. We're all walking into the sunshine, and Gloria Stolberg is coming out with us. I'll get the contracts." The commander walked out, and Stony and Ms. Stolberg were alone. She seemed uncomfortable, but he was encouraged that she no longer seemed terrified of him. This was his chance. Now, however, he was nervous. He leaned over to her. "I really shouldn't ask this," he said. But I was wondering if you would do me a huge favor. She regarded him suspiciously. Yes? I'm just looking for your honest, professional opinion. About what? And then, oh no. It's kind of a thriller/autobiography/detective novel. See, when you stopped writing the Deadtown detective books, I thought someone should... Good Lord, you're writing Jack Gore fanfic? If you could just take a look at it, he said, I'd really appreciate it. Chapter 17. April 2010, Evans City, Pennsylvania. He'd promised himself that he'd never try to see anyone in his family again, and now the promise was on the edge of being broken. A porcelain teacup balanced on the arm of a chair, as good as broken already. Stony sat leaning forward in the passenger seat of a Ford delivery van, parked and lights off, staring out through a foggy and rain-smeared windshield at a stretch of dark road. He hummed some church song his mother used to sing. They'd been hiding out here for nearly an hour. A little ways off from the road was a small brick house, the light from one of its windows gauzy in the heavy rain. He palmed some of the moisture from the window and rested his arms on the dash. The fogging windshield was the fault of the breather with him in the driver's seat, a heavily tattooed white woman named Nessa, who was one of Calhoun's island staff. She was his chauffeur and bodyguard and beard. One of her responsibilities, he was sure, was to report on him to Calhoun. He didn't hold it against her. She seemed like a nice woman, though she was probably the most boring conversationalist he'd ever met. And he was from Iowa. It was as if the gaudiness of the tattoos removed any need for her to have a personality. So, she said. When that didn't spark a response, she said, Are we going in? Not yet, he said, thinking, We're not going in at all. It's really hard to be in the dark like this, she said. You haven't told me anything. I don't even know whose safe house this is. It wasn't on our list. It's not a safe house, Stony said. I'm sorry, I sort of misled you about that. Oh, then, she said. Perhaps 30 seconds passed. Stony, I know you can't tell me everything, but it's just that we were supposed to be in Michigan tonight. They were on a tour of safe houses, traveling by night between cities. Stony's job was to spread the word about D-Day and buck up the troops. Calhoun had been against it, but Stony insisted. Everyone had to be ready, he told the commander. Everyone had to know that they just needed to hang on until June 1st. I'm sorry, he said. We're not going to get to Grand Rapids. I know, it's like 7 hours. 6 if we don't make any stops. I don't think I could stay awake, though. Stony didn't say anything. She said, I've never even heard of Evans City. This is where the outbreak started in '68, Stony said. Really? You've seen the Romero documentary. The cemetery where he filmed the Graveborn coming up is just down the road. Oh, so this is sightseeing? Kind of. He nodded toward the house. This is where my grandparents live. Their first house that was on this lot burned down during the outbreak. They were evacuated. After a year, though, they came back and built this place. A lot of the survivors came back. Now I bet hardly anyone here thinks about the LDs. Your grandparents are in there? Right now? I've never met them. He smiled again. That's weird, isn't it? I mean, I'm not even sure what they look like. But isn't it a risk to even... Oops, better duck. Headlights were coming toward them. Stony had spent most of the time on the road ducking or hiding in the back of the van. This time, however, he didn't move. The car slowed, and before it reached them, it pulled over to the side and doused its lights. It was parked directly across from his grandparents' house. Nessa said, You were waiting for that. He smiled again. Maybe. And are you going to tell me who's in the car, or is that a secret too? Just a minute. Inside the car, a Toyota Prius, a dome light flicked on. He could not make out the face of the person inside. He could barely make out any shape at all within the vehicle, but he knew then that he'd break his promise. "So who is it? Your grandpa? Your cousin?" "My sister," he said finally. "Her name is Alice." Nessa seemed to process this. "You're not going to talk to her, are you?" "Why not?" "You're in hiding. I heard you weren't in contact with your family." "I haven't seen any of them since I went to Deadtown." It was too dangerous for them. "But—" She hesitated. Even though they'd been traveling together for weeks, he'd kept a certain formality between them. Maybe if they hadn't run out of things to say on day 2, he would have let his guard drop. But as it stood, he was the leader of the LD community, or depending on her loyalties, second in command after Calhoun, and she was the assistant. "It's just that—" "At least I don't think so. She's not in the network." The network. The commander's people were always worried about who could be trusted, who was in the network of trusted LDs, and who was working against them. "It's okay," Stony said. "I'm just here to watch." "But she's just sitting there." "I think she's waiting for the rain to let up." Or to decide whether to go inside. He couldn't imagine Alice nervous, but he could certainly picture her annoyed at him. He'd been sending Alice emails for several years, and he'd recently made an unreasonable request. She'd told him no, absolutely not, but he kept asking. Months later, here she was. "And there she goes," he thought. "She's getting out of the car," Nessa said, stating the obvious. Suddenly the car door was slamming behind her, and Alice was running for the front porch of the little house. She wore dark slacks and a nylon raincoat. She moved fast for a woman in her 50s. Stony laughed out loud. "What's she doing?" Nessa asked. "Is she going inside?" "Just a second," Stony said. A tree partially obscured his view of the front door. He leaned to the side and saw Alice still on the porch, waiting. Had she knocked? She must have already knocked. The door opened. A man stood in the doorway, and he beckoned Alice inside. The door closed behind her. A moment later, a side window lit up. Perhaps that was the living room. "I owe you, Alice," he thought. She didn't know he was there, so close. He'd asked her to schedule the trip for sometime in April when he knew he'd be on the mainland, and then he'd begged her to tell him the exact day she was going, so he could call her afterward, he said. He even mailed her a calling card-enabled cell phone to keep with her, a one-use phone that she could throw away afterward. But when he suggested that maybe she could turn it on during the interview so he could listen in, she told him to go to hell. He watched the house, burning to hear what they were talking about. "I'll be right back," he said. "But Stony—" He unlocked the door and jumped out. The rain drenched him, hard and cold, and he allowed the sensation in, and it felt good. He ran toward the house, angling toward the side window that had lit up. When he was a few yards from the window, he crouched and crept up to it. This side of the house was protected from the wind, and the glass was speckled with drops, but mostly clear. Through a gap in the drapes, he saw Alice sitting stiffly on a green cloth armchair. Her dark hair was shot with gray. She was no longer rail-thin, but her face still looked like something carved, all high cheekbones and strong nose and sharp chin. Still beautiful. The man who'd opened the door sat on a floral print couch, talking. Charles Cooper was gray and jowly, with dark bags under his eyes. A face for talking about soy futures. Beside him sat a woman in a wheelchair, his wife, Mavis Cooper. She was white and shrunken, and looked a decade older than the man. An oxygen tank was fastened to the rear of the wheelchair, and a plastic tube lay across her shoulder, the mask dead on her chest. She stared at the blocky, country-style coffee table in front of her and at the plastic flowers in a small wicker basket at its center. Stony thought, These are my grandparents? These trolls? He watched for 15 minutes, letting the rain soak him thoroughly. Mr. Cooper did most of the talking, his expression never changing. Alice asked a few questions, and Mrs. Cooper never spoke at all. This was all wrong. For years he'd imagined this moment. He would walk up to the white farmhouse, in his mind — his mother had grown up in Dorothy's house in Kansas — and slowly knock. His grandmother, a regal-looking woman with bright blue eyes, would open the door and hesitantly say, "Yes?" He'd be wearing a slouch hat to hide his face, and a long raincoat like Jack Gore's. He'd search for the right words, and then his grandmother would say, "It's you, isn't it? You're Bethany's boy." He would pull his hat from his face, and she'd gasp. "I'm sorry," he'd say. "I'm one of them." He'd turn to leave the porch, his heart breaking. The orchestra would swell in the background. Then his grandmother would grab his arm. "No," she'd say. "You just surprised me. We've always known. Please, come inside." But of course that wasn't possible. He was a monster and a fugitive. So he called his adopted sister and begged her to meet these people, strangers she wasn't even related to, and ask them all the questions he'd never been able to ask. What happened to their daughter, Bethany? Did they know she was pregnant? Why did she run away? Where was she going? Did they ever look for her? Did they ever wonder what happened to the child? Difficult questions to answer, but impossible to ask. What right could Alice claim to come here and ask them these things? She could not tell them about Stony, or how they'd raised the dead boy as their own, how her own family had suffered to protect him. So she'd found their daughter beside a road 40 years ago. That made her a tardy witness to a death, nothing more. No wonder Alice had told him to go to hell when he asked her. Inside, Alice handed Mr. Cooper a photograph. Stony couldn't see what it was of. The man stared at it for perhaps half a minute. Then he leaned over and held it out to his wife. She didn't look at it, but the man seemed to be explaining it to her. Then he abruptly pushed himself from the couch and left Stony's line of sight. Alice remained seated. She said something to Mrs. Cooper, who didn't look up. Alice moved beside her on the couch and spoke to her again, studying the old woman's face as if looking for symptoms. Ah, Dr. Alice. Always on duty. Mrs. Cooper, however, seemed as inert as the plastic flowers. Alice stood as Mr. Cooper returned to the room. He held a book, which he gave to Alice. She turned it in her hands, but did not open it. Mr. Cooper stood before her, looking uncomfortable. Alice asked him a question. Mrs. Cooper raised her head, but instead of looking at Alice, she turned toward the window where Stony crouched. Her pupils seemed huge and black. He backed away automatically, then turned and ran back toward the delivery van. Nessa shook her head. What was that about? "Do we have any towels?" he asked. Alice emerged from the house 15 minutes later. The rain had slackened, but Mr. Cooper followed her out to her car, holding an umbrella over both of them. Alice got into her car. "Follow her," Stony said to Nessa, "but not yet. Not till he goes in." Mr. Cooper watched Alice drive away, then he turned back to the house. When the door closed, Stony said, "Okay, now." Nessa started the van and rolled forward. She didn't turn on her lights until they were past the house, a tactic he approved of. He got out one of the 3 cell phones he carried. The purple one he thought of as the family line, and thought about calling Alice. It wasn't safe to talk on the phone when you drove, but maybe she could use the speakerphone. "We're stalking your sister," Nessa said. "I feel like a criminal." "We are criminals," Stony said. He saw the Toyota's taillights perhaps 100 yards ahead. "Not too close," he said. He dialed Alice's number. "Who are you calling?" Nessa said, but Stony held up a hand. The phone was ringing. "Hello?" Alice said. "It's me. How did it go?" "I just got finished. I'm driving back to my hotel now. It was strange. but sweet. Sweet? Really? Even Mrs. Cooper? Yes, sweet. Why? Did you think they would be mean? Did they give you anything? What? I was just wondering if they... Where the hell are you, Stony? You're behind me, aren't you? Damn it, you're right behind me. Oh, Nessa said. She just hit her brakes. Stony sighed. Pull up behind her. It's okay. What are you going to do? Break a promise. He climbed down from the van, and then Alice stepped out of her car and marched toward him through the rain. They met in the space between the cars, lit by headlights. Her jaw was set, her lips pulled into a thin, hard line. Alice, he said, I know I shouldn't be here, but... She grabbed him with both arms and pulled him into her. He was shocked. He couldn't remember Alice hugging him, hugging anyone. That had been Junie's specialty before Crystal took on the job. Her arms tightened into a fierce squeeze. Then she abruptly pushed him back and stared into his face. You've been hurt. Hadn't I mentioned that? He said. I'm fine now. She touched the bandana that covered the dent in his forehead. Let me see. He laughed. It's raining, Alice. Can we talk? How far is your hotel? 15 minutes. Who's in the van? My handler. Just a sec. He went to the driver's side door, and Nessa rolled down the window. I'm going to ride with Alice. But I'm not supposed to. I don't think you should. Just follow us. Thanks, Nessa. On the passenger seat of Alice's car was an old-fashioned diary, pink and green cloth cover with a tiny lock. Why would he give you this? He asked. I really don't know. I think when I gave him the picture of Bethany's grave, he wanted to give me something back. I wondered what you'd handed him. Alice gave him a dark look. So you watched the whole thing? I was standing by the window. The Coopers looked creepy, said the dead boy. The way she just stared at that table. Weird. They're just old, Stony. Mrs. Cooper had a stroke a few years ago, and she can't speak. Mr. Cooper, though, was eager to talk. He even got a little choked up. Really? He didn't look like he had any emotion at all. What did he say? Not much that we don't already know, Alice said. Mr. Cooper had told her that Bethany had sneaked out that night to meet up with her boyfriend. He was found the next day, shot. Nobody knew if he'd turned undead or if he'd been shot accidentally. The Coopers were forced to evacuate, but Bethany never showed up. They thought that she'd been killed, too. People were panicking, and it wasn't unusual for bodies to be burned before they were identified. It wasn't until a police detective had contacted them, this was in 1997 or 98, that they learned she'd been found in Iowa. I told him about finding Bethany, Alice said, and about finding you. What? I said that you were dead in her arms, which is true. Maybe you shouldn't have said that. Mom never told the police about finding a baby. Mom's in prison, Alice said. I'm not too worried about the police. He stared out the passenger window. They were entering a town, Evans City proper. He supposed he should be ready to duck if anyone pulled up next to them. We don't blame you, Stony, Alice said. That's okay. I do. He managed a smile. Crystal said you've got a new lawyer working on her case. Not that it will do any good. Did you get the check? What check? It was an anonymous donation. I think you would have remembered it. That was you? Where did you get that kind of cash? I know some people. He'd had Calhoun send a check to her for $200,000. Pocket change for him, but maybe enough to restart the case against the government. I was afraid to touch it. You know what that kind of thing does to your taxes? The first thing I had to do was form a non-profit to hold it. The Wanda Mayhall Legal Defense Fund. Alice pulled into the parking lot of a new-looking Marriott. Alice reached for the door handle, but Stony said, I can't go in there. They have lights, cameras. Action? That's what I'm trying to avoid." He looked left and right. There were a few cars in the lot, but there didn't seem to be anyone moving about. Nessa pulled into the row behind them. "I have to tell you something," Stony said. "We're going public." She raised her eyebrows. "Public?" "We're holding a press conference and everything," he said. "A book's going to come out to tell our story. We're going to set up television interviews with LDs." "You can't do that," Alice said. "Well, we're going to." "That's crazy." "We have to. Alice, we're dying off. There's less than 500 of us in the whole country. If we just keep hiding, they'll pick us off one by one. We'll go extinct." "Maybe you should go extinct." "What? How can you say that?" And he thought, "I said the same thing to Mr. Blunt. Why did it sound so much more awful when a breather said it?" "Stony, I love you. But think what's going to happen. It'll be like Al-Qaeda going on TV and saying, 'Here we are, right in downtown Des Moines, come and get us.' They'll turn the country inside out to find you. And then what happens? The police attack, and someone on your side bites back. Then it's the next outbreak." "You've always overstated the danger," Stony said. "You scared me to death with those mathematical predictions when I was a kid. Yeah, one bite can start an epidemic, but that's just theoretical. In the real world, my people don't want to bite any more than the living want to murder everyone just because they can." "Don't lie to me, Stony. Crystal told me about the big biters." "They've lost, Alice. They've been killed off. They found out that as soon as one shambling, fevered LD shows up in town, the police swarm the area. They shoot and burn everybody. I've seen it happen, Alice. Thanks to 68, the government will never be unprepared again. So this time, we show up on TV, but we're not attacking. We're not the monsters they're afraid of." "You're being naive, kid." "Alice, I'm a 40-year-old man." 41. 46 if you're still pinning yourself to Kwong." "Pinning... what?" "Never mind. I'm asking you not to do this, Stony." "But Alice, this is genocide." "No, it's not. You're not a race, Stony. You're human beings who have a disease, an incurable disease. You think people with cancer get together and say, 'We have to make sure we keep the right to have cancer'? We have to maintain cancer as a lifestyle choice? The government's not hunting down cancer victims and shooting them in the head. The government's not torturing them in secret prisons. And we're not just people with a disease. We have our own culture. We have something to offer the world, a point of view that no one else has, capabilities no one else has. Life is richer with us in the world." "Now you're sounding like a marketing brochure. You've practiced this, haven't you? This is the speech you give your huddled masses." If he was capable of blushing, he would have. Of course it was the speech. Alice was so damn sharp. She said, "Here's what I'm afraid of, Stony, what keeps me up at night. Ruby." "What do you mean? What's the matter with Ruby?" "You're what's the matter, Stony. The living dead." "I don't know what you're talking about." "You put Ruby at risk. You put all future generations at risk. I think about Ruby and her children and her grandchildren, all the people who'll never get to live if one of your LDs fucks up. Crystal's tried to prepare Ruby, and I've done my part, but another outbreak could end all that." "Future generations are always at risk," Stony said. "Nuclear war, global warming, multi-drug-resistant tuberculosis. Pick your poison." "Don't be flip." "Alice, my people are being killed. They're committing suicide. They're being experimented on. I can't just stand by and do nothing." "What about your family? What about Mom? You're willing to trade her in for your unique point of view?" "That's—" He couldn't speak. She knew where his heart was. She could drive a stake straight into it. What about the rest of the fucking planet, Stony? All the living, breathing people that you're gambling with. He took a breath. I think about them all the time, Alice. Alice studied the rearview mirror. Watching Nessa? After a minute, she said, Okay, when is it happening, this public hanging? We're calling it D-Day, he said, June 1st. That's in 2 months. You couldn't have told me sooner? He thought, would it have made a difference? But instead he said, I'm sorry, but you can't tell anyone. The hell with that! I'm calling Crystal and Ruby tonight. You can't do that. Crystal's phone is probably tapped. Then I'll send her one of the track phones you sent me. She was so angry. This wasn't the way it was supposed to go. Nothing tonight had gone as he'd expected. Can I call you in the morning? He asked. I'll be driving back. Tomorrow night, then. I thought you said it was too risky to call. I'll send you a new phone as soon as I can, he said. 2 phones. Then he lifted the diary. Can I keep this? Mr. Cooper didn't have the key, but I don't imagine you'll have too much trouble. She was right. It looked like he could snap it with his bare fingers. Alice, I can't thank you enough. For everything. This trip, talking to the Coopers, taking care of Mom. Stop it, she said. You don't get to be the nice one, not when you're about to blow up the world. Later, Stony would think of these weeks as the farewell tour. Stony and Nessa circled back to Michigan, then worked their way back east, stopping at safe houses in Ohio, Indiana, Pennsylvania, and New Jersey. On the Tuesday of the last week of April, he was in a basement den talking to 4 LDs, all of whom had been in hiding since the original outbreak, and their breather sponsor, a man in his late 70s with ropey muscles and a sarcastic laugh. His motivation for protecting the LDs had something to do with his anti-government, anti-tax belief system. He'd proudly shown Stony the automatic rifle he kept in the living room for the day the diggers tried to break into his house. No one is asking you to come out in the open right away, Stony told the LDs. First will be the television campaign. I can't tell you the exact date, but you'll know it when you see it. Then the book will come out. Then we're going to have blogs and videos, an entire website to put a human face on our people. We are going to be so public, so open, that the diggers won't be able to attack us without looking like Nazis. The 3 men and 1 woman stared at him, hollow-eyed. The people had been like this in so many of the houses they'd visited. 40 years of hiding had taken its toll. Yes, they were still LD, but the split seemed to be 20% L and 80% D. Most of the people were lumpists, or at least wore the lump pendants. Once the first phase of the public relations campaign is over, we'll be able to bring you to Calhoun Island. No more hiding in basements. I've been there, and I can promise you, it's paradise. Sunny beaches, crystal clear water, and fresh air. One of his cell phones vibrated in his pocket. A short buzz that meant a text message. That wouldn't be Alice then. She never texted. Why not now? One of the LD men said. His voice was a thing of scrapes and rasps, an engine that had not been started in ages. Move us now! The logistics are complicated, Stony said. The cell phone buzzed again, another text. We've been able to move households to the island in cases of emergency, but it's not easy. And right now, in the current environment, it's extremely risky. Once things loosen up, once we feel more secure, we'll be able to move anyone who wants to go. The phone vibrated again, and he dug it out of his pocket. It was the red phone, and only 2 people had its number. Excuse me, he said. I know this is so rude, but I really need to take this. He walked to the other side of the room near a stone fireplace that looked like it hadn't been fired in decades. The message was from a number he didn't recognize, but that wasn't surprising. Delia and Blunt changed phones as often as he did. There were 3 messages, and from the timestamps it looked like they'd been queued up and sent at once. They were all picture messages. He opened the first one and saw that it was a photo of a computer monitor, and the monitor was showing a document. There were 2 columns of text on the document, but the picture was too small for him to make out the characters. The caption said only, B, Mr. Blunt. He zoomed in on the picture close enough to read the top 3 lines. Elena Gomez, Bog, Eric Hazlitt, Mad, Terry Alsop, IAD. He looked at the other pictures, and they too were of documents on a screen. None of the others had captions. He wrote a 1-character message in reply. ? When that was sent, he forwarded the pictures to Delia. "I'm so sorry," Stony said, returning to the group. The LDs were talking among themselves. The woman looked at him and said, "What if they don't care?" "Pardon?" Stony said. "What if they don't care about looking like Nazis?" she said. "It hasn't stopped them before." "Then we're no worse off than we are now," Stony said. "Those of us who appear in public may be in danger, but you'll be as safe here as you've always been. It's not until it works that you have to risk anything. You'll be safe." A lie, or almost one. Alice could be right, and the public would create a frenzy for finding the undead that would rival the hunts of '68. Or it could be that the only leadership, Stony, Calhoun, Delia, and the others, would be decapitated, leaving the houses without a central organization, a communication system, or Calhoun's money. And that would be an end, as final as if each house had been burned to the ground. But he couldn't tell them that. Just as he couldn't tell them that they had no choice. They were dying here. "My message to you is to hang on," Stony said. "Change is coming." He shook each person's hand. "Just hang on." The raspy-voiced man gripped Stony's hand. "Is it true?" he asked. "You grew from a baby?" "Yes," he said. They always asked this. "I was found by the side of the road just after the outbreak of 1968. I was raised by a kind family who kept me hidden." "And at the prison?" the man said. "Show us." "Yes," the woman said, and suddenly the other LDs seemed to grow more alert. "The release." "Show what?" the sponsor said. Stony glanced at Nessa. She'd watched this scene a dozen times by now. He reached up and began to untie the bandana. "The shot came at close range," she said. "Only a few inches." "Because they had you chained," the woman said. "That's right," he said. "They tied me to the chair with chains." "But the chains fell away," she said. They all wanted this, the miracle story. "That's what frightened them," Stony said. When the locks opened, the chains dropped, and the prison guard raised his pistol and fired. He pulled aside the cloth so they could see the indentation. "Right here. I've patched it up since then, but the hole went straight through, to here at the back." They stared at him, at full attention now. "It's okay," he said. "You can touch it." One by one, they put their fingers against the skin of his forehead. They were always gentle, as if afraid of poking through the plate. In his pocket, the phone vibrated again, this time repeatedly. A phone call coming in. He ignored it. He could call Blunt back in a few minutes. The rasping man was touching his forehead now. "How is that possible?" he said. "A shot to the head." "It's not possible," Stony said. "It's flat out impossible. But as the lump said, we're all impossible. And so that means anything's possible. We have the power to survive even terrible things. We will get through these dark days." That was usually his final word, the last bit of inspirational fluff to keep them from killing themselves before D-Day. The first time he'd said it to a group in a safe house weeks ago, he felt as if this were some essential truth. By the third time, it had taken on the tinny echo of a slogan. Now, after dozens of repetitions, the words were noise, and he felt like a fraud, a bad actor droning his lines, a politician. "I'm afraid we have to say good night," he said. "Nessa and I have to—" "This is awful," the rasping man said. He looked distraught. Stony said, "I'm sorry?" The other LDs turned to the man, confused. "What if we can't die?" the man said. "What if we can never die?" Stony looked from the man to the other LDs. He could see it in their faces, the question taking root, and behind their eyes the first blossom of fear. I don't think," Stony said. "What an interesting question," Nessa said brightly, and tugged Stony toward the door. "But we're way behind schedule." From An Oral History of the Second Outbreak. "No, we didn't know what we were protecting. Could have been the commander's secret recipe for all we knew. But it didn't matter. We had a job to do, and we were prepared to hold the compound as long as possible. And the most important part of the compound was the kitchen. I don't know why they called it that. Maybe because of the fail-safe. It was 50 feet underground, only one way in, with 2 doors big as bank vaults and a no-man's land between them, like an airlock. The whole place was locked down. It was a transmission dead zone, no network connections at all. Only 4 or 5 LDs had permission to work down there, and everyone understood that if the kitchen was breached, those people were toast. But nobody was supposed to get that far, ever. We were trained to kill anything and everything that moved. Diggers, the army, LD hordes, bring 'em on. But Mr. Blunt... They never covered Mr. Blunt in the course materials. Still, I don't know how he got down there. All of a sudden, he's in the security cameras, walking right behind one of the kitchen staff, like he's got a gun to the guy's back. There's a long corridor between the 2 doors, about 30 feet. That's the only part of the basement covered by cameras. At the end of the hall is the second door, and behind that is the kitchen itself. Nobody topside ever gets to see what's in there. So we've got this intruder on screen with no ID. All we can see is the suit and half a face beneath that weird hat. I should have guessed then. Of course I'd heard of Mr. Blunt, but I didn't put it together. None of us did. Anyway, they send us down, me and Devin and Sal and Mick, to check out what's going down and shoot the fucker if need be. The first door locks behind us. Only the topsiders can let us out now. I go in first, covered by the rest of them, guns out, full drill. And when I swing around the second door, the guy in the suit is just standing there. He's got his back to me, standing in front of one of the computers. The kitchen staffer is on the floor, flat on his stomach, arms spread, as if he's afraid to move, which he probably is. I shouted at him to get the fuck down, but Blunt didn't even move from the computer. He's standing up and taking a picture of the screen with his phone. Then he puts up a finger and says, "Just a second, almost finished," and takes another fucking picture. Then I see that wooden hand, and shit, I know who it is. I fired my weapon. I think I hit him. I must have hit him. I've never seen anyone move like that, living or dead. He spun away from the computer, and then there's this sword in his hand. Pop, like a magic trick. Like that guy in the movies. And the next thing I know, I'm on the floor, looking up at everybody. I can't move my feet, and Blunt is whirling around the room like a fucking dervish. I see Devin lose his gun arm, the finger still pulling the trigger. Then Blunt cuts down through Sal's leg, and she falls on the floor. And I think, oh, that's why I'm down here. I look down at my legs, but my legs aren't there. They're about 5 feet away, one boot leaning into another. And I can't believe it. It's hard to get your mind around something like that. Oh, I've been cut in half. By a wooden guy with a sword. By fucking Pinocchio! Now Mick is down too, and that's all of us, laid out on the floor. Nobody's dead, but every one of us is missing parts, and some of us are handling that a little better than others. Me, I figured out early in training how to turn off pain, but that's not a trick everyone can hold on to. Now Blunt's looking at his phone again. I tell him, "You're not going to get any bars down here," and he says, "I'm aware of that." He plays with the phone a bit more, then he strolls over to me and points the sword at my neck and says, "You almost made me break my promise." And I say, "Yeah? What promise is that?" He flicks his arm, and the sword is gone. Up his sleeve, I guess. He crouches down where my legs should be, and he says, "I don't suppose they're going to let me walk out of here." He says it like he already knows the answer, because of course they're not going to let him out. I tell him about the fail-safe, the aerosolized kerosene, the white phosphorus igniters. The whole kitchen, I tell him, is designed to go up in a flash. And he laughs. "If you can't stand the heat," he says. But I'm not fucking laughing. I tell him that in about 60 seconds they're going to open the jets and hit the WP and we're all going to die. And he looks at me and says, "But you can't die. I took a vow." I can't tell if he's fucking with me or not. He thinks for a minute, then he cinches up the bottom of my uniform so my guts don't spread out all over the floor. I was damn glad I couldn't feel anything down there. Then he starts dragging me right out of the kitchen and down the hallway. He stops in front of the vault door and says, "Do you have friends up there?" I don't say anything. I'm not about to be used as a hostage. Then he looks up at the camera and says, "This woman doesn't have to die. None of these people have to die." At this point, Topside is seeing everything on the cameras, and with me and the rest of the team down there, the protocol is to hit the button. Burn everything. I lay on the floor waiting for that smell, that Apocalypse Now smell. But nothing happens. See, I did have friends up there, and no LD wants to die in fire. It was stupid, and it was sentimental, and if they didn't hold off on hitting that button, I wouldn't be here now in this fucking chair. Anyway, Blunt shrugs, then goes back down the hallway, and he and the kitchen staffer pull the rest of the team to the door. Their torsos, anyway. They left a lot of limbs behind. The kitchen staff guy, though, he's fine, just a couple of bullet holes. Then Blunt says to the cameras, "I'll be waiting in the kitchen," and he just walks away. When he gets past the second door, he shuts it behind him. I start yelling up at the cameras, "Hit the button! Hit the button!" Because I know Blunt is up to something. Somehow, that second door really isn't locked, and soon as the main door opens for us, he's going to come sprinting down that hallway with his fucking samurai sword. But Topside isn't listening to me. They didn't see what happened in the kitchen. They didn't see how fast he moves. They don't know anything except that they can pull their buddies out, then torch the bastard who did this to them. I hear the clunk of the vault locks opening. Then the B team is yanking me through the door. They're pulling us all through, and in about 5 seconds, we're all on the other side, my 3 guys and the kitchen staff guy. Then somebody Topside hits the big red button. I thought we'd hear something, an explosion or something, but the vault door didn't even get warm. It wasn't until 10 minutes later, when we were back topside, that one of the B team said to me, "Hey, Sheila, did you just beep?" When they were 15 minutes out of the safe house onto the highway, Stony's red phone rang again. It was the number Blunt had used to send the text messages. "What's going on?" Stony said. "Who is this, please?" a male voice said. It was not Mr. Blunt. Stony clicked off the phone and stared at it. A few seconds later it rang again. He rolled down the window. "What are you doing?" He broke open the back of the phone, pulled out the battery, then snapped the flash card. He rolled down the window and tossed the pieces one by one into the dark beside the highway. "Who's been calling you?" Nessa said. "Is it the Diggers?" "How could the Diggers have this number?" "You just looked so worried, I thought—" "I don't know who it is," he said. Mr. Blunt had contacted him first with the text messages. Then someone else had gotten the number and called him. Unless it had never been Blunt at all. He dug out his second phone and began texting Delia. "I would really like to know what's going on," Nessa said. "I can't do my job unless you let me." "Sorry about that," Stony said. He watched the phone screen, waiting for an answer. "You know, you say sorry a lot when you don't mean it." He looked up, smiled briefly. "2 miles ahead, take the next exit." "Where are we going?" He didn't answer. "Then how far are we going? Because I have to pee." "Not too much farther," Stony said. And it was the truth. A few miles later he directed her to pull into an Exxon station and park away from the lights. "Can you tell me now why we're here?" Nessa said. "I need to make some calls," Stony said. "In private." "What?" "Why don't you go to the bathroom, get a snack or something? I just need a few minutes." She looked hurt. "Fine." She grabbed her cloth shoulder bag, a huge colorful thing made in India, and stalked toward the gas station building. There was only one car at the pumps, and one other car parked in front of the building. He decided he could stay in the passenger seat. He checked his phone again, but as he expected, there was no new message from Delia. He'd lied to Nessa a bit. He didn't need to make any calls, but he did need to wait here for a while. He wished he hadn't destroyed the flash card from the red phone. He wanted to look through those names in the pictures while he waited. Well, Delia would have a copy, and they'd look through them together. He had recognized one of the 3 names he'd seen. Eric Ham was one of Calhoun's employees, an LD plucked from a group of immigrants to the island. Mr. Blunt had spent months tracking these recruits. All of them left the island by ship or helicopter and made their way to a Calhoun-owned compound in Pensacola, Florida, and never came out. As far as Blunt could determine, they were still inside. For some time now, Blunt had wanted to break into the compound, but Stony had talked him out of it. They couldn't risk Blunt's life, and they couldn't risk alerting the commander. As soon as the strange voice had called him from Blunt's phone, Stony was sure that Mr. Blunt had done something extreme to get these names, and gotten caught. He wouldn't have allowed the phone to be taken from him without a fight. So they probably had the names of Calhoun's recruits. But what did the words after their names mean? Eric Hazlitt was mad. Elena Gomez was in a bog. Terry Alsop was, whatever IAD was, in a ditch? They seemed too short for passwords, too short even for code names. Abbreviations, then? Nessa's head appeared in the window of the station. She had a phone to her ear. She looked toward the van, then turned away from the window. He supposed she could be calling family, but doubted it. She'd be complaining to her boss. He thought, Gomez is bogged, Hazlitt is mad, Alsop is IAD. IAD, Dulles International Airport. He opened his phone again. Even though Delia wouldn't read the message for a while, he had to tell someone. "They are airport codes," he typed. A minute later, Nessa was walking back to the van, still holding the phone. She walked up to the passenger door and held up the phone to him. She looked like she was keeping the lid on some strong emotion, anger maybe. He opened the door. "The commander?" he said. She put the phone in his hand. He checked out the parking lot again, then scanned the road in front of the station. No one else was outside, and no headlights were coming this way. He glanced at his wristwatch, then lifted the phone. "Hello?" "Stony, my boy!" His voice, bouncing 1,000 miles over satellites and cell towers, boomed as clear as if the old man were standing beside him, shouting into his ear. He was using his stage voice, which meant that there were people around him listening in. "Good evening, Commander," Stony said. "I've heard you've had a goddamn barnstormer of a trip. Vanessa says that the people admire the hell out of you. You're like a goddamn Bob Hope." "That was the goal." Nessa stared at him with that same tense expression on her face. Her hand was inside her Indian bag. The commander said, "I just wanted to tell you, you were right and I was wrong. You've done a great service for our people. You've reminded them that we're a community that cares for each other." Stony made a vaguely affirmative noise and glanced at his watch again. The commander said, "I also wanted to say that I don't have any hurt feelings about this." "What?" "I didn't trust you, and you didn't trust me. That's regrettable, but I think you'll agree that the blame goes both ways." Stony said, "Would you like to tell me what we're talking about?" "Don't do this, boy. I know about the spying. I know about those messages he sent you. I'm holding the phone. Had to clean it off, but I'll give him this. He was clever." "Where's Mr. Blunt, Commander?" "Jammed the damn thing inside Sheila's body cavity. I don't think we'd have found it for hours if you hadn't called back." "Where is Mr. Blunt?" "I'm sorry, Stony. Had to be done. In the Navy, they shoot spies." "You were never in the fucking Navy. You worked on a fucking dock." "Stony, get a hold of yourself." "You shot him?" "Well, with Mr. Blunt, we had to be a little more thorough. You know his history. We just couldn't risk a comeback." Nessa had stepped back, and now the gun was out, a little black pistol. Her hand shook, and she looked stricken. "Put that away," Stony said. "Put it to hell away." Nessa took another half-step back, then steadied the gun with her other hand. The commander said, "You won't be able to act on those names, Stony. It's too late. They're scattered across the globe, and they've already received the signal. I sent it as soon as we discovered what Mr. Blunt had done." You can't. Why would you do that? On D-Day—" "I was willing to give D-Day a chance, Stony. But I was also pretty goddamn sure that when we went public, the breathers would cut down any LD who dared step into the light. The backup plan was always in place. It had to be. What choice did we have?" "Blunt was right. You're insane." "I never expected us to see eye to eye on this. But what I'm doing is for the best interests of our people." Nessa said, "I'm supposed to take away all of your phones now." Her voice quavered. "You're aiming a gun at me?" Stony said. "Have you not listened to a single thing I've said?" The commander said, "Give her the cell phone, Stony. We'd like you to avoid calling the diggers for a while. Then Vanessa will take you to an airport, and if it's at all possible, we'll fly you out here to the bunker. You know better than anyone else that this is the safest place to be. I'm going to hang up now, okay?" Stony clicked off the phone and handed it to Nessa. "And the other one?" she said. He dug into his pocket and fished out the silver Nokia he used for talking to Alice and Crystal. "There," he said. From the road came the sound of an engine. Stony glanced through the windshield. A single headlight swerved into the parking lot. Nessa started to turn toward the noise, and Stony said, "What about my guns?" Her eyes jerked back to his. "You have—" "No, I don't believe in them." "Motorcycle." "What?" The bike flashed past, and a black boot caught Nessa under the ribs and catapulted her sideways. She hit the pavement, then bounced, tumbling, and came to a sudden rest face down. The pistol had disappeared, sent flying. The motorcyclist braked hard, whipped back toward Nessa. The bike slowed, rolled forward, and stopped, with the front wheel touching the woman's head. "Wait," Stony said. "Don't kill her." The cyclist pulled off the black helmet and set it on the gas tank. "She had a gun on you," Delia said. Her jawbone gleamed in the reflected lights of the gas station. "Does this mean Calhoun knows about Blunt?" "He killed him," Stony said. "But it's worse than that." "How can it possibly be worse?" "He's starting it," Stony said. The big bite." "Jesus," Delia said. Nessa moaned, started to lift her head. Delia looked down at her, then said, "You need to tell me how to get onto that fucking island." "You won't get to him," Stony said. "He's in a bunker, a whole series of bunkers, a city of them." "What did you do, Stony?" "The spaceport was a decoy, something to fool the spy satellites. We needed the time to build something nuke-proof." A man, the clerk, stepped half out of the station door, holding it open. Then he saw Nessa on the ground and started to jog toward them. Delia reached inside her leather jacket, withdrew an automatic, and fired 2 shots well over the head of the man. He ducked and ran back into the building. "You know, it's almost a relief," she said. "Don't talk like that," Stony said. "It's the end of the world." "For them, maybe," Delia said. Chapter 18. April 28, 2010, Chicago. Those who were transformed during the outbreak know everything they need to know. Even the fortunate amnesiacs, their memories scoured by fever, have since heard 100 stories they can substitute for their own. She, or he, was bitten. Sometime later, a day, 2 days, she awoke to a strangely quiet world, the streets silent except for the moans of the still hungry dead, the skies empty of planes. There was a taste in her mouth. Ah, but those few who lived through it, who survived still breathing. They don't talk about it much. When they do, someone inevitably says, "It was just like a movie." Perhaps it's because they saw the opening days of the outbreak through television screens. When the ghouls finally threw themselves against the door, when it was finally time to act, it felt as if they were being called in front of the camera, ready to recite their lines, to scream, to run. But we're jumping ahead again. It's Ruby's story we need to tell. She was just 22 that April of the big bite, finishing her first year of law school at Loyola University. She was living in a tiny 3rd-floor apartment in Lincoln Park. One window overlooked a slice of West Altgeld, a tree-lined street that had recently burst into full spring gorgeousness. The other window was semi-blocked by a semi-functional air conditioner. Thanks to the rules drilled into her by her mother and aunt, Ruby was better prepared for the zombie apocalypse than most. She maintained a 3-day supply of bottled water and canned food. She kept a 9mm Heckler & Koch USP, a gift from Alice, in a gun safe in her bedroom, and an aluminum baseball bat by the door. Her front door was metal and could be secured by 2 deadbolts and a chain lock. She kept a backpack ready with clothes, antibiotics, ammo, and tampons. When she heard of the outbreak that morning, she did not panic. The cell phone transmissions were jammed, and she could not get through to Alice, who lived on the other side of the city. But she was able to get a text message to her mother in Utah. Crystal told her to stay put. Do not answer the door, do not let anyone in, and do not leave the apartment. If she tried to flee the city, if she risked the highways, they might never find her. Ruby had never been the most compliant of children, but in this instance her mother seemed to be making sense. She closed the windows and pulled the drapes. She sat on the floor of the living room, out of sight of the windows, with the HK beside her. She opened her laptop and was relieved to find that her Wi-Fi was still on and the cable modem was still up. Well, she thought, Facebook has certainly taken a dark turn. The Internet was awash in second-by-second horrors. Pictures, video, and eyewitness reports. Twitter had turned into an unrelenting stream of exclamation marks and bad advice. Friends and acquaintances across the country and overseas reported various levels of infection. In some places, no LDs were in sight, but in the largest cities, especially those in America, the streets were filling with undead. New York, Philadelphia, Newark, Pittsburgh, Cincinnati, Chicago. Outside, sirens blared, and gunshots cracked like slamming car doors, and car doors slammed like gunshots. Whenever she heard something particularly close, a scream, a car alarm, she went to the window, careful not to move the drapes. Most of the time she saw nothing. And as the day wore on, slow-moving figures appeared in the streets. When darkness fell, she did not turn on her lights, and opened her laptop only when she was covered by a blanket. She typed with one hand now. The other gripped the pistol. She could admit to herself now that, yes, she was terrified. Afraid of dying, afraid of, could she use the word, the zombies. And God help her, afraid of turning into one. She was disappointed in herself. She'd grown up knowing about LDs, thinking about them, advocating for them. When she was 10 years old, Crystal had told her about her uncle, and where he was being held. Secret emails from Deadtown had begun to arrive by then. And why her grandmother was also in prison. Ruby did not freak out. Quite the opposite, she was thrilled. By 13, she'd become something of an undead ally. An activist who picked schoolyard fights whenever her classmates played humans versus zombies. In 8th grade, she went door to door with a petition demanding that the government give amnesty to any undead in hiding. She got 5 signatures. When she was 17, she joined Amnesty International and started a blog, Dead to Rights. The amount of hate mail she received, and answered, was stunning. When people told her about the coming apocalypse, she called them bigots. Bet they're laughing it up now, as they get their arms bitten off. Fuckheads. But it wasn't just the undead she needed to worry about. The living could kill her, too. What if one of her fellow tenants tried to fight LDs with a torch? The whole building could come down. She would have to flee the building and take her chances on the street. Even if she managed to stay in the apartment undetected, eventually she'd have to leave to find food and risk being shot by a survivor. Alice had taught her that the outbreak, when it came, would not be over soon. The fever lasted only 48 hours, but that didn't mean everything would be over in 2 days max. It was a rolling infection, so even as some of the first to die recovered their sanity, others were dying or in the throes of the fever. Near 11 p.m., she got a text from her friend Gina. "Where are you? Help." Ruby stared at her phone. Gina lived 2 blocks away, on Lincoln Avenue. Another message from Gina popped up. "Z's in my building." "Hide," Ruby typed. "Don't make a noise." A minute passed. 2. "Gina?" She couldn't tell if her texts were getting through. None were coming to her anymore. She sent again. "Gina? Are you there?" Months later, long after the cell networks had gone silent, Ruby would not throw away her phone. She had a vague idea that someday the electricity and the satellites and the cell towers would all come back online. Someday, Gina would call her. Sometime later, this must have been 2 or 3 in the morning after her cell battery had died, she lurched awake, blinked at the dark room. Her hand still gripped the gun. She didn't know she'd been asleep. She didn't know what had awakened her. There'd been a huge noise, an explosion from somewhere outside. She pulled the blanket from her. Her laptop screen was dead. The clock above the microwave had gone out, too. A blown transformer, then? She went to the window. The street was dark. Street lamps out, not a window lit. In the distance was the faint orange glow of a large fire. Were there shapes moving on the street? She could see nothing, but imagine everything. She thought she heard a voice, calling thinly like a drawn-out note on a violin. She leaned her head against the window, but the sound slipped away. She walked to the center of the room and stood in the dark, straining to hear. Yes, someone crying. She let the sound pull her to the apartment door, and she heard it more clearly. It was Hernan Trujillo, she realized. A 3rd grader who lived with his mom only 3 doors down, a boy Ruby had babysat for 6 times. She'd heard him cry before, but this was different. He'd been hurt, or perhaps pushed by fear into a sound that was both smaller and more primitive than a scream. The whine of a trapped animal. Or perhaps it's not Hernan, she told herself. Maybe the sound wasn't even coming from her floor. Maybe it was winding up the stairwell. That high voice could have belonged to one of a dozen children who lived in the building, someone she didn't know at all. It could even be a woman. There was no reason to leave the apartment. Ruby moved closer to the door and looked through the peephole. She saw nothing. She went back to the living room and felt around for the flashlight. She didn't turn it on. She made sure the gun's safety was on, tucked the pistol into the front waistband of her jeans, and went back to the door. The crying had stopped. This only made her feel worse. She put her hand on the deadbolt. The Trujillo's door was only 20, 30 feet away? She could yank open the door and run to their door. Hernan might even be wandering in the hallway. She would scoop him up and bring him back to her apartment, slam the door. Or she could wait until he started screaming as the dead things ate him. She slowly slid back the bolt, the scrape as loud in her ears as if it had been amplified. She waited, listening. After half a minute, or perhaps only 10 seconds, time slowed when you were panicked, she unlatched the chain and bent to look again through the peephole. Nothing but black. The butt of the pistol grip was hard against her belly. Ruby moved the flashlight to her other hand and dried her sweat-slicked palm against her pant leg. She reached for the last lock and twisted it. Clack! In her mind, 20 undead swiveled at the sound. She didn't have enough hands. She wanted the baseball bat, the pistol, and the flashlight. She withdrew the gun from her waistband, pulled open the door a few inches, and stepped back. She aimed the gun into the gap. The crying had started again, or it had never stopped, but had grown too faint to penetrate the door. The child, she was sure now it was a child, was nearby. Fuck me, she thought, and switched on the flashlight. She stepped into the hallway, then jerked the beam of light left, then right. The corridor was empty. A smell like burnt rubber hung in the air. The crying came from her right, toward the Trujillo's apartment. Their door was ajar, not a good sign. She knocked on the door, causing it to glide open farther, and played the light across the tiny foyer. "Vivi? Hernan?" The crying suddenly stopped. Ruby needed to go inside and turn the corner before she could see into the rest of the apartment. Go on, she thought. Turn the corner. "Vivi? Hernan? It's me, Ruby. From down the hall?" There was no answer. "I'm coming in, okay?" She took a breath, then swung around the corner, gun and flashlight aimed in front of her. A body lay face down on the floor. It was a small woman in khaki pants and a dark T-shirt. No, a white T-shirt with dark stains. Her back was hunched, as if she were praying or holding her stomach. It looked like Viviana. She swung the light around the room. The little breakfast table had been overturned. The bookshelf was still standing, but the shelves were half empty, and many of the books and CDs and knickknacks — Vivi loved porcelain Precious Moments figurines — had been dumped to the floor. Something moved in the bedroom doorway. Ruby shouted and jerked the light toward it. A short, paunchy man raised one arm to shield the light from his eyes. His other arm was wrapped in a blood-stained towel. "Stop!" Ruby yelled. "Who the hell are you?" She couldn't tell whether he was living or dead. The man shook his head. Ruby said, "Who the fuck are you?" The man said something in Spanish. His face was wet with tears. Ruby said, "Where's Hernan?" He seemed to recognize the name. He pointed toward the body on the floor and made a wheezing, high-pitched sound, a thin peal of grief. Ruby edged toward Viviana's body. "Vivi, can you hear me?" She nudged Vivi's calf with her toe. Vivi didn't move. Ruby moved around to the side, holding the gun on her. In a zombie movie, this is the way the stupid person gets bitten. The undead playing dead. Vivi's face was slack, staring. There was another body under the woman's. Ruby would never describe what she saw, nor will that happen here. It was clear, however, that the mother and son were dead. Maybe Viviana had killed her son, then herself. Maybe they'd been bitten and would be resurrected as LDs in a few hours. Or maybe they'd been killed by the man in the bedroom. Ruby pointed her H&K at the man's face. "What the fuck happened here?" She was yelling and sounded a little crazed, even to her. The man shook his head, and she said, "What the fuck did you do?" The man cried out then and pointed behind her. His fear was so raw, she didn't doubt him. She spun toward the apartment door, gun raised. A zombie, gray face, black mouth, a dark bandage covering its head. Ruby fired and the gun kicked up. The second shot went into the ceiling. The zombie, stumbling backward, fell against the wall. Ruby reset her aim, bracing with both hands as Alice had taught her on the firing range. She fired again, and the zombie yelled, "Jesus Christ, Ruby, stop it!" "Who? How do you—" The zombie looked down at his chest, then poked a finger at a new hole there. Ruby shone the light on his face. He looked up, squinting. It wasn't a bandage he wore, but a bandana. Ruby said, "Uncle Stony?" He got to his feet, slowly. "The second shot always goes to the head," Stony said. "Didn't your mother teach you anything?" "I'm new at this," she said, and Stony laughed. But of course Mom and Alice had taught her everything they could, and everything about Stony. She'd never talked to him, and never even gotten a letter from him. Once a year, however, she received a mystery birthday card, unsigned, always from a different address. "You can stop aiming that at me now," he said. His skin seemed eggshell white in the glare of the flashlights. His eyes were silver dimes. She lowered the gun and aimed the flashlight at his feet. He started to say something, then seemed to notice what was behind her. She glanced over her shoulder. Oh, right, the lump of bodies on the floor behind her and the paunchy man still standing in the bedroom. "Ruby, I have to tell you something, and I don't want you to panic." "I'm not going to panic." "Right." He thought, "Please don't shoot me again." "There are lots of LDs on the ground floor of your building, and those gunshots are going to draw them up here. We've got to go. The city's burning, and there's no one to put out the fires. Do you trust me?" "Okay," she said, her voice unsteady. Then, "Okay." Stony nodded past her. "Is your friend coming with us?" "He's not my friend," Ruby said. "Yet." Stony walked toward him, hands out. Ruby swung the light onto the paunchy man, and he stayed planted in the doorway. Stony indicated the towel wrapped around the man's arm. "You were bitten?" The man didn't answer. Stony said, "Your arm? Bite? Mordedura?" After a moment, the man said, "Yes, bite." Ruby was surprised he answered honestly. The man said in a thick South American accent, "My name is Oscar." He said it with great formality, though his voice shook. He was terrified. Stony said, "Oscar, do you know what's going to happen to you?" "Soy muerto. Dead, yes." "You're going to be all right," Stony said. "Comprende? I've seen people go through this. Do you want me to help?" Ruby said, "Help him how?" The two men stared at each other. Finally Oscar nodded, lips pursed as if he were receiving religious instruction. "Yes," Oscar said. He nodded toward Ruby. "Goodbye." Then he turned, went back into the bedroom. Stony followed him. Ruby said, "Where the hell are you going?" "Just a second," Stony said, and closed the door. "You can't just—" But there was nothing to be gained by raising her voice. She backed up to the wall and turned the flashlight on the front door to the apartment. She was careful not to look at the bodies on the floor. There was no noise from the bedroom. After 5 minutes— no, it only seemed like 5 to her. In reality, it took less than a minute— Stony opened the door. Ruby did not ask, "Where's Oscar?" She did not ask for explanations. The important thing to do, she thought, is to think about the next 30 seconds, and the next 30 after that. The important thing is to keep going. "You have a car?" Ruby said. "Here's what's going to happen," Stony said. We're going to go down the stairs to the first floor. I have a van waiting. If you stay close to me, you should be fine." "And then what?" "Then we drive out of the city." "But what about Alice? We've got to get her." "Alice wouldn't come with me. She's at the hospital working the emergency room." "But she'll die." "No one can make Alice do anything she doesn't want to do," Stony said. Well, Ruby thought, he's right about that. She let him lead her into the hallway. He went right away from her apartment. Ruby said, "Wait, I have stuff in my apartment." "You won't need it." "Fuck," Ruby said, but hurried to catch up to him. When they were a dozen feet from the stairwell, the door swung open. Ruby and Stony stopped. Ruby lifted the flashlight, but kept the gun down. It was a woman. Her head was bent sideways, lying flat on her shoulder like a smashed pumpkin on a front porch. Her mouth opened and made a low, sad noise. Stony said, "Stop!" The dead woman paused, then swiveled slightly so that her eyes were on them. "Go back!" The woman turned and pushed against the door. Ruby said, "How the fuck are you doing that?" "You don't need to swear so much," Stony said. "Oh, I think I do. Shit!" The zombie woman suddenly fell to the ground, knocked down by someone coming out the stairwell door. Another dead person, a large man wearing no shirt. More bodies clambered behind him. The shirtless man saw Stony and Ruby and started toward them in a stumbling half-run. Stony yelled, "Stop! Sit down!" The man hesitated, but now other zombies were charging past him, 6, 7 of them. Ruby shouted something, undoubtedly another curse word, and stepped behind Stony. An LD reached Stony and tried to shove him out of the way. Stony pushed him backward into the people behind him, and they shuffled aside and let him fall to the ground. Stony said, "Maybe we should—" The group surged forward, and Stony went down, smothered in bodies. They weren't attacking him. They were trying to get through him, to Ruby. The woman with the broken neck emerged from the pile and threw herself forward. She grabbed Ruby's right arm and yanked her toward her. The flashlight went flying, the beam bouncing crazily. Ruby screamed in pain. The dead woman's fingers ground into her. With her other hand, Ruby raised the H&K, squeezed the trigger, but the trigger wouldn't budge. The safety. The zombie woman bit at Ruby's gun hand. Ruby jerked her arm back, thumbed the safety, then shoved the barrel of the gun into the woman's jaw. She fired, and the woman's face... But you know what happened to the woman's face. Ruby backed away in the pitch-black hallway, shouting Stony's name. She was blind, afraid to fire for hitting Stony, and afraid not to fire. Then something grabbed her shoulder, and she jerked away from the touch, brought the gun around. "Back the other way," Stony said out of the dark. "We'll circle around." "No," Ruby said. "My apartment. There's another way out." Ruby turned and ran for her doorway. She couldn't see anything, but she trailed a hand against the wall, counting door frames. She almost fell into her apartment when she reached it. The door was wide open. For a wild moment she thought, "They're inside." Then Stony pushed her inside and slammed the door. "Open," she said, fighting for breath. "My door was open." "What?" "They're inside." "No," Stony said. "That was me. I left it open when I came looking for you." "Would you just check the fucking living room?" she cried. "I'm holding the door shut." As if in reply, something banged against the metal. The zombies were trying to get in. Ruby reached past him, fumbling, then found the deadbolt and the chain lock. "Now check it." "Fine. Watch the door. But please don't use the gun unless you absolutely have to." "Are you fucking kidding me?" "You'll disfigure these people or kill some of them permanently." "Fuck you," Ruby said. "They're trying to fucking kill me." "For now," he said. "It's temporary insanity, and I know you're stressed, but you don't have to keep saying the F word." He slipped past her then, and Ruby stood next to the door, her hand on the surface so she would know when it started to open. The metal shuddered with each bang. The undead wailed as if frustrated. Suddenly Stony was back. "We're clear. Now where's this other way out?" "Just a sec." Hoping the door would hold, Ruby went to the hall closet and retrieved her loaded backpack. It was heavy with ammo, an extra flashlight, batteries, food. "Thank you, paranoid Aunt Alice." Ruby slung it onto her shoulder and went through the dark to the back window. Wedged between the sill and the top of the window frame was a block of 4x4 that held the air conditioner in place. She felt for the block, then whacked it with the side of her fist. Then she whacked it again, and it popped free. "Grab the air conditioner," she told Stony, and then pushed up against the sill. The wood shrieked. "And don't let it drop." "You're kind of bossy," Stony said. He pulled the air conditioner from the frame and set it on the futon. In the hallway, bodies slammed against the door. The window overlooked an air shaft. Below was a black pit. Above, the bellies of clouds flickered from fires across the city. Ruby reached down to the floor beneath the window and found the stack of cloth and plastic that had been sitting there unused since she had installed it a year ago. "What is that?" Stony asked. "Alice said never live any place without an emergency exit." She tossed the rope ladder out the window. The base of the ladder was bolted to the floor. I am so proud of you," Stony said. He leaned out the window. "No LDs below, at least that I can see." "Me first, then," Ruby said. A year after the epidemic, it still wasn't clear how many agents Calhoun had planted in how many cities. The sheet of names and airport codes that Mr. Blunt had discovered in Calhoun's Atlanta offices included over 80 locations, but many more might have been off the book. In most of the cities, Calhoun's agents struck at retirement homes and hospitals. They worked in pairs. 2 LDs would enter a facility and begin shooting, using automatic weapons and small arms. As each roomful of people were executed, the LDs would deliver a quick bite. Killing by hand was inefficient. It was certainly much too slow to bite a living person and then wait for them to die. The old and sick were perfect subjects for conversion. They couldn't run away. They died quickly, and their age made no difference in their effectiveness when they were reborn. In some instances, the LD agents were shot down by police within an hour of the start of the attack. But in a few cities, the agents moved on to second and even third-tier institutions. In any case, within a few hours the police had far too many living dead to handle. The first reported attack was on the Grand Oaks Retirement Village in Columbus, Ohio. 2 gunmen entered the main building of the village at 8:10 p.m. Eastern. They killed and bit over 80 residents by the time police were able to corner the men in a third-floor wing of the building. The gunmen leapt from the window. The police did not figure out that the men were undead until the first of the elderly patients began to move again, and reports from around the world began to pour in. The attacks were so widespread that local governments could not coordinate a response. By morning, when Ruby and most of the eastern United States learned of the outbreak, the big bite had taken on the mathematical shape of the equation Stony had worked out years ago. The infection rate soared into a hockey stick graph. The outcome for the planet was certain. Only the specifics remained to be worked out. Chicago, for example. By dawn after the first nighttime attacks, the city was teeming with fevered LDs. By the time Stony reached Ruby's apartment at 3 a.m. of the second day, the infection had reached a saturation point. According to the models, and later it seemed that the models fit reality reasonably well, 90% of the residents were dead or bitten, and of the bitten, most had already turned. The streets were crowded with fevered undead. Stony led Ruby into the street. They were both forced to do terrible things on their way out of the city. Zombies, that is to say, people, were killed and maimed. You could tell this story yourself. You know the ingredients. Shadows, smoke, dimly seen figures shambling through shadows and smoke, sudden realization that heroes are surrounded by hundreds of zombies, including the following: zombie in uniform, policeman standard, extra points for nuns, referees, and clowns, child zombie, zombie with no legs. Screaming. Screaming while firing gun. Recognition that adjacent zombie is a friend/relative/loved one. Near fatal hesitation to kill zombie who is friend/relative/loved one. Zombie beaten back with improvised blunt instrument. Race to the escape vehicle. Someone trips, then is helped up. Fumbling with doors. Passenger side unexpectedly left locked. Must be opened from inside. Victim saved by unexpected off-camera shot by companion. Vehicle door shuts just as zombie reaches it, window smashed in. Multiple zombies run over as van accelerates. Victim says, "I think we're in the clear." Victim realizes they are definitely not in the clear, etc. But you crave sensory detail. A vivid description of how it looks and sounds and feels to run over a human body. A simile that conveys the pattern of blood and viscera spattering the windshield. Maybe some sound effects. Ka-thump. Bang. Crack. Or maybe you'd like to have described to you the peculiar beauty of the sun coming up on an interstate littered with bodies, the rays glinting off chrome and broken glass. "Battlefield sunrise," Stony said. Ruby was slumped in the passenger seat, eyes closed but not asleep. They were on I-88 now, heading west. Stony drove fast, slipping past stopped vehicles, slowing only when the way was blocked and he was forced to nudge and scrape past the abandoned cars. The interstate was most congested near the toll plazas. The police had tried to turn them into roadblocks, but that hadn't worked for long. Only once did they have to leave the interstate and weave through city streets. Stony told Ruby to keep her head down, but she thought this was primarily because he did not want her to see the bodies as they stumbled in front of his van. People would not get out of the way, and Stony could not slow down for them. It was a relief to get back onto the interstate. Ruby said, "Did Alice tell you where to find me?" "She gave me directions," Stony said, "but I already knew your address." "Yeah, I got your birthday cards." She opened her eyes. The sunlight, even filtered through the blood-smeared windshield, was too bright. She closed them again. The air smelled of gasoline from all the extra plastic cans Stony kept in the back of the van. She said, "How much longer?" 4 hours if nothing gets in our way." "No one lives there, you know. It's all boarded up." "Even better," Stony said. "You'll be safe there." She opened her eyes to slits. He was driving with both hands on the wheel. One hand dead flesh, one plastic, and staring straight ahead. The driver's side window had blown out during the escape, and the wind whipped at the dirty bandana he kept tied around his forehead. She'd never seen a dead man close up. His skin was the texture and color of concrete. There was a gash on his neck, but it did not bleed. The dry flesh lay open, revealing not blood or tissue, but a deeper shade of gray. When he wasn't talking to her, or when he thought she wasn't looking at him, his face set into an expression that looked like grief or anger. "What's wrong?" Ruby asked. He forced a smile, then let it slip away. After a time he said, "I need to tell you, Ruby, I'm responsible for this." Ruby said, "What do you mean?" "All of it." He glanced at her, then back to the road. His eyes were milky white, blind man's eyes. "The man who started the bite. I made sure everyone trusted him, trusted me. Then I let him get away with it. I could have stopped it at any time, but I thought I was the smartest guy in the room." "I don't understand. If you didn't know what he was doing, you can't take responsibility. You didn't start the outbreak." "Oh, Ruby," he said, "they couldn't have done it without me." Chapter 19, April 29th, 2010, Iowa. The road cleared, and they crossed the Illinois border without incident. He kept the speedometer pegged to 90, and even then cars zoomed past him. He talked as he drove. He told her everything. He started with Commander Calhoun, the island, the theory and practice of the Big Bite. She asked questions, and he told her more, going back years. The living dead army, the safe houses, the Congress, Billy's Zip and the ZCMI attack, Dead Town. She needed to know how the undead had waited underground like a bomb, like a poisonous gas. 1,000 pockets of inevitability. She needed to know the crimes he'd committed. "I wrote it all down," he said. "I've got a printout in my bag. It's about 1,200 pages. Plus there's a diary my mom kept, my biological mom. And there's this novel." "You wrote a novel?" Ruby asked. "It's a draft," he said. They were making good time. The infection would be rolling west from Chicago, going north from Madison, south from Des Moines. If they could beat that wave to easterly, Ruby might live through the day. Then they reached the rolling hills outside Iowa City. He stopped the van at the top of a hill. Ruby stirred, and Stony said, "I don't want you to panic." She sat upright. At the bottom of the hill, the 4 lanes of interstate had become a parking lot. Semis, school buses, dozens of cars. Foraging among the vehicles were hundreds and hundreds of LDs, like the graduating class of the University of Iowa on an undead field trip. Some of the LDs had noticed Stony's van and were heading up the hill. "Turn around," Ruby said. "I told you not to panic," he said. "You just need to go lie down in the back of the van. I'll help you get—" "You're not going to drive through them? There are too many, Stony. They'll swarm us." "I should have tried this earlier. I know how to get through them." "You'll get through them. They're not trying to eat you," she said. "Just turn the van around and we'll find some other way." Jesus, she was stubborn. Absolutely no doubt she was a Mayhall woman. "Please, Ruby, just trust me, okay? If I get bitten, I'm going to come back and kick your ass." "That's a given. Now please, before they get here." He got out of his seat and went to the back of the van. He pried up a section of the aluminum floor to the left of the drive shaft and showed her the coffin-like space below. It was a metal box with a bit of foam padding to dampen the noise when going over bumps. She frowned. "You're putting me in a coffin." "Coffins are smaller, trust me." She got in the compartment, lay back, and crossed her arms over her chest, one hand holding the pistol. He placed the flooring over the compartment, thought for a moment, and lifted it again. "What?" she asked. "I just remembered that this may be airtight. Just a sec." "What the fuck? Get me out of here!" "Shh," he said, and set the lid at a slight angle so the corners were open. Then threw a tarp over the area. She should be fine. There were handles on the inside of the lid so she could push her way out if she needed to. He climbed back in the driver's seat. A ragged column of fevered LDs shuffled up the hill, the nearest of them less than 20 yards away. Stony put the van in drive, covered the brake, and closed his eyes. He felt his hands gripping the steering wheel. Relax, he told himself. Feel your hands. He heard a thump and glanced up. A huge white man in a Black Hawk's shirt smacked the fender of the van and reached for the passenger door. Stony shut his eyes again. He rubbed his palms against the plastic wheel. It was a part of his hands, an extension of him. He felt the steering column, the engine, then each axle like a set of limbs. I am the car is me. I belong to you, and you belong to me. The passenger door shook, and the LD howled in hunger, but Stony kept his eyes closed. He slowly eased up on the brake, and the van began to roll forward. He rode the brake against the gravity of the hill, never letting the van get over walking speed. The road was warm and rough beneath his wheels. His skin was dented sheet metal. His eyes were shattered glass. He could see everything. The LD stepped aside as the car approached, and then they began to walk away from him. The vehicle had become another dead thing, not food, not even a container of food. He slipped down the hill, one undead among many. As he approached the helter-skelter of stopped vehicles at the bottom of the hill, he was forced to pull into the grassy median, but even that did not alarm his people. He rolled past cars with sprung doors, shattered glass. He forced himself to look into the cabins of the cars, through the open door of the yellow school bus. He memorized what had been laid out on the road. He'd done this. He'd brought this moment to them. He did not tell Ruby it was safe to leave the compartment until they were miles past and the road was clear again. She'd seen enough, hadn't she? Awful enough to witness horrors in the dark, but in bright sunlight, on a beautiful spring day with the wind blowing across the Iowa fields? Too much. Too much for anyone. An hour later, and 50 miles from Easterly, Ruby told him to pull over. "I have to pee like a racehorse," she said. He scanned the scrub brush by the side of the road and decided it was unlikely an LD would be lurking here. She grabbed her backpack and stepped off the road. "Be quick," he said, and turned his back to her. But she wasn't quick. After 5 minutes she still hadn't returned, and without turning around he called out for her. "Bite me," she called back. In another minute she came out of the brush. She'd tried to wash the blood from her face, and had only partially succeeded. Still, she was beautiful. He saw Crystal in her, of course, and therefore Alice. Those high cheekbones, that narrow, stern architecture of shoulder and hip and knee. But there was something in the way she walked, the way she swung her arms climbing up to the roadway, so unself-conscious, that reminded him of Junie. "Your turn to drive," he told her, "and my turn for the box." "Are you sleepy?" "We're ahead of the wave now," he said. "The next people we'll see are likely to be breathers. They might be police, or just armed gangs. Who knows how crazy it'll be? I'll be back there if you need me, but it'll be up to you to get us the rest of the way. I know you can." "Why are you smiling?" "You're using the Patton voice." "I don't know what you're talking about." "Mom does that to me all the time, and Aunt Alice, too. You sound just like them." "I do?" "You Mayhalls all sound like you're about to march into battle. Now, are you going to tell me how you got through those undead in Iowa City?" "What do you mean? I just drove slow and—" "What? No! They ignored the van." He shrugged. "I'm dead? They're dead?" "Bullshit! They didn't even try to get in. They were pawing through all those other vehicles for food, hungry, and you just sailed right through them. They walked away from you." "You peeked." "It's like back at the apartment," she said. "Those zombies you commanded to stop. Can other LDs do that?" "I'll remind you that didn't work so well." "Tell me what's going on, Uncle Stony. What are you, king of the zombies?" "Don't use that word," he said. He was stalling for time. "It's just that, well, some of the newly turned LDs are suggestible." Ruby rolled her eyes. "Never mind. If you're going to blow me off, fine. Where are the keys?" She was mad. A little bit. But at least she'd stopped interrogating him. "In the ignition. Always leave the keys in the ignition in case—" "Patton." "Right." He sat in the back of the van next to the open compartment, ready to slip inside at the first sign of breathers and jump up front at the first sign of LDs. He told her to exit on Route 59, the highway that led into Easterly. "The Shell station looks closed," Ruby said. "The BP, too. We should have enough gas in the tank to get to Easterly. I'm just trying to be a good tour guide. Oops, cops ahead." He saw the flashers reflecting in the windshield. "They're blocking the road." Her voice rose slightly. "It's fine," Stony said. "As soon as you can, roll down the window and yell something so they know you're not a zombie," he said. "Zombies don't drive cars," Ruby said. "Listen to me. Tell them you're on your way to see Kwong Cho. He lives in Easterly. Keep your hands visible. You don't want them to shoot you. They're going to search the van, so for goodness sake, don't even look at the floor. Also—" He saw her face. "Also, that is the last instruction I'll give to you." He dropped into the compartment and pulled the lid down over him. The van rolled to a stop. After perhaps a minute, he heard a door open, and Ruby speaking. He couldn't hear what she was saying. He thought, she might want to stay with the cops, her own people. There were other towns near here, and they'd probably armed up. She might think her chances were better with them than with her deranged, undead uncle. She'd be wrong, but he could see her thinking that. After several minutes, the car door shut. The engine started, and the van began to move. Was that Ruby driving, or was a cop in the van? Maybe they were pulling it over so they could search it. A minute later, the van accelerated. Judging from the smoothness of the ride, they were still on the interstate. He waited until he couldn't stand it anymore, perhaps 2 minutes, then popped the lid and slid it back a few inches. All he could see, though, was the roof of the van. He really should have put a periscope in this thing. He listened, but she wasn't talking to anyone in the van, and he couldn't hear anything else. Finally he said, "What happened?" She said, "Nothing. I told them I was alone and desperately trying to reach my uncle's house in Easterly. They said most of the town's evacuating and my uncle probably had already left, but they let me through." He slid the lid back farther and sat up. His head was still well below the windshield. Without searching the van? Why would they do that? Because they're a bunch of old white guys and I'm a cute white girl? No, really. She tilted down the rearview mirror so she could see his face. "You don't understand living people, do you? Breathers." "Of course I do. No. Not all the time." "Haven't you ever fallen in love?" He thought of Valerie, the long hours with their arms entwined. Was that what breathers were talking about when they talked of love? Or was what he experienced some shadow emotion, some impersonation of romance? He had no nervous system, no capillaries to flush with arousal, no glands to manufacture oxytocin to bind him to his mate. How the hell could he know? He said, "It's not really in my nature." He climbed out of the compartment and squatted behind her seat. The way ahead looked utterly unfamiliar. Where had all these houses come from? Where did all the money for these houses come from? Clusters of pale, tasteful two-story homes had filled in the cornfields. At the center of town were actual fast food restaurants. A McDonald's, a Subway, and a Wendy's. "Holy cow," Stony said. "There's a Walmart." Perhaps 100 cars were in the parking lot, and the people were pushing through the doors with shopping carts piled high. "Those must be the ones who are staying," Ruby said, "or looting the place on their way out of town." "Iowans don't loot," Stony said. "Oh, yeah? Wait till the zombies attack." They passed through the little downtown area, and he directed her onto a 2-lane road. Out here, the fields were still open, still undeveloped, and now, he thought, they never would be. "There," he said, and pointed toward a distant barn roof. And then he was home. "We're not staying here, are we?" Ruby asked. The windows were boarded up with weathered plywood, and the white paint was flaking from the wood siding, but otherwise the house looked exactly as it had the day he left it, sturdy and firm, braced for another blazing summer, another hard winter. A horde of brain-eating zombies. "The lawn is mowed," Stony said. "So? So nobody lives here. Maybe you have really nice squatters." Then he thought, Kwong. He must be keeping an eye on the place. Stony looked around. The rise in the land still hid the house from the road, if not the barn, and the Cho house was obscured by the row of trees that separated their fields. The front door of this house was locked, another good sign. "Okay," Stony said. "You turn the van around so it's facing nose out and leave the keys in it. I'll be back in a minute." He walked around the side of the house. The crawl-space door was still there, but padlocked shut. He held the lock in his hand, smiling at it, until it clicked open. The light from the doorway only partially illuminated the room, but he could see that it had been nearly emptied. His tool bench was still there against one wall, though his collection of power tools was gone. The handmade bookshelves were bare. Oh, of course his sisters couldn't hold on to this stuff. He was in hiding, their mother was in prison, and Crystal was 2,000 miles away. Still, he'd imagined this basement room sealed up like a tomb, his bat cave, waiting for him. He tried the light switch, but of course the electricity was off. He walked across the room. The cement floor was water-stained, but still smooth. On the far wall, the Kiss Alive poster was gone. Where it had hung was the clear outline of the paneling that hid the door to his little secret room. He thought he'd been so careful, so clever. Above, he heard Ruby banging on the front door. He walked to the spot in the room that was beneath his bedroom and reached up. The trapdoor popped out of the way exactly like the lid in the van. That's right. This was his first tongue-and-groove door. He'd been reusing the design for years. He pulled himself up into his bedroom closet, actually, and stepped out. There were no windows, and the only light was from the faint glow from the living room. The room was an empty box, stripped to nothing. He went to the front door and unlocked it. The wood had swelled in the frame, and he had to yank hard to open it. "I could have been bitten by now," she said. "Sorry." The house was nearly empty. The sale had taken every article of furniture, even the carpets. Ruby kicked at a dark clump of something clinging to the floorboards. "I think animals have been here," she said. "I'd be offended if they hadn't," Stony said. In the kitchen, they found a plastic patio table he didn't recognize and a cardboard box. Ruby peeled back the lid. "Christmas decorations," she said. "So we've got that covered." "I'll get us something to sit on," Stony said. He went back to his bedroom and dropped back through the trap door. He was thinking he could unbolt the bookshelves, maybe improvise some benches. But unless he just smashed the boards apart, he'd need a screwdriver at least. He went to the section of paneling that hid his room, pulled it aside, then opened the metal door. On the sheet metal floor of the tiny room were stacks of cardboard boxes, 4 deep and 5 high. He went to the nearest stack and lifted the topmost box, surprisingly heavy, and carried it out into the light, slanting through the cellar door. He opened the flaps, and the rich, familiar smell of pulp filled his nose. The top of the box was lined with faded, colorful covers and white, crackled spines. His books. His sisters had kept all his books. He laughed aloud and pulled out a copy of John D. MacDonald's The Green Ripper. Beneath it was Frank Herbert's Dune, and below that, Headcase by C.V. Ferris. A man in a business suit, his back to the audience, and on his left, a beautiful red-haired woman in a clinging red dress facing out. She rested her arm on his shoulder, looking devious. The man's face, gray and decayed, was half turned toward her, grimacing. His right arm hung at his side, holding an automatic. C.V. Ferris wasn't a chubby breeder woman from New Jersey. He was an L.D. with a Royal Manual typewriter. He was Jack Gore, a hard-bitten cop bitten hard. Still, he wished Gloria Stolberg well. He hoped she survived the outbreak. He didn't need any more Jack Gore novels, but he would love to see what she'd written about the L.D. community. Now, after the outbreak, her book would either be a brilliant defense or damning evidence. No, that was the old way of thinking. Who would be alive to put them on trial? The surviving LDs would never indict their own. He moved all the boxes out of the metal room until finally the floor was clear, with only the little pallet of old blankets on the floor, blankets intact, and the 2 short bookshelves screwed to the wall. He picked up a flashlight that had been left behind on one of the shelves. It wouldn't turn on. He shook it, then unscrewed the cap and tipped out the batteries, completely corroded, as to be expected. He shut the room, then carried a couple of the book boxes back to the trapdoor and pushed them up and through. Ruby heard the noise and came to the hole. "Where the hell did you go? The cellar?" "Could you carry these back to the living room, please?" Soon they had enough boxes to make 2 chairs and an end table. Stony felt like they were playing house. Ruby, sweating now in the close atmosphere, sat down to eat her last protein bar. She put the pistol on the floor between her feet. "Do we have water, at least?" "We should. It's on a well, not city water." He went into the kitchen and turned on the taps. The water sputtered, then ran orange-red, stinking of rust. He let it run and walked back to the living room. "It may be a few minutes until it's drinkable." She bit off another inch of the energy bar, then folded the foil over it and put it back into her backpack. "We're going to have to hit that Walmart," she said. "It's almost sundown," he said. "I'll get you some food then." "From where?" "I'll think of something." "You know, I'd like to know if you have any plan at all. What are we supposed to do? Wait it out and hope the outbreak misses us?" "It won't miss us. It won't miss anyone." "You can't know that. We're in the middle of nowhere." He shook his head. "The mobs will be moving in from the cities, especially west from Chicago. We already saw Iowa City was spilling over. It's only a matter of time till they get here." "Like when? Tonight?" He hesitated, then said, "Tomorrow morning at the latest." He watched her take in this information, consider it, and set it on some mental shelf. Not forgotten, but in plain sight. He loved her for this, how she refused to panic. Crystal would have been so proud. "You know," Ruby said, "an abandoned farmhouse in the middle of a flat plain is not exactly where I'd pick to make my last stand." He smiled. "I think I need to show you something." He supported her under her arms as she lowered herself through the trap door, then followed after her. "I dug out this basement when I was in high school," he said. Ruby played her flashlight around the space. "By yourself?" "I had a lot of time on my hands. Let me show you the best part." He took her to the secret panel and swung it out of the way. "I call this my fortress of solitude." She leaned in, and the beam of her flashlight gleamed against the metal. "Okay, then," Ruby said. Her voice echoed oddly. "Your own safe room." Stony said, "If the undead get into the house, I want you to come down here, okay? Close the door behind you. You can bolt it from the inside." "What about you?" "They won't hurt me. And if things get really bad, lift up the pallet, like this." He squatted and levered the wooden platform out of the way. She aimed her light into the darkness. "Are those stairs?" "Just follow them down, and then keep following the tunnel. If you go left, you'll end up behind the Cho's house. If you go right, you'll end up in our barn in one of the old stalls. And if you go down the middle passage, it'll take you about half a mile away near the highway." "Half a mile?" Alice said I had a tendency to overdo things. She got that fucking right. "Come on, let's go out to the barn." He walked down first and was pleased to find out that his wooden stairs were still sturdy. "Wait, I just remembered something." He felt around under the last step, and there it was, the metal toolbox that used to belong to his sister's father. Stony had supplemented Irvin Mayhall's tools with his own supplies. He pulled out 2 squat, white safety candles and a box of matches in a small plastic bag. Ruby said, "You planted that here." Her tone was disbelieving. "When you were in high school." "I read a lot of spy books, and at Kwong's house they let me watch Hogan's Heroes." "Watch what?" "You're yanking my chain again." "Seriously, I have no idea what you're talking about." "It was a sitcom about a Nazi prisoner of war camp." "You're shitting me." "Come on, Colonel Klink, Sergeant Schultz, hilarious Nazis." Anyway, all those prisoners had secret passages, like stairs under a bunk that flipped up. "Did all your ideas come from TV and movies?" "Pretty much." It took him 3 tries, the matchsticks practically disintegrating at his touch, but he finally managed to light one of the candles. He saw her shocked expression through the flames, then she looked away. "What is it?" he asked. "Did I scare you?" "Nothing, it's just... Well, sometimes it catches me by surprise that you're, well, a zombie." She shook her head. "Come on, off to the barn." He decided to let it pass. Act normal. "So, which passage?" he asked. "Right to the barn," she said. "Left to the Chose, middle to Bumblefuck Egypt." "Gold Star," he said. The barn tunnel was the first he dug when he was a kid, and the passage was much shorter than he remembered, in both height and length. They walked stooped over for perhaps 20 yards, a slight breeze in their faces, until they came to a ladder. It rose only 6 feet and dead-ended against the wooden floor of the barn. Stony climbed up a few rungs and pushed. The floor didn't budge. He decided not to look down at Ruby to see what she thought of that. He climbed 2 steps higher so that he was bent under the floorboards. Then he straightened and pushed hard. The floor rose 6 inches. He began to shove it aside, and the rung snapped beneath his feet. He fell to the floor of the tunnel, and the candle went out. "I was supposed to escape how?" Ruby asked. "I'll fix that," he said. He got to his feet, then boosted her up so that she could crawl into the barn. She even managed to keep the candle lit. He pulled himself up through the hatch in the floor, a square barely 3 feet by 3 feet. "We could have just walked over," she said. The house, visible through the half-open barn door, was a short distance away. "But now we've tested the escape tunnel," he said. The barn had been left largely undisturbed, probably because there'd been nothing in it worth selling or stealing. In the corner under the hayloft were a score of ancient seed sacks that had been there since Irvin had stopped farming. More seed was up in the loft. He went to the stack and tried to pry the canvas bag from the top. Mold or some kind of growth had cemented the bags together. He wedged his arms under the edges of the top bag, gripped hard, and yanked. The bag tore free, and white, dusty soy seeds spilled onto the floor. Ruby said, "You have a strange look on your face." He looked at Ruby. "I know how to save us." "What? How?" "I know how to save us." He cradled what remained in the bag, nodded at the pile on the floor, and said, "Grab some of that. Come on." "Stony, you've got to tell me what's going on. What are you doing with this stuff? It's getting dark." "Something my mother taught me," he said. "Your grandmother. Please, just trust me." He walked out about 50 feet in front of the house. He tilted the bag and began to pour a line of seed on the ground. Slowly he began to walk along the front of the house, leaving a trail. "Fill in where I miss, okay?" he told her. "No." He stopped, adjusted the bag. She said, "I'm going inside, and I'm going to sit there with my gun aimed at the door, unless you tell me what the fuck you're doing." "I'm making a circle." "You're not helping." He looked toward the road. The sun was going down, gilding the tall grass. "It's a magic circle," he said. "Everything inside the circle is mine and cannot be harmed." What the hell, Stony? Magic? Look, I know it doesn't sound rational, but we're a little bit beyond rational right now. She stared at him for a long moment. A few white seeds slipped through her fingers. Fuck it, she said. Magic circle it is. She followed behind him. He went slowly, staring at the seed as it poured into the grass. Everything in this circle is mine, he said under his breath. Integrity is all. Are you, praying? Ruby asked. It's kind of a mantra. Integrity is all. What does that mean? See, there was a guy named the Lump who... Well, it's complicated. All of your stories are complicated. It's about keeping the body intact. If an LD can hold on to the idea of a body, then he can hold on to the idea of a self. Did I tell you about Calhoun's integrity suit? Calhoun has integrity? He told her how Calhoun lived in the suit, a second skin to keep himself from falling apart. See, we all need the illusion of continuity. Your cells are replaced every 7 years without you even thinking about it, but for my people, staying intact is an act of will. Ruby said, So you can't die unless you want to? Oh, we can die. But you just said... It's complicated. They made several trips back to the barn, opening bags of seed, racing the falling light. Ruby kept the flashlight tucked under one arm as they worked. They'd reached the west side of the house when Stony saw headlights swing off the road and head down the lane toward them. Ruby. She saw the lights and exchanged a look with him. You get inside, she said. I'll take care of this. He thought about this. As she'd pointed out before, zombies didn't drive cars. Then he said, I'll be right behind the front door. Move it for Christ's sake, she said. He hurried inside, but left the door ajar a few inches. The car rolled slowly toward the house, easing into and out of the potholes in the dirt lane. Ruby stood about 10 feet in front of the door, her left hand behind her back, holding the pistol. The car, a light blue Buick LeSabre, stopped at the end of the drive, the headlights aimed at her and the front of the house. Stony stepped back a foot, keeping to the shadows. No one got out of the car. Ruby shifted her weight. Her fingers flexed on the grip of the gun. Then the car door opened and the dome light lit up, revealing 2 figures. The headlight warning tone chimed. Ding, ding, ding. A man stepped slowly out of the driver's side, but stayed behind the open car door. He was very thin and wore a white shirt. His arm stayed down, out of sight. He looked at Ruby, tilted his head. This is not your house, he said. His voice was firm. The accent was still there, but not as thick as it used to be. Ruby slid the gun from her waistband, and Stony yanked open the door. Ruby! Easy! The man did not move. Stony stepped out into the light and held up a hand against the glare of the headlights. Mr. Cho! It's me, Stony! Mr. Cho stepped out from the shelter of the door. In his arms, he held a shotgun. Ruby raised her pistol. Geez, hold on, you two, Stony said. He stepped down from the porch, his arms raised. Ruby, he's a friend. She said, Tell him to put down the shotgun, then. Mr. Cho stared at her, then turned his attention to Stony. They had not seen each other since before the crash, the night Stony totaled the man's car and took away his son's legs. Mr. Cho set his gun on the car seat. He said something under his breath that could have been, Mayhalls. Ruby dropped her arm. Stony strode past her, and at the same time Mrs. Cho stepped out of the passenger seat. She wore a green pantsuit with a wide floral print collar. Even in the near dark he could see her bright red lipstick. He stopped, afraid of spooking her. She walked to him and stared up into his face. She was tiny. Her face was so sad. He said, "Hi, Mrs. Cho." She reached up and touched his cheek. "Oh, my boy." Suddenly she threw her arms around him. It was a long minute before she let him go. He said, "Mrs. Cho, this is Chelsea's daughter, Ruby." "Oh, I know this little girl," she said. She went to her and took Ruby's hands in her own. "Crystal sends me a picture every Christmas." Stony thought about hugging Mr. Cho, but of course that was out of the question. The man had never been hugged in his life. They shook hands, and Stony impulsively escalated the intimacy by gripping Mr. Cho's bicep. "Where's Kwong?" Stony said. "Is he home?" Mr. Cho shook his head. "Bad luck. Up in St. Paul." "He's got an internet girlfriend," Mrs. Cho said. "He hasn't called since—" A hand fluttered. "All this." "I'm sure he's fine," Stony said. "Ruby should come with us," Mrs. Cho said. "The whole town is leaving before they get here. Everyone's going to Camp Dodge in Johnston." "You can't do that," Stony said. "That's near Des Moines. You've got to stay away from the cities." "National Guard is there," Mrs. Cho said. "No, listen. The open road is no place to be. You've got to stay here with me and Ruby. Tell your friends, too. They'll be safe here." "We're building a magic circle," Ruby said. Stony frowned at her, then turned back to the Chos. "I've got a bunker, okay? Tell your friends it's a bomb shelter. I can keep them safe." Mrs. Cho and her husband did not look at each other, but they seemed to be communicating. After a moment, Mr. Cho said, "They will not understand." "Okay, right. I'm undead. I'll hide. They won't even know I'm here, but you have to believe me. This is the best place to be when the mob comes." "Impossible," Mr. Cho said. Mrs. Cho said, "The radio said the zombies are coming. Thousands." Mrs. Cho, "Thousands!" Mr. Cho said, "Already in Ames, very close." He nodded to Ruby. "There is room in our car. Your family cannot afford to lose anyone else." Ruby ran a hand through her hair. She looked back at the house. Then she said, "I'm staying with Stony." It was full night when he completed the circle. 8 bags of seed to make an egg-shaped ellipse about 50 feet out from the walls of the house. Above, the moon was a hair's breadth short of full. The white seed glowed. He heard a gunshot in the distance. Then another. He turned. The sound, if he judged correctly, came from the south end of town where Ruby had driven through the roadblock. He waited 30 seconds, a minute, and then gunfire rolled like thunder. He hefted the 9th bag and tore open its top. He started at the circle and poured a line that ran up to the porch, then to the front door. He nudged open the door with his foot. Ruby, Mr. Cho, and Mrs. Cho sat on the improvised chairs, the candle burning on a box between them. Ruby held one of Mrs. Cho's sandwiches. At their feet, plastic water bottles gleamed. Of course, they'd heard the gunfire, too. "I think it's time that you all retired to the basement," Stony said. Chapter 20. April 29th, 2010, Easterly, Iowa. Do you remember Officer Tynes? He was the young patrolman who pulled over the pickup truck full of Kwong's friends that Halloween night in 1978. Kwong fell into his arms, mock drunk, to allow the toilet paper-wrapped Stony to escape. Yes, that guy. His full name was William Randolph Tynes, but his friends and family called him Willie. Drunk teenagers still called him Officer Tynes or else. Willie wasn't born in Easterly, but he came for the police job in 1976 and never left, just adopted the place. He was 30 before he married Nancy, an apple-cheeked girl who was way too serious about politics, but pleasant besides that. They had 4 children, 3 brown-haired boys and a tall, yellow-haired girl who poked up between them like a dandelion. They moved out to the unincorporated area north of town, a bigger place on a 3/4-acre lot. His kids played every sport imaginable, and his daughter turned out to be a hell of a fast-pitch softball player. She got a partial scholarship to Iowa State. Willie was a good father. Not to say he was perfect. He hit 40 like a bad spot in the road, started drinking more, then had an affair with a certifiably crazy woman who worked at the yarn store. But then he found Christ and straightened right up. Everyone said so. And even during the bad years, he never missed a day of work or one of his kids' games. It's important you know all this, so you understand that Willie Tynes was not a bad man. It's just that, like everybody else on April 29th, he was on the wrong planet at the wrong time. He'd been working the roadblock on the edge of town for 36 hours, ever since they'd learned of the outbreak. The barricade wasn't much. 3 barrels, a bunch of planks, and a pickup pulled across the road. His deputies weren't that impressive either. There were only 3 cops in Easterly, so Willie had drafted 4 municipal employees, middle-aged guys who were snowplow drivers in the winter and landscapers in the summer. They'd brought their own weapons. For the first 35 hours, there'd been nothing to do but wave goodbye to the people fleeing town and wave through the few cars coming in. Willie was there when the pretty dark-haired girl rolled up in that big delivery van, claiming to be Kwang Cho's niece. And he was there at dusk of the second day when the first zombie shambled down the road at them. After all the build-up, all the frantic reports on the radio, the crazy television reports, it was kind of a letdown. Willie had set up generators and big lights aimed down the road, and the thing shuffled toward them, lit up and haloed as if on a beauty pageant runway. It moved kind of sideways, as if its hip had been broken. The city employees looked to Willie to make the first move. He put down his shotgun and asked for a deer rifle. The thing was, he'd never fired a gun in the line of duty. He'd certainly never shot at something human-looking. He sighted down the barrel, steadied himself, then lowered the gun. The municipal men looked at one another. One of them started to say something, and then Officer Tynes raised the rifle and fired. Then again. It took 3 shots to finally make it stop moving. The men hooted and slapped high fives. Willie handed back the rifle to its owner. "Get the extra barrels in place," he said. The men went to the 6 barrels lining the side of the road and began to wheel and walk them into place. Willie walked perhaps 20 feet away, got out his cell phone and called his wife. "It's happening," he said. "Are you at the school yet?" Willie and his fellow officers had designated the elementary school as the emergency shelter. The building was brick, large enough to hold a few hundred people, small enough to defend, with access to the roof so they could shoot from high ground. They didn't know how many people would stay in Easterly, 500, 1,000. But the 3 policemen agreed it was better to be together when the attack came. His wife told them they were leaving the house now, she and the 2 younger boys. Their daughter and eldest son were away at college. He'd talked to them both a few hours ago, but he could barely stand the thought of them being away from home right now. "Okay, good," Willie said. He glanced at his watch. The house was on the north end of town, well past the subdivisions, but still only 15 minutes from downtown. "Grab us a couple of the good cots." Behind him, the crack of another rifle shot. He turned. Another zombie. No, 3 of the dead things were staggering toward the roadblock. "I've got to go," he said into the phone. "I love you, hon. Please hurry." The men were firing repeatedly now, using too much ammo. Willie went to the barricade and picked up his shotgun. Not that it would do much good. What they needed was a machine gun. A flamethrower. Hell, an Apache gunship. But everyone understood that there'd be no help coming from the state police or the National Guard, from anyone in the government. They were on their own. The 3 zombies went down, but the men didn't celebrate this time. They held onto their guns and waited for the silhouettes to appear at the edge of the light 100 yards away. They felt it first, the barest tremor in the pavement beneath their feet, as if a train were passing. But the tremor persisted, grew more insistent. The sounds came next. From far away in the dark rumbled a low murmur, an engine-like noise of 1,000 throats, wordless and random. The sound grew, and still they could see nothing beyond the rim of light. The men glanced at one another and looked away. One of the men on the barricade said, "We're no better than them. We're already dead." "Cut it out," Tynes said. Something made him check his phone again. The phone icon was blinking. He'd missed a call from his wife's cell. He knew then that he was in the wrong place, doing the wrong thing. He slowly turned in place like a compass needle until he faced north. The threat wasn't behind him, it was ahead. Someone said, "Shit." A shape had appeared at the edge of the light. It was a wall of black, a mass distinguishable as bodies only because of the swaying and bobbing at the edge of the silhouette. The men began to fire, round after round. They could see no effect. The mass shuffled forward, and the moans of the dead increased. The percussive scrape of their feet against the pavement rattled up through the men's bodies. Tynes yelled for the men to stop firing, and they obeyed. "We'll never hold this," he said. "You all go back to the schoolhouse, back to your families." "What about you?" one of them asked. "I'll do the dump." "Fuck that," one of the men said. "I've got no family. You guys go." Willie said, "Ron, you don't have to do this. Go. Get." The men got into the pickups, and Willie climbed into his black and white SUV. The 6 extra barrels were filled with kerosene. Ron had to wait until the zombies were close, 10, 20 yards, before he dumped the contents onto the road, or else the fuel would run off the pitched surface like rainwater. Even then, it was a low-probability tactic. At best, it would only kill the monsters who were walking on the road, but at least it was something. Willie drove north down 59, going fast. The flames erupted in his rearview mirror. Stony sat on the floor in the center of the living room, a map of Easterly spread out on his lap, his hands at his sides. He was surrounded by a circle of powdery white seed, which was connected to the larger circle outside by a straight line that ran through the open door of the house. The 2 white candles burned inside the circle with him so he could see the map. His hands, one gray, one Barbie-colored plastic, rested in the powder. The circle, he told himself, was an extension of his body, his flesh laid out in a line. He encircled the house, and he was the house. He could feel the brittle bones of the barn like the bones of his missing hand. Mine, he thought. He flexed his fingers and felt the timbers snap. Better watch that, he thought. He relaxed his hands and went still. Now, how far could he go? Surrounding the house and barn were the spring fields, eager with life. He felt them in his arms, his legs, his chest. He masked the new grass with his own dead nature. He looked down at the map. He'd drawn a big O around the town's borders, and inside that a smaller O where the farmhouse was located, and within that a dot to represent the circle he now occupied. He closed his eyes. Bifractal, he thought, larger than the town and inside it at the same time. All scales at once. Little big. Take it all in, Stony. He needed the entire town. Houses and fields and fast food restaurants, roads and cars, and the 1,000 souls who'd refused to evacuate. All of it. He could feel the undead out beyond the borders of the town, pressing to get in, desperately hungry. But the dead would not eat the dead. The grave had nothing to offer them. All he had to do was turn the house, the farm, and the entire town into a corpse. But the task, the geography, was too big for him. He couldn't forget himself, this body he was in. He could feel his arms, his legs, the small of his back. He knew it was all just dead flesh. Some of it was even plastic, but he'd lived in it for a very long time. He'd grown too comfortable. Someone was outside. No, two people. He could feel them like breath on the skin of his arm. He opened his eyes. Standing in the front yard, 20 feet from him, were two boys, brown-haired, clearly brothers. The oldest of them, he was 12 or 13, held a cell phone in one hand and his brother's hand in the other. There was blood on their clothes and arms. Something terrible had happened. They hadn't been bitten. For some reason he was sure of that. The boys peered into the dark of the house. Stony wondered how much they could see past the flickering light. Did they recognize what he was? Suddenly the older boy turned away, pulling his brother with him. Stony stood up, and as he stepped out of the circle, it was like a circuit breaker had been thrown. Suddenly he was cut off from the house, the farm, the network of roads. He blinked in surprise. Maybe he'd gotten further than he thought. He reached the doorway in time to see the boys run into the barn. He stared after them, trying to decide what to do, and finally went back into the house, to the back bedroom, and dropped through the trap door. Ruby sat on the cement floor outside the fortress room, holding her flashlight and a book. She was dressed in a hoodie and jeans, and her knees were drawn up tight. It was pretty cool down here at night. The book she was reading was his mother's pink and green diary. He'd given it to her. He'd never been able to open it himself. "You're supposed to be in the safe room," Stony said. "It's a little cramped in there. The Chos are scared, which is making me scared. You're doing something. I can feel it. I can feel you." He nodded at the book. "How is it?" He couldn't stop himself from asking. "Bethany Cooper was a very sweet, innocent girl." "Really?" "According to this, she wasn't even sure how she got pregnant. But you're changing the subject. I need you to do something for me. There are 2 young boys out there hiding in the barn." "What? Where'd they come from?" "I have no idea. Could you check on them, find out where their parents are, maybe convince them to go in the tunnels with you?" Ruby put down the book. "Are they hurt?" "I don't think so. They look like they're in shock. I can't go check on them without scaring the shit out of them, so please?" "No problem. As soon as you tell me what you're doing up there." "Just one little thing," Stony said. "One impossible thing." He pulled himself back up through the trap and went to his mother's old bedroom, which faced the barn. The window was blocked by plywood, but he reached under the wood and popped it free. Ruby had already emerged from the cellar door and was walking toward the barn. Huh, Stony thought. The cellar door was practically under his mom's window. How many nights had she watched him haul dirt out that door? He thought he was being so sneaky. Ruby stepped through the barn door, leaving it ajar. He watched for several minutes, waiting for her to step back out, when the night was lit up by blue and red flashing lights. Stony hurried to the front of the house, keeping out of the open doorway. The driver was moving fast, so much faster than when Mr. Cho had taken the road in his Buick, jouncing over the potholes. A police car, a big SUV, braked to a halt in front of the house. A man stepped out of the SUV, his features hidden by the glare of the headlights. Stony watched him through the gap in the door. He had the impression of a tall, bulky man. He carried a rifle or shotgun in his hands. He seemed to be studying the front door. "Mark! Peter!" Ah, he had to be looking for the boys. Stony waited for them to answer, but nobody replied. The cop moved out of Stony's line of sight. Stony stepped back to get a view into the yard, and suddenly he was staring into the cop's face. They were 2 feet from each other, and for a second both of them were too shocked to move. The cop recovered first. He recognized Stony for what he was. Then he jammed the barrel of his shotgun into Stony's gut and fired. The blast knocked him off his feet. He crashed onto his back into the circle. White powder puffed around him. Pain flared across his abdomen. No time for that. He needed to put the sensation away. It was the first thing he'd learned after Kwong fired the arrow into his heart. How many times had he been shot since then? You'd think he'd be used to it by now. He tried to sit up, but there was a lot of him missing in the middle now, major structural damage. Stony succeeded in executing a kind of aggressive twitch. The cop raised the weapon again, aimed carefully, and fired from the shoulder. Stony felt his throat and face tear, and again he was knocked flat. The cop leaned over Stony. His face was distorted by the flickering candlelight, but he seemed somehow familiar. Stony tried to say, "Officer Tynes?" but the sound came out as a cough. Tynes ratcheted the shotgun, reloading it, and pressed the double barrels against Stony's face. The world reduced itself to a single noise. He'd told Ruby it wasn't in his nature to fall in love, but that wasn't true, was it? He'd been in love from the moment his mother picked him out of the snow. For the first 18 years of his life, he'd been surrounded by women he loved, and by women who loved him, Mom and Alice and Crystal and Junie. And later, he'd met a sad woman named Valerie. And what had he done with that love? He'd failed them all, betrayed every one of them. He'd killed Junie with incompetence and Valerie with lack of imagination. He could never think of a way to save her. His mother had been arrested because of him and locked away for decades like a terrorist. And Alice and Crystal, they might very well be dead by now, hunted down by the undead he'd helped set loose. All he'd ever done, his entire life, was run. He was so good at it. Unstoppable. Time to stop. He did not move when Willie Tynes searched the house, or when the boys came out of the basement cellar calling their father's name, or when Willie went back to his vehicle to get the gasoline. Ruby tried to stop him, bless her heart. Stony wished he could have told her that it was all right. He was guilty as charged. He was tired. For years he'd been holding his body together with twine and duct tape. It certainly wasn't worth saving. He could only imagine what his skull looked like. Caved-in papier-mâché, perhaps. A busted piñata. So he waited as the pungent gasoline splashed around his body. He'd known since he was a boy that this was the way he was destined to die. Hunted, shot, and finally burned. It was a relief to have the moment finally arrive. His only regret was that the house would burn with him, and all those lovely books. Morning bells are ringing. 2011. Easterly Enclave. Perhaps you were expecting a happy ending. Sorry about that. I don't blame you for hoping. Even the most hardened of people, and who isn't hard these days, would welcome a respite from the miserable spiral into the abyss that the universe guarantees its citizens. Take Ruby, our last girl, who is determined to sift a happy ending from the ashes. I mean this literally. Thanks to Kwong's newly appropriated backhoe, her sweet but misguided plan is finally underway, but she is frustrated by the pace of the excavation. When the house burned, it collapsed into Stony's basement, creating an enormous fire pit. Sparks and flames inevitably crossed over to the barn. Both buildings burned through the night and cooked for days. Later, spring rains turned the pit to a swamp that refused to drain completely, even through the heat of the summer. Amid the skeletal timbers, a few identifiable objects have surfaced. The barrel of the water heater, a surprisingly white toilet, a naked floor lamp like a great fish hook. Ruby fears that Stony's bones have been cremated by the fire, or else broken apart and scattered through the slurry. Don't worry, they'll find him, her grandmother tells her. Wanda Mayhall has taken to sitting out here under a shade tree, keeping Ruby company. Wanda, at 76, can sit with the best of them. Her hyperthyroid condition, undiagnosed while she was in prison, tires her out. Though now that the emergency government is delivering her medications, she's getting stronger. Unlike almost everyone else in the enclave, Wanda has no beef with the new feds. It's not like the old ones treated her all that well. Mrs. Cho, who on most days joins Wanda and Ruby on Backhoe Watch 2011, often says, politely, somewhat formally, that she wishes Wanda would keep her opinions about the government to herself. People in the enclave are sensitive. Wanda says that if you can't speak your mind when you're old, when are you supposed to do it? Right, Mr. Cho? But Mr. Cho knows better than to be drawn into the argument. He stays near the rumbling backhoe, silently indicating where Kwong should dig next, while the ladies bicker and gossip. They do this for hours, keeping up a constant fireside chat beside a fire that's long gone out. Ruby finds this tremendously entertaining, as do many other residents. People stop by and trade stories, and sometimes they even ask about her son. The story, after all these years, is out. The townspeople, who were living in Easterly back then, can barely believe that she'd hidden an undead child from them for over 15 years. Alice told her mother to expect a backlash from the Enclave residents. They're rabidly anti-zombie, as you might expect. But no one has been rude to her face. There's something distinctly un-Iowan about attacking an old woman, especially one who spent decades in prison and who doesn't give a damn what anyone else thinks. Ruby is a different story. She's been extremely vocal about how Stony saved her in Chicago, and how he protected the Chos and made sure the Tynes boys were watched over. There have been quite a few shouting matches in the past year, and one fistfight. Ruby held her own. Willie Tynes came by the burned house once to pay his respects to Mrs. Mayhall. He told her he felt terrible about destroying her son and her farm. Like most of the residents of the enclave, he is a haunted man. His wife was bitten during the outbreak, when she ran into a group of LDs coming in from the north. The two boys escaped the wreckage and the monsters and made it to the nearest house. But you know the rest of that story. "You have nothing to be forgiven for," Wanda told him. "No more than any of us. A lot of people in town say they have you to thank for their lives." "Ma'am, nothing I did made a bit of difference. We all should have died." Better than almost anyone, Willie knew that the town should have been wiped out. It wasn't just that the southern barricade was breached. It was that every one of their defenses failed. Zombies marched in from all directions. The living fled their homes and headed toward the schoolhouse, and the hordes followed them. And then they just stopped, Willie said. They turned around and wandered away, like they couldn't even see us anymore. Wanda nodded. She'd heard versions of this story from everyone in town, though not everyone had played a role as heroic as Officer Tynes's. It would make an excellent movie, if there were still movies. Tynes said he'd come over to say goodbye. He was leaving town. "My wife got in touch with me," he said. "She's staying less than 50 miles from here. She misses the boys, and the boys miss her." It was like he was asking for her blessing. Most of the town considered him a traitor for leaving the enclave to live with the dead. "Family should be together," Wanda told him. Period. A few days later, a federal helicopter flies low over the enclave. It's a big green Huey, 2 rotors, and it lands in the old soy field behind the burned house, sending ash and debris swirling into the air. USMRA is in big white letters near the nose. United States Midwestern Regional Authority. Ruby jams her rake into a pile of ash and pulls off her gloves. Part of the reason the excavation is going so slowly is that she wants to check every load that's removed from the pit. Kwong scoops out a pile, then dumps it on the ground, setting out pile after pile. Ruby, and sometimes Alice with her, goes through it, shoveling aside chunks of wood and building material, looking for bones and teeth. It's filthy work. It would be grisly work, too, except that they haven't found any remains. Ruby hurries over to the aircraft. She knows that the rest of the townspeople will be rushing over here any minute. It's strictly against the covenant for a federal craft to enter the town limits, and people will be pissed. They'll be especially pissed at Ruby if they find out that she's the one who called them. The big door slides open, and 3 soldiers in camouflage jump out, holding rifles. Just behind them comes a woman in a blue flight suit. It's odd for the director of an 8-state area to be dressed like a pilot or a mechanic, but Delia's never been interested in convention. Ruby and Delia have never met in person, and they've only talked on the town's landline phone once. All their other communications have been by letter, an old-fashioned medium revived by the fall of the cell towers. The USMRA maintains an intermittent postal service that they allow the breathers to use. Ruby assumes all their letters are being read by intelligence officers. Delia says, "I was beginning to think you were going to have the funeral without me." "We're running into delays," Ruby says. "We haven't found the body yet." "Will you?" "I don't know. Have you found my mother yet?" It sounds like sarcasm, but there's a note of desperation to Ruby's voice. Delia's voice softens. "Sorry, kid, we're looking. Crystal was a friend of mine, and I'm not giving up. But you have to understand that it's still pretty chaotic out there." Crystal hadn't contacted anyone in the family, and no one had seen her. She could be dead, or turned and suffering from amnesia, or anything. Breathers are fighting with LDs, LDs are fighting each other, and whole areas of the country are still without power, electrical or political. Ad hoc governments, half school board, half street gang, are seizing authority in the vacuum. And that's just in the United States. Everybody in Easterly thinks it's got to be a lot worse in the rest of the world. "After your service, we'll do one of our own," Delia says. "A full state funeral. The lump will officiate." "Whatever," Ruby said. "Of course, we'd like to display the body, if you find it." Ruby is shaking her head. "Absolutely not. We never agreed to that." "I don't think you realize what he means to his people." "I don't think you realize what he means to his family." Perhaps that's a smile on Delia's face, but Delia's half-skull turns every expression into a leer. She says, "Your uncle had a talent, kid. He made families wherever he went." After a moment of silence, Delia shrugs. "Just think about it." "I'll talk to Graham and Alice." "Tell them we're going to publish his papers," Delia said. "We've got almost a complete collection of Sunday deadlines. The Deadtown prisoners kept them hidden from the guards all the way until the big bite. Plus, we've started an oral history project recording all the stories of the outbreak before they're forgotten. And a lot of those stories are about Stony. If you've got anything he's written, anything at all, we'd sure appreciate it." Ruby has never told Delia that she has Stony's memoir, and has suggested it was all lost in the fire. But Delia suspects she has it, and Ruby knows that Delia suspects she has it. To explain the various relationships in play between Ruby and Delia, the living and the dead, the locals and the feds, the Midwesterners and Easterners, would require several economists, a team of anthropologists, and a theologian. Delia says, "We're planning on a Stony Mayhall library. We can build it near here if you think the rebels wouldn't burn it down." "I want money for a memorial," Ruby says. "Nothing big, just something out by the highway where they found him with his mother. Something simple, just their names maybe." "I'll see what I can do," Delia says. Kwong has shut off the backhoe, and he's walking stiffly toward them. And down the lane comes Alice, pedaling like the witch in The Wizard of Oz. Ruby, seeing that her time is running out, says, "Did you bring me the package?" Delia calls up into the helicopter, and someone throws down a thick square wrapped in paper and tied with twine. Delia hands it to Ruby. "Straight from Calhoun's personal collection." Ruby looks at the parcel, It's heavier than she thought it would be. "You know, I can't figure out why the commander would commit suicide in his bunker like that." "Yeah, tragic," Delia says. "Very Adolf Hitler." "Hitler was losing. Calhoun was about to win everything." "But you were there on the island, right?" At her look, Ruby says, "Stony told me you were going there. You must have tried to get to Calhoun. He killed your friend, right, Mr. Blunt?" "My best friend," Delia says. After a moment, she says, "I got to the island a couple of days after the bite. I never got into the fortress, though. No one could get inside it." Right, Ruby says. "I heard that." She frowns. "But you know what's so weird?" Her voice has taken on an innocent, "I'm just so curious" tone. "Stony helped build that place. And it's just not like him to leave out a secret passage. A back door or something. He was kind of OCD about that kind of thing. I mean, that's what he told me once." He'd told her no such thing. But Ruby has read Stony's memoir several times and has come to certain conclusions about his character. "Did he tell you about anything like that? A way to get into that bunker?" Delia goes very still. She's ready to say something, but then Kwong huffs up. One of the soldiers steps in front of him, blocking his way. Kwong calls, "Everything okay, Ruby?" Delia signals for the soldier to let the man pass. She says, "You must be Kwong." She pronounces it correctly, rhyming it with swan. She offers her hand and says, "Stony always looked forward to your letters." Kwong says, "No offense, Director, but a bunch of angry townspeople are going to be showing up with pitchforks soon." "I'll be on my way," Delia says. "We're flying back to headquarters in St. Louis, but I'll be in touch." She nods at Ruby. "Let me know when you find him." Ruby and Kwong step back and watch the Huey take off. As the helicopter clears the edge of the enclave, Kwong says, "We found him." He shows her the plastic arm he spotted, melted almost to a blob. After a few minutes of combing through the latest pile, they find a long bone, a femur, blackened but distinctly human. The hunt is on in earnest. That night, Ruby and Alice move all the bones they found to the house that they and Graham are borrowing. The owners evacuated during the outbreak and haven't returned. Ruby has set up 2 fold-out tables in the basement, and there they begin the jigsaw puzzle portion of the process. Alice is the expert here, but Ruby is a fast learner. By the 3rd day of reconstruction, Alice only has to make a shape with her hands and say, "Look for a bone that looks like this," and Ruby retrieves it from the dwindling collection. The skeleton is all but complete. The rib cage and spine and 3 limbs are in place, and the skull, deeply fractured, rests on one cheek, looking away as if embarrassed by his nakedness. Of the missing bones, it's quite possible that he'd misplaced those before the fire. "I know what you're trying to do," Alice says to her. "You do?" Ruby says. "It's wrong. You can't make a shrine out of him. He doesn't want to be a religion." "What are you talking about?" "I know what Delia wants. Stony's an icon to them. They want something to worship so they can all feel good about their undead paradise." Ruby says, "We're not giving anything to Delia." "Come on, what did she promise you? She had to offer you something." "I told her I wanted a memorial for where he was found." "And what else?" "Nothing else," Ruby says. "We're not giving her the body." "Then why are you doing this? Why don't you just let him lie?" "Because he deserves a decent burial," Ruby says. It's the reason she keeps handy to whip out whenever anyone asks. It's all she had to say to her grandmother to get her to go along with the idea. "And because he is an icon. If we don't bury him, if we just leave him out there in that ash pile, then his followers will try to dig him up themselves. They'll run off with pieces of him like he's a relic. One of those finger bones of the saints." Alice narrows her eyes, as if Ruby is the one with the religious ideas, and perhaps she is. "We'll have the funeral immediately," Alice says. "What?" "Before Delia can make her move. You don't understand these people." "I'll set up the chapel for Thursday." "That's the day after tomorrow," Ruby says. "That's way too soon. Maybe—" "We have enough bones." "Yeah, but not all of them, if we keep looking." Alice sets down the tiny bone she's trying to place, an ankle or wrist bone, only Alice knows, and takes off one of her work gloves. "Thursday, or no funeral at all. I'll hide the bones myself." Ruby is angry, but she knows better than to argue with Alice when she's like this. "Anything else, General?" "I'll ask Mom if she wants to speak at the service. I assume you're going to say something." Sure, aren't you?" "The last time Stony and I saw each other it was an argument, which I won. No sense ruining my streak." This is completely wrong, of course. Alice did not win that argument. Not completely. Besides, this is obviously an example of Alice using her gruff exterior to hide her true feelings. "I'm going to bed," she says, and Ruby says she's going to keep going for a while. "Take your best guess on them," Alice says, meaning the bones. "I'll straighten them out in the morning. Then we'll get him into a coffin before Mom accidentally sees him." After several minutes of fiddling with a few bits that look like chips off the old skull, Ruby goes to the cardboard box in the corner. Inside is the package from Delia, as well as a red etch-a-sketch she found in the abandoned house. She unwraps the package, revealing a shiny white ghost, one of Calhoun's integrity suits. Oh, Ruby. It's a full body model, from head to individual toe pockets. It is padded and reinforced to support a body, specifically Calhoun's ideal body. There are foam inserts to add superhero definition to the abs, and structural wiring to keep feet and spine and shoulders in alignment. It raises serious issues about what kind of shape Calhoun's body was in without the suit. It's quite possible that all Delia had to do to kill the man was unzip him. Ruby pushes the two long tables next to each other. On one table lies the disjointed skeleton, and on the other the unzipped eye suit. One by one she transfers the bones into this Halloween costume, a laborious process. She's trying to be so careful, fitting each tarsal and scapula into its assigned slot, but isn't it doomed to failure? The bones are not wired together or even glued. As soon as she tries to lift the suit, the whole agglomeration will jumble to the bottom. Bag of bones indeed. The plan is ridiculous. She keeps at it for hours. She gets sweaty and cranky, swearing at Stony for the condition of his bones, which hardly seems fair. Sometime late in the night she picks up the final piece. She slips the skull under the mask-like hood and zips the suit up to its bony chin. Then she lifts one of the suit's hands and places it atop the etch-a-sketch. "I know you're in there, Uncle Stony." She is addressing the mannequin on the table. "Time to get up." This is sad. The girl is so distraught with grief, she's delusional. "I know you can hear me, motherfucker." "Hey, now." "Just move your hand, then. I couldn't find a fucking Ouija board, so this will have to do." The suit does not move. The fingers do not twitch. Of course not. Stony is no more in this bag of bones than he is in the empty water bottle she keeps beside the table, or in her left tennis shoe. "Okay, fine," she says. "You want to play hardball?" She goes upstairs to her bedroom, trying to keep quiet so as not to wake her aunt and grandmother, then quickly returns to the basement. She is holding a large stack of paper bound in a thick rubber band, and a box of matches. "Yeah, I bet I've got your attention now, don't I?" The manuscript isn't Stony's memoir. That's in the binder, and it's a lot thicker. Besides, even Ruby knows that there may be some historical value to that. But this is nothing. Stony's amateurish attempt at fiction. She lifts the cover page into the light. "Christmas for the Dead," she intones. "A Jack Gore Deadtown detective novel." She strikes a match. A stray breeze from a corner of the basement ripples the flame, and the match goes out. "Shit," she says. She looks around the basement, studies the deflated suit on the table. Then she crouches, guarding the matches with her body, and lights another. The breeze whips up, to no avail. When she stands up, the cover page is aflame. Damn it! It's no easy thing to animate a collection of ossified odds and ends, even pieces that used to belong to me, even one so lovingly arranged by my deranged niece. Maybe with time and effort I could persuade myself to own it, settle into this loosely wrapped junk shop, convince myself that I am here and no place else, inside this second skin, not soaked into the soil of my hometown like rainwater. My problem last year, my whole unnatural life, really, was learning how to forget myself. The brain-eaters were coming. People were dying. All I had to do was let go of the particular arrangement of bones and skin that I'd grown up in and take on a new, larger body. I thought I could do it. I'd learned so much in Deadtown about defining my body on my own terms. What was the difference, really, in moving around a dead stick and becoming the ground it was stuck in? Purely psychological, a mental backflip. Yet, I couldn't make it happen. I couldn't let go of this body until Officer Tynes burned it down like an old house. It was an accident. Suddenly I was kicked out like a stubborn teenager and forced to find a new home. And once I got out, well, I adjusted. Now it's difficult to remember what I saw in the old place. The page she's holding transforms from a thing on fire to fire itself, and Ruby drops it to the floor. She stamps on it, a little vigorously, I think. She's crying now, but angry tears. Is she mad at me or herself? I really don't want her to be angry with herself. She sits down against the cinder-block walls of the basement, her forehead on her arms. Eventually, she hears a faint sound, a scratchy squeak, and looks up. The hand of the suit isn't moving, but the white knobs of the Etch-a-Sketch are turning. Then they stop. She lifts the arm of the suit and picks up the red tablet. On the gray screen is a wobbly message. Please stop. Ruby, despite the fact that she was expecting this, or only pretending to expect it, breathers are so complicated, squeals in what could be fright or surprise. "Uncle Stony?" she says. I think, who the hell else? Now she's crying in a different way. The good kind of tears? You'd think that after growing up with breathers and spending this past year doing nothing but watching them, I'd be a little better at interpreting this kind of thing. But it does seem to me that her face is a pleasant mix of shock and happiness and pride. Oh yes, she's proud of herself. Stubborn girl. I've been present at every funeral and memorial service in Easterly, and we've had a lot of them, especially in the first few months after the outbreak. Ruby and Wanda Mayhall sit up front. Ruby's holding the Etch-a-Sketch, twiddling with the knobs to cover the fact that they sometimes turn on their own. She's gotten into the habit of carrying it around at all times. Mom frowns, but doesn't say anything. Proof, if we needed any, that Ruby's status as only-begotten granddaughter exempts her from behavior that would have earned a wrist slap for any of her own kids. Alice gives the eulogy. She tells the story about finding me in the snow and how they carried me home and baptized me in the kitchen sink. It's very well written. Alice was always the best writer. My bones are in the casket behind her. I convinced Ruby that I didn't need them. I wouldn't know what to do with them if we kept them. Walk around like a skeleton from Jason and the Argonauts? I've freaked out enough people in my life, thank you. I also convinced her that my persistence in the material world, or rather my failure to leave it, needed to remain our little secret. What good would it do for people to know that their town is haunted by a ghost? So, of course, Ruby immediately told Alice, and then Alice and I had to have a fight about why I didn't tell her earlier. I think I made a convincing argument, despite, or maybe because of, being able to write only a line at a time. We agreed, however, that it would be a bad idea to tell Mom, at least for now. No one wants to be responsible for a heart attack. Near the end of the service, the middle Stanholtz girl stands up to sing the song Mom requested. Lizzie is 14, and her entire family, Mom and Dad and 5 other siblings, made it to the elementary school the night of the outbreak. Mrs. Cho swears that Mrs. Stanholtz is pregnant again. Lizzie sings, "I will meet you in the morning," like a born Baptist. She has a clear, bell-like voice, and Mom is crying by the first chorus. Let me tell you, you haven't known guilt until you fooled your mother into watching your own funeral. I still think about leaving for good, checking out of this accidental afterlife I found myself in. The door opens a crack, but I hesitate. I linger. It's not that I'm afraid of oblivion or hell or the absence of a promised land. Oh, I'll admit that sometimes I entertain fantasies about a very Iowa kind of heaven, a place with a big kitchen and a large table and an infinite pot of coffee, where Junie and Crystal and I can argue about nothing while the snow blows outside the windows. Some nights I open that door and gaze into the black tunnel and think about stepping through. And then I hear Ruby waking up, bitching about the humidity, or Mom laughing dryly with Mrs. Cho over some fresh news, or Kwong firing up his tractor. And I think, not yet. Maybe stick around for a little while longer, until Kwong has babies, until the Enclave is safe, until Ruby finds someone to love. Someday I'll step into the dark. But not yet. Not yet.